Alright. Hey, Chad. Chad, guess what game? Oh boy. You already know where this is going, chat. You already know where this is going. Hey, chat. Guess what game has survived, huh? Guess what game gets to live to fight another day? Fall Guys, baby! I'm glad Steve doesn't like Fall Guys anymore, and that game lives on. Even Stas said it in one of the replies, right, from Steve's tweet. To the surprise of no one. Hey, Steve, Vesper Arcade, Blitz, and a lot of people actually enjoyed High Guard for what it is, right? But damn, I guess not enough people were playing it, even though it's free to play. Because guess what, bozo? We don't want live service games anymore. Well, unless you want to play Call of Duty Warzone Battle Royale, then that should be for you. Yeah, Steve used to love Fall Guys, chat. It's the reason why he still plays Fall Guys with us, right? Whenever me and Staz are around in the chat, we'll still play together. But nothing to Fall Guys back on. What do you mean by that, Vince? Steve used to play a lot of that during the pandemic, but then other games came along that got his time. And now we're here. Fall Guys live service too, but it's not a shooter. It's not a gun game. It's a ball game, but it's not a gun game. Right? That game is like what? About to be 6 years old this coming August? So yeah, Fall Guys is a platformer battle royale. Other than Sonic Thingamabob or Sonic Stumble Guys or whatever, right? Like, what are the other live service platformer BR are out there? Huh? Exactly. Even though there's not a lot of people playing Fall Guys anymore, right? Not that it used to before. Whenever we would play, right? We still get a lot of people playing. We still do rank, right? I compete against the sweetest people in my region and still win every now and then, right? Your boy's not washed, chat. What I'm worried about is the Sonic game. I have heard people play, or I've seen people play the Sonic Fall Guys one, right? Where you collect rings, and if you get the most rings, you're the winner. Other than that, they all checked out. They all checked out. And you know who else checked out, huh? I'm gonna call them out right now. The PP! Yeah! Trying to tell me that Fall Guys is irrelevant now that the superior game, you know, Sonic Guys is out? Oh yeah? Is it on PlayStation? Yeah, I thought so. He's not playing it anymore, chat. He's not playing it anymore. He checked back to Rivals, to Overwatch, to Scott Pilgrim X, right? All these other games. Yeah, Blackout is coming back. So, you know, there's now a BR for the adults. Not the Peza. Nah, I'm gonna call him out right now. With his bias, you know, stupid bias, man. Still gotta play Pilgrim X? Go for it, dude. I heard it's a really good game. You should play it. Anything that's beat 'em up, right? That's old school. You have my support. Oh, yeah, Overwatch, right? Don't worry, chat. While everyone else is playing their dying live service shooter games, chat, I'm just gonna stick to this little game called Fortnite. You know, the game that's made for kids. Yeah. You're a Scott Pilgrim fan as well. Were you excited at all when they announced the animated version of Scott Pilgrim on Netflix? And then you discovered that it's the same actors from the movie reprising their roles in the animated show? I'm like, that's kind of cool. Dude, chat, we used to watch 9 hours of this tall blonde behemoth playing Blackout non-stop. I did mention this on Max's chat as well, that his first experience playing a battle royale game will always be pure, right? Because when you get to see his first game, playing Blackout and everything, it's like, oh my god, this is what he feels like, and this is something that he's gonna get addicted to, right? Even with the eventuality of Final Fantasy coming to Fortnite, which is gonna get Max to play Fortnite, he will not be able to replicate that feeling, because it'll be like a watered down version of Call of Duty. In the later games, it could get intense, but because of the gimmicks of that game, where it's, you know, there's weapons, there's mechanics, right? It's not just guns in Fortnite. It's also your Nitro Fist, your Rumi Sword, whatever it is that's going on right now in that game. I think that's gonna hinder his experience, right? The anime version was a complete 180 on the story. Really interesting. So he didn't end up with the girl. He didn't end up with the high school girl. I gotta watch that again, chat. I've watched it before, but that was like a long time ago. Now I just need gacha games to die. So here's the funny thing. Marvel Games is notoriously known for games where if it doesn't meet their standards, it gets abandoned, right? Like, hey, who remembers Marvel High Evolution or something like that on mobile? Who remembers that, chat, where there's like actual voice acting of like your Josh Keaton, Laura Bailey, all that fun stuff, right? Where there's like a good and evil version of the yeah, I know what the story is, CJ. It's him going to the 7 Evil Exes before they get officially together, right? He was in a band and all that. Is Scott here? He just jumps out of the window. No, he's not here, he just left. It's like, oh. Where was I? Marvel Midnight Suns. I think it got discontinued, I think. Also, Marvel's Avengers got discontinued as well. There's this Marvel game that came out, chat. Not Marvel Snap. There's this Marvel game that came out where it's like turn-based RPG. And that got discontinued as well. So I think the only 2 Marvel games out there right now, maybe 3, I don't know. I don't know how Marvel Strike Force is doing. Yeah, I heard that Marvel Midnight Suns is dope, but unfortunately, because of the bad rap of the other games out there, right? It's like, oh, we're not gonna support this anymore. Funny enough, chat, as of now, the only like Marvel games that are quote-unquote live service that still stands tall, right, is Marvel Snap and you know, my mobile game, chat, my Marvel mobile game for over 11 years that outlasted all your KOF All-Stars, your Tekken, your MK Mobile. Get wrecked! Marvel Contest of Champions. I'm still playing that game, chat, since 2014. We're we're now about over 11 years of playing that. We streamed it once, right? Rivals having an event in South Korea. Speaking of rivals, chat, you're so smart. You know how to segue from one topic to another. I heard that the Infinity Saga will be featured in Marvel Rivals. But the moment I saw there's no PvE on that event, I'm like, okay, so just ring me up, Chad. Just give me a phone call, right? Just put a DM, at me on Twitter, CJ. Just at me on Twitter when there's a new PvE event coming out next. Alright? And then I'll play with you guys. We'll play the next PvE event together. PvP? Nah, I'm good. You guys go do that instead. You guys go do that with Staz, right? Staz, Depeza, Sand Survive. I don't care. But the PvE ones, I'm kind of looking forward to it, to see where this goes, right? I saw that there's like a Loki mode, right? This coming April, where the heroes get to fight each other, and then you're Loki, and then you can summon the Hulk. All that. Yeah, every Avengers movie is gonna be in Rivals this year. Loki's outfit from the first Avengers movie is coming. That's good. That's good. Like, as long as they keep pumping out these outfits that are like, that matches the price, right? The quality matches the price, they're gonna be just fine. They will be just fine. It's just not for me, chat. Like, I think I uninstalled Marvel Rivals again, just so I could have room for Ghost of Yotei and the Legends update coming soon. You think Thanos is gonna get added to Rivals this year? Thanos and Doctor Doom. Like, it has to happen, saying. Thanos with the blade, right? He'll be a beast of a Vanguard. And then him spinning the blade will be like the shield. And then you have Doctor Doom. They have to replace him with someone. So here's the thing. HD, what's up, by the way? Hope you're doing well. If they were to replace a Doctor Doom, or have like 2099 Doom to be like the proper bad guy now or something, you don't have to equal or have a villain that's greater than Doctor Doom. You just need to have a good story to just make them just as menacing, right? Like, what if there's a 180 where in the MCU it was supposed to be Kang and then they switch off to Doctor Doom, and if Doctor Doom becomes playable, Kang becomes this next big threat. Because what is the story of Marvel Rivals, chat? The time stream going crazy, right? Different versions of timeline colliding as one, because Doom is playing God, right? And who is like a bigger threat than Doctor Doom out there? Kang the Conqueror. Yeah, they might share. They can't just stay to the Doctor Doom story forever. They can't, right? That's been since what, 2024? Cynthia Von Doom versus Victor Von Doom. Chat, who remembers Lucia Von Bardes? Huh? Let me see your let me hear your skills, your Marvel knowledge. Who remembers Lucia Von Bardes? Huh? The Beyonder could be a good bro. Oh, he's already a character in the game, right? If we want another messed up villain, or well, not exactly a villain. If we want like a messed up antagonist that thinks that he's the hero of his own story, even though he's already an outfit in this game, which is like an easy layup, in my opinion. He could just be a filler villain while they look for their next one. The Maker. Like, chat. The Maker is one messed up dude as well. He already has an outfit in the game, and people may laugh at the idea of, oh, it's just Mr. Fantastic. He's the bad guy? Lol. You have no idea how much of a savage the Maker is, right? That version of Reed Richards. He seeks perfection by any means. It's way off balance, CJ. There should be just a year. There should just be a year of just villains, right? There will be no year of your favorite heroes that didn't make it into Marvel Rivals yet, but I'm willing to make that compromise that just 1 year of villains. Like, chat, get ready for MODOK. Get ready for the Green Goblin. Get ready for, I don't want to say Carnage because we already have a Venom. Do we need more bad guy? Yeah, I'm down for that. More bad guy. Annihilus, right? Or the Super Skrull. Just look at the Fantastic Four's catalog of villains and how ridiculous they are. And also X-Men, sure. Like your Mr. Sinister. Apocalypse, bro. Imagine Apocalypse in Rivals, right? A Vanguard that's just, you know, that adapts to everything. Omega Red. Omega Red, I will say, is a B-tier villain. A higher B-tier villain. Don't worry. Green Goblin would be good. Yeah, the glider, right? Sandman is not bad as well. Craven would be lame. Lizard, no. Like, you need these villains that are just larger than life, you know? Like, if we go to the list of the villains from the MCU, like, what do we have here? Ironmonger, no. Juggernaut would be amazing. Abomination, meh, it's just Hulk, but stinky. Whiplash, yeah, god no. Red Skull, eh. I don't think the snowflakes are ready for Red Skull, right? Oh, that's a German reference. Cancel this game. I can't believe they support, you know, that culture. I'm like, bro, they created the character Red Skull because of during the World War II times. What do you think? Thanos is a yes. Yeah. Loki's already been added. Ultra's already been added. The Mandarin with 10 rings. Like a Vanguard? No, that'd be Doctor Strange. Never mind. What's up, Nightgale? Yeah, the real Mandarin, not you know, what is that? What do you call that again? Extremist? Yeah, no. Not Ben Kingsley, not Extremist, just proper Mandarin. Why should Craven be added? He's just a knife guy that sneaks around and gets knives. That's it. He's just knives. No, I'm just gonna sneak around, right, in the backline of the enemy, and I'm gonna knife them. Yeah, I'm gonna use my crossbow. Pew pew pew. Oh no, I used all my 3 arrows. Let me reload them one by one. Dead. Also, this movie sucks. No disrespect to Aaron Taylor Johnson. Playable Fin Fang Foom PVE. Black Cat for Marvel Rivals. What's she gonna do? She's gonna swing around with her whiplash, and I'm just gonna whip you. Wacha! I'm Black Cat. I'm gonna steal stuff. Oh wait, that's not a game plan mechanic. I'm just gonna whip you. Wacha! Y'all just want Black Cat, chat, because you're just gonna see her from the backside for the most part. I know how you think, chat. You can't fool me. It takes one to know one. I think they rumored Kingpin as well, right? Kingpin would be something. Blackheart would be cool. Blackheart, Mephisto. White Fox as a healer? That's not bad, right? Another Wakandan. No, that's White Tiger. Never mind. Tell me that's y'all. Y'all! Just look at the amount of people that will fold the Black Cat when she comes out in Marvel Rivals. Y'all have no loyalty, right? I only play one waifu character in Rivals so far, and guess where it is, chat? Invisible Woman. I did play Phoenix. I did play Emma Frost. Am I sticking around with them after I play them? No. Yeah, skin tight latex, everyone's favorite, right? Yo, Graham, what's up, dude? 80 stream trick, you're crazy. You don't have to say you have a question, Grim. You could just say it immediately. You need to say permission. Gargantos for Rivals, CJ? Dormammu would be cool, but he's just gonna be evil Doctor Strange. Don't I like... Oh, I don't mind seeing sexy women on my screen, Nightgale. Don't get it twisted, right? I don't mind seeing sexy women in the video game. But, am I gonna express my gooning behavior whenever I would see a waifu? Like, you know, honk, honk. Look at those bazonkas. No. Also, my parents watch this every now and then, so I might get the belts. You've been loyal to Black Cat since Web of Shadows went through full symbiote. So you must have been excited when she came back in Spider-Man 2, huh? Don't worry, Chad. Black Cat is for everybody, alright? For the guys and for the girls. Don't get it twisted. I do want some other Marvel waifus that gets added in Rivals as well, right? Like, who would I want that's a waifu in Rivals? Enchantress. Kate Bishop would be nice. Who else? Carol Danvers, right? Kitty Pryde is a good one as well. X-23, yeah. X-23. Who else? I was gonna say Magic, but she's already in there. That's how long I haven't been playing Rivals, chat. Yeah, Kitty Pryde, Kate Bishop, Enchantress, Kushala. Oh yeah, Kushala would be a good one. Yeah, Kushala. She-Hulk, of course, for base. Miss Marvel, Kamala Khan, Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, Photon, right? Monica Rambeau. Yeah. Like, don't worry, chat. I don't mind seeing Womans in my video game, alright? Just don't have their sexual appeal as their tools for them to be good characters, right? Even though Marvel Rivals is known to use, to take advantage of that to boost their sales, right? Like Luna Snow Feet, Mantis Thighs, Invisible Woman Chicks, Emma Frost Thighs. Like, I see you, chat. Those that buy the Summer Pass outfits. Yeah, I see you. Don't worry. You don't have to deny it. Captain America Sam Wilson. Or wait. No, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. There's another Captain America after that. But I forgot their name. Yeah, there's another Captain America out there. I think she's also LGBT, from what I've heard. US Agent would be a deep cut, but a lot of people would say that he might just be a wasted slot. That we're adding who now? We're adding Temu Captain America instead of Cyclops? Like, you're gonna see people like that, unfortunately, right? They're gonna be like, I want my character first before your character. Nick Fury. As a life model decoy. Sure. Gamora. Oh, God. Yes, Raisin. Yes. Gamora. With her sword and her pistol. Right? As if other characters are not like that already. Gamora. Yes. Deadpool's chronically pansexual in the comics. Yeah. I don't mind that. As long as they're good written characters, chat. I don't care what their sexuality is. I don't see the world in that lens. Right? I got scolded by that before, right? People be like, what do you mean you don't care about this type of people? Is that supposed to be their identity? Is that, oh, their identity is that she's a lesbian. What about her story? Is she good? She's an icon for the lesbians. I'm like, I get it. That's Batwoman. But what else does she have? Is she just female Batman? And then I would just walk away. You think Khonshu could be a threat? Khonshu. Maybe as a PvE event, Vince. Right? If they do another Halloween event next year or so, Khonshu has lost control. So we need to defeat his vessel, Moon Knight. Cloak and Dagger. I think that's what I like, HD. The more obscure that these characters get added as base launch roster, the better. Because we need these new generation of Marvel fans from the MCU and whatnot to be introduced by obscure characters people have never heard of before, right? Like, chat, if I tell you who Firestar is, do you know who Firestar is? Like, chat, when was the last time have you seen Multiple Man in any form of media? Yeah, exactly. Y'all don't know who Firestar is? That one Spider-Man animated show with Iceman and Firestar? Damn. You mean Duplicate? Exactly. Y'all don't know who Multiple Man is? That is so sad. Damn, y'all don't know who Firestar is. Spider-Man and his amazing friends. You want to see a strong guy? Who's a good strong guy? Oh, chat, the Serpent. Who here knows the Serpent, huh? His name is Strong Guy. Oh, okay. I didn't grow up with American superheroes. Grew up with Ultraman and Kamen Rider. Sorry. Don't worry, Nightgale. We can always talk about Power Rangers. He's an X-Man. Wasn't he part of the Brotherhood? Like he was one of the bad guys. Chat, Multiple Man was in X-Men Evolution, right? I won't fall for that rage bait. What rage bait? Power Rangers? You don't like your Power Rangers, Nightgale? Hichufua? Huh? The bad guys are just gonna stand there while they transform? Huh? While they scream on the top of their lungs, it's morphin time? Like, why don't you attack them right now? Nah, man, you gotta watch my transformation. Get wrecked. The God of Fear. Chat, who remembers Pork Grind? Huh? Throughout the 90s. I mean, X-Men character? I remember him seeing, I remember seeing someone like a sleeveless with big biceps. I know that doesn't narrow it down a lot, but that could be him. They just play that out for the audience, fun fact. I have my Power Rangers crew in Fortnite, I'm happy. Oh, you got your came at 85? Damn. Yeah, chat, anytime you mention a Marvel character that I'm not familiar with, or I've never heard of, you guys get kudos points from me. Because this generation needs to know more about the crazy Marvel characters that exist. You want more skins for Moon Knight and Deadpool? Jesus. I mean, hey, it's your money, right? You spend that money for them, good for you. And good for them. Because you're supporting the game and keeping it alive. Sabretooth has to be added? Sabretooth or X-23? I know they're different characters, but if they were to add one right now, who would you want? Sabretooth or X-23? Because Sabretooth is just, I'm gonna dash fast, and I'm gonna scratch you. That could be Wolverine as well, right? Sabretooth over X-23? Damn. And people wonder why, I don't say waifu characters. Thoughts on Nightcrawler? He could be game changer. As long as his gimmick is not, as long as his teleport is not, you know, you have to aim to where you need to go, because if you're in trouble, you could just get hit before you even get teleported and die in the game. But if it's like instantaneous or skill ability where you get 3 stocks of teleport before it needs to recharge for 30 seconds, then cool. Yeah, teleport all over the place. That's a specialty, right? As long as it's not busted. Yeah. If it's like I can teleport up to 3 times as like my means to escape after pressing while in the air or whatever, you get 30 or 60 second cooldown. He can climb walls. That's in the movie. He also has a sword as well, right? He could use his tail to handle the sword. Batman Beyond is back in the shop of Fortnite. But as I have said many times again, I am saving my V-Bucks for Resident Evil. Chat, Spider-Gwen or Silk? Spider-Man or Silk? Do we ever get an MVC crossover? NetEase has to talk to Capcom themselves if they want to do that. Penny Parker. What other mech characters are out there? War Machine, bro. War Machine. Kramer was intimidating Spider-Man 2 because he's one of the main villains in that game, newbie. He has to look good. He's like the big centerpiece of that story mode. The reason why some of these Marvel or some of these villains are really good, chat, it's not just because of their combat, it's because of their story, right? Their story, how skilled they are, and what do you call this? How much of a psychological warfare they are to the hero character. In Marvel Rivals, none of that matters because it's all about what move do I have that can reach full screen. As a hunter, the Vulture would be interesting. Like, Chai, just describe it as the Sinister Six at this point. The Vulture would be interesting, but I think I would prefer Doc Ock. Doc Ock can also climb the walls, can grab someone from far away and pull them close to you, right? Spin around as a get off me move. Can grab enemies and fly them. That's Angela. You just use like this Angela sphere, and then you fly them off the cliff until they drop down and get KO'd. That's Angela. Hero. That'd be funny, right? Big Hero 6. Never heard of Vulture, newbie? Spider-Man Homecoming, Michael Keaton. In the movie, he has a mech suit that can fly, but in the comics, it's just green spandex with bird wings. That's it. Lizard, if he's like huge, like Killer Croc huge. Sandman could be interesting as well, but only if Jeff can one-shot him. Yeah, whenever you see a Jeff from the opposition, you're not allowed to pick Sandman anymore because logic. He does his ult kick. Why add him? Why add him at all? Good Kingpin, chat. Kingpin. Daredevil's already in there, right? He's a Daredevil bad guy, Spider-Man bad guy, anyone from New York bad guy, right? Chat, what about Jessica Jones? You guys like Jessica Jones? Huh? She's also tough. But she's just, you know, almost like a female version of Luke Cage. Almost, but not really. Man. Y'all don't know who Jessica Jones is? Wow. I mean, you guys can tell me anything that you know from your fan base, and I'll be like, who? And you guys will be like, you don't know who this person is? So it's fine. It's probably being super depressed and smoking a lot. Yeah. And just being a mom to Luke Cage's kid. I don't know. Yeah, she's just, you know, your average tough girl. Super strength, super durability. I think at one point, someone was trying to mind control her, but it didn't work. But yeah, she's a private investigator as well. That one officer from Ant-Man. Randall Park. Or Agent Wu. Hobgoblin. But only if it's Ned Leeds. Only if it's the CEO. What about the CEO of Sex? Huh, chat? What about the CEO of Sex? Y'all want him? Ant-Man, HD. My theory is that they're testing that out in Times Square. Right? Did they ever explain why she could resist Simon Says? That's part of her powers, Vince. One of her powers is that she's immune to mind control. Don't worry, chat. That's just a degenerate meme from almost a decade ago. What about Thing's wife? Huh? Alicia Masters. What about her, huh, chat? Y'all want her in Marvel Rivals? She can create sculpture and art. Her dad is the puppet master. Also, she's blind. You know, like Daredevil. You'll take Arcade? My man. Arcade would be nice. What about J. Jonah Jameson in a mech suit, right? But he gets stronger when he sees a Spider-Man character. Venom, Spider-Man, and Penny Parker. CEO. No. That one is in X-Men Evolution. I can't remember the name of the character that shot Spike. His name is Spike. That's literally his name. Is Spike. Who is Arcade? He's just a guy that likes to play mind games with people. Like, think Riddler plus Joker, but watered down in Marvel, right? He has a mech suit, he has a cane. All he does is mind games with people, tricking them into this and that and that and this. Jonah is the Scorpion. Arcade's a classic villain. Superior Spider-Man, that's gonna be an outfit. Okay, so let me read what Grim said. My question for you, Tony, is my creator XP level 24 that didn't work last night. Do you know any other ways to finish the pass at level 124? Also, you capped out on your what do you call this? On your creative XP level ups, Grim? You have to play the game, dude. I have this thing called Super Chill Slide, right? But again, you cannot be AFK in Fortnite because it will kick you out of the room as well. Let me show you guys who Arcade is. Ooh, chat, Artem Zola. Y'all kept saying y'all want more mech villains, right? What about Artem Zola in a mech suit? No, that's not. Silver Samurai could be good as well. Yeah, Arcade is more of a I have resources with me and I play dirty, right? He's not actually a fighter, he's like a gadget character. Gadget slash mind games person. Thingamabob. Doc Ock would be cool in the game? Yeah, he would. Especially if they get the rights to do a movie version of Doc Ock. You don't know who Arcade is? Damn. Chat, do I need to pull up the picture again? I think we need to pull up the picture again. Uh-oh. While you guys go watch this, let me pull up the picture again. Angel, Archangel. How about that? So where is this picture? Is it in picture or is it in screenshot? I think it's in screenshot. I remember this vaguely. Is this the one? Yes, it is. He's a bad guy. Arcade's a bad guy. No, don't open that. Damn it. Maximize. Full screen. Let me full screen this, please. Please. Where is it? No, not scan text, bozo. Where's full screen in this? Am I tripping? Oh, there it is. God. Chat, do we need to bring up the picture again? Huh? I think we have to. It is time once again to bring up the picture. Chat, is this what you want for Marvel Rivals a year from now? Huh? Almost 300 characters in one game? Yeah, y'all will love that, right? What's up, Ron? Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, you have to switch it up between gameplay and creative levels. That seems like the future, right? Chat, who wants Galactus as a playable character, huh? Y'all would love that, right? Hang on, let's fix this. Let's do like a zooming in instead. Oh my god. Chat, do you know who this character is? Huh? How many are there now? Almost 300. Y'all want Hyperion? What about Hulkling? Huh? Does everyone know who Hulkling is? Huh? I'll give you a hint, chat. He's not a Hulk. He's a Skrull. What about Mojo? Huh, chat? Who wants Mojo in Marvel Rivals? We're just a big blob with mechanical spider legs. How about that? Huh? What about Mr. Negative? Y'all want to be Mr. Negative? Oh, Nova would be good. Mephisto would be great. Odin would be interesting. Red Skull? Yeah, let's just cancel the internet. Chat, who wants to be Spider-Ham? Huh? Who wants to be Spider-Ham in Marvel Rivals? Or the Destroyer? What about this one, chat? The Hood! Huh? Who wants to be the Hood? That's literally his name, chat. I am not making this up. Is that a bull? Yes, it is. It's Rintra from Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. What about Vox? Huh, chat? Y'all want Vox? What about Vision? Or regular Vision? Or the first Vision? Chat, y'all don't know who the first Vision is. Vision Arcus? Yeah, you don't know who he is. Y'all are too young. What about Moondragon? Huh, chat? Moondragon and Philavel in the month of June. Huh? For the lesbians. What about Prowler? Huh? Y'all want Prowler? I know Ron would want Prowler. More black people the better, right, Ron? Yeah. What about this guy? Huh? Sauron. It's just a pterodactyl that would rather turn people into dinosaurs than cure cancer. There's Spot. There's Spider-Punk. There's already a costume. What about Dragon Man? Huh, chat? Y'all want Dragon Man? What about Dust? Huh? For the culture. For a Muslim representative. Y'all want Dust, chat? She's like Sandman, but better. But a waifu. Yeah, there's Jubilee. Guardian. Kushala. Oh god, check this character. Oh no. Oh no. Make a Sonic Teenage Warhead, right? Put gay Hercules. I think Hercules is bi as well. Yeah, Hercules is ba. Let's go over here. What about Christian Bale? Huh, Jack? You want Christian Bale in Marvel Rivals? Huh? Gore? The God Butcher? Lady Deathstrike? Yeah, he's over here. Chat, what if they added Korg? Huh? People are gonna hate everyone, right? There's just gonna be nothing but hatred in the Marvel Rivals community if they added Korg. Null's already a boss character. Kitty Pryde would be nice. Dr. Voodoo, ooh. Dr. Voodoo would be nice. Dark Hawk, of course. Gladiator, he's already in Tokon. Who else? Karnak, yeah, right. Kate Bishop would be nice. Kindred. Nimrod would be interesting, right? If a Sentinel can make it in Marvel Rivals, Nimrod and Omega Sentinel. Yeah, here he is. Omega Sentinel, Nimrod. Put Karnak in. Come on, please. Silver Sable, right? Do we need another Black Widow character, huh, chat? I think Silver Sable is just gonna be a vibes character. But the sooner we accept that, the better we move on. Taskmaster. Old school Rhino. Terrax. Spider-Man Miles Morales can be his own character because he's got invisibility and electrocution. Child, do you guys want a Venom that looks like a Deadpool? Huh? I'm sure y'all want that, right? Nobody likes Taskmaster? Damn. But it's Tony Masters, not from the movie, though. Come on. Silk. Red Goblin. Absorbing Man would be interesting. Absorbing Man would be interesting. Adam Warlock's already in. Agent Venom, Air Walker. America Chavez. Huh? America Chavez is gonna have an ultimate where she creates a star behind you, does a shockwave punch to the ground, and sends you back to the lobby. Or sends you back to the healing area. America Chavez, right? She can create stars as teleports to the multiverse. And she's great when it's like clutch time, right? In Domination or Convoy, when you're about to win, and then she does her ult, and she just teleports to another area, get wrecked. Annihilus. Bullseye would be interesting, but he'd be broken or nerfed down. Cable! Chat, why did no one say Cable? Huh? Y'all are fake fans. Not one person said Cable. Jesus. Diablo, yeah. Bullseye would be great in Bishop. Anti-Venom, Aria Costume, Apocalypse, Arcade, Archangel, Atuma from the movie. Baron Zemo is a no. Beast could be interesting. Bishop, eh. Black Bolt could be interesting. What about in this area? Juggernaut, Kang. Ooh, Hit Monkey! You don't know who Cable is, Knight? Oh my god. Okay, I have to remember myself that not everyone grew up in Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Lobo. That's Lobo. Grim. Wrong franchise. Cosmic Ghost Rider. Colossus. Shield. Drax. Havoc would be cool. Cyclops and Havoc in one season? Sign me up. Chat, who wants to see my man? Who wants to see Man Thing? Huh? Who wants to see a huge Man Thing in Marvel Rivals? Huh? Where all he does is swing around his Man Thing, affecting everyone. Who wants to see Man Thing in Marvel Rivals? Huh? What about Mangog? Y'all want to see Mangog? Huh? What about Night Thrasher? Yeah. His powers is skateboarding. The end. Quicksilver would be nice, but I don't think he's gonna be like the Flash, where you could just run really fast and everything is so slow. No Mangog? Damn. What about Quake? From Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I think y'all are ready for Quake, so we're just gonna leave her be. Who else is in this? Sentry, Cersei. That's right, no Shang-Chi in Marvel Rivals yet, right? Because Iron Fist exists. Cheaper Town Hall. Shocker, Rod's favorite. Sunspot! Sunspot is just Mr. Capoeira on fire. Valkyrie, but this one's from the movie. I know y'all want comic book version of Valkyrie. Unstoppable Colossus. Toad. Tigra. Titania. We have a crush on the Quake actress. Chloe Bennett. She's cool. She's cute. Yeah, more waifus as Vanguard. I'll vouch for that. I'll vouch for that, right? More waifus as Vanguards. Your She-Hulk, your Titania. Who else? Cersei, if they're that bold. Jessica Jones, she's definitely a Vanguard. Captain Marvel, yeah. Angela's more interesting version of Valkyrie because she's white and muscle mommy. You can say that, HC. Don't worry. We're all cool here. She-Hulk, the other lawyer. Who else did we skip through? Sam Wilson. But he can't. He can be Captain America as well. He can. There's two Captain Americas that exist. This has been clear before. This has been made clear before, chat. Steve Rogers is Captain America. Sam Wilson is Captain America. For those that are in denial or don't want to accept that fact, it might be part of the problem. Did the man be Falcon? Where's Rocket Racer? He can be Falcon with a Captain America outfit. How about that? Because there's a different Falcon now as well, HD. Right? There's more than one Falcon at this point, too. I know we all grew up with the red tights Falcon. But come on. Rocket Racer? That's a deep cut. Ooh, what about Dani Moonstar? Is she here on this list? There she is. Yeah. Dani Moonstar, right? To represent the tribe, to represent Tanuki. No Iceman in Marvel Rivals either, right? That is crazy. Which one is Jessica Jones? Jessica Jones. Oh, Mysterio. Oh my god. Mysterio would be nice as well. Where's Silver Sable? Oh my god, guys. Silver Sable. On the blue girl that can shapeshift in X-Men. Knight. Her name is Loki. You just want to see blue cheeks. If you want to see blue cheeks, I either recommend Nightcrawler or Nebula. Like, we already have a quote-unquote shapeshifter, and it's Loki. And if you want her to be a waifu, that's also an outfit in the game as well. Lady Loki. Voice actress of Magic. Yes, we already have a shapeshifter. Anyone else is off limits. Like, chat, the only time you're ever gonna see Mystique in a video game again, if it's a predetermined single-player mode. I mean, that was in Fortnite as well, right? That's also in Fortnite. Kudos to them, but no. Chat, what you know about Strife? Oh, that's the wrong picture. That's also the wrong picture. And that is my, yep. And I just doxed myself. Awesome. Chat, what do you know about Strife? Huh? Strife. Every shot to MODOK would be a headshot. I think he'll have like a barrier. Like a Captain America shield in front of him. But once that gets... It'll be like the strongest barrier in the game. But once it gets destroyed, he's like 3 shots and he's dead. You want Sun to Zapdos perturbation. Chat, if you want Mystique in the game, she's not gonna shapeshift. That being said, do you still want Mystique to be in the game? Wiccan could be nice. White Tiger. Wiccan. Wong. Yellow Jacket. Ant-Man and Yellow Jacket, right? With the Wasp. I think the Wasp is over here. Yeah. Ooh, Warlock! Yeah! If anyone can fit in Marvel Rivals, definitely Warlock. What's up, Max? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, Warlock. Is that a female Wolverine? You best believe it, dog. This over here is his daughter. Newbie. This is now your time to watch a movie called Logan. You don't need to be an X-Men fan to watch that film. Chat, tell Newbie to go watch Logan. You don't need to watch 500 other X-Men movies in the past just to watch Logan. Where's Stacken? He's not here yet. Maestro's already in the game. Ironheart, people would just put heads in spikes. Iron Patriarch, which is Norman Osborn. Sasquatch, oh boy. Want to see Sasquatch in Marvel Rivals, huh? For the furries? For the vibes? Long Shot. Domino. I'll take Wendigo before Sasquatch, damn. What about Werewolf by Night? Somewhere over the rainbow. Ooh, Misty Knight. Yeah, Misty Knight. Mr. Sinister. No Ghost Rider yet is a crime in Marvel Rivals. No Ghost Rider yet is a crime. Medusa could be interesting. Right, chat? She got the hair and the swords. Nova would be cool as well. I don't think they can add Odin because of the lore. Mega Red. Onslaught. Mole Man. Mole Man, and then he's like Ferrator, right? He has Giganto on his shoulders, and Mole Man is just behind them. Is Old Man Logan here? Yeah, he is. Old Man Logan. Which Ghost Rider? There are 3. I don't know, Johnny Blaze, because Robbie Reyes is already in Tokon. Who's next to Omega Red on the right? Oh, here? Omega Sentinel. Yeah. Omega Sentinel is cool as well. If there's gonna be a Marvel Rivals story where the Sentinels are the main focal point of the story, you're gonna see this character, Omega Sentinel, and you're gonna see this character as well, Nimrod. Nimrod is like the next evolution of Sentinels. That's like smarter, smaller, but just as dangerous. Chat, it took only 3 Nimrods to defeat Apocalypse at his best. Yeah, the character designed just like that in high school. Do you want to see what she looks like in action, HD? We can go take a look-see to show you what she looks like. Yeah, she got that booty as well. Bobo booty. Hang on. Nice joke, right? But no, seriously, HD. Nimrod can beat Apocalypse, no problem. How far are you in the X-Men comics, HD? Do you still just stick to the classics? Because House of X and Powers of X, I do wish to recommend reading that as well, right? To see what the new X-Men looked like back then, during the era of Krakoa. But I'm saying too much now. I don't think you can keep up anymore. Yeah, this is Omega Sentinel. That's the was like 2010s. So yeah, this one is like... Well, it's by its name. Omega Sentinel. Which is like the next evolution of a Sentinel. I'm not gonna play the audio. I don't think it's gonna. I don't think it's gonna matter a lot. It's just someone talking from the back. Omega Sentinel is waifu. Yeah. I think her origin story is that she was a scientist creating the Sentinel program close to the sun because they wanted to keep the Sentinel program as secretive as possible on Earth, right? Because Professor X would realize that, oh hey, they're creating something that could stop the mutants from existing, right? Which is the Sentinels. And for the first time, the X-Men, instead of protecting themselves, right, they took the fight against these scientists, right? That they're based close to the sun or whatever. And they're like creating the, Master Mold isn't working. Or their Master Mold went somewhere else. So they created, so they tried to create the Sentinel program away from Earth's atmosphere. So they sent the X-Men there, right? And, the X-Men killed her husband, right? Accident or not. And she's like, you know what? You killed my husband, you think I'm gonna take you guys as prisoners? And then she killed Cyclops. That's how much of a loser Cyclops is, chat. He got killed by a winnowing scientist. Let's see if I can find that as a video form. I wonder if that's a comic historian. Comic historian. There we go. I wonder if he made it to create House of X. Just this takes forever. Hang on. Let me find the spot that I want to share to you guys. Because I don't want to give away the spoiler or anything, but the X-Men were sent on a mission, in an S-word mission, to stop the Sentinels from being ever programmed. And because Professor X held information from before, or from the history that, oh, we now know what the humans are doing. This is now our chance to... Let me find what I'm looking for, chat. Let me find what I'm looking for. Is it this one? Yeah, I picked the right video. I don't think I did. Hang on. This one? We're just gonna get to the part where what I'm talking about. And I hope they do this properly and not, you know, out of order. Because when this is 3 hours, chat. We could just have a video or a stream of just watching this if we want to. But let me find the spot that I want you guys to see. Okay, this is still the intro. This is like the origins of Domehead Professor X as well. That's where it came from, right? He stopped using the wheelchair, and the helmet that he's wearing is Cerebro on the go. Is it this one? Did we make it? Not yet. Not yet, not yet, not yet. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Is this the one? Did we make it? Yep, this is the one. Okay. Let me rewind this. And then... Let's watch this together, chat. Let me pause the video, or let me pause the music. Let's just watch this.
Is transitioning to Orcus Forge. Now, this is one of the reasons why Hickman writing is so awesome, because everything intertwines, everything ties into everything else. That's why, like, truthfully speaking, if all you wanted to do was read Jonathan Hickman, right? You start with his Fantastic Four run, and then you go into his Secret Warriors. You can read S.H.I.E.L.D. if you want to like basically
Jonathan
the origins
Hickman,
of S.H.I.E.L.D. And then you go into like Avengers and New Avengers. You read
it's like
all
Star
those,
Trek
those
Marvel.
books, like if you read them in chronological order, it's one giant cohesive story, and it all
so
fits
this is
in
them
perfect.
making the
You could
Sentinel
literally
program
ignore
close to the
everything
sun,
else than Marvel
so that
comics,
the X-Men
and
or
like
Professor
you would
X
be
or
fine.
other
You would not be
mutants
confused. It
will
would
not
all
know
make
what
sense.
they're doing.
That's why Hickman writing
This
is
is a
so cool,
secret
because when you
project.
look at this, you have these panels that basically orbit the sun. Those are the panels that Tony Stark
What's
was
up,
working
Ratchet?
on during the incursions, during the events of Avengers and New Avengers. So it's kind of a cool thing here, because in turn
Yeah,
what
they
you have
brought
is you basically
Master
have
Mold
like all of this,
outside
like
of
humanity's
Earth's
basically
atmosphere.
built this giant forge in the wake of Saul's hammer. That was basically the way it was. Like Saul's anvil was Fantastic Four. Saul's hammer
Same
was
color
the
palette.
name of the giant
Yeah,
Dyson
purple and
sphere
blue,
that Tony
because
Stark was
that's like
building around
the
the sun
striking
in order
colors
to
back
like
then.
destroy and curse of
What are we
Earth during
watching?
Avengers and New Avengers. So again, all
we're
of
just
Hickman's
watching
stuff
this on
builds onto
behalf of
itself.
HD
The issue with this is that while they're
because
working on building this giant mother mold that's going to start
he
creating
doesn't
master molds,
know
the problem they run into
about
is
Omega
the X-Men
Sentinel
arrive.
and Nimrod.
Because what
And I'm like,
humanity
let's
did not
just
count on was
read-
the
or
X-Men
let's
getting
just watch
information
one
from
part
Laura
of this.
McTaggart from
And if
what
you
was
guys wanna
essentially
watch
the
the whole
future
thing,
in order to
it's
learn
almost
what it is
3-hour
they're doing
video.
in the past. And so they really kind of panic, and they really kind of freak out, because they're like,
Yeah,
we
there we
weren't
go.
expecting this. Now, remember, Omega is still here, which means Omega, of course, she's the chick that basically operates alongside Nimrod during Powers of X, the one that you see who's basically red with like the machinery looking stuff
So
on her face.
basically the
That's
X-Men
her.
figured
the real
out-
question to ask here, and this is the big question
The
that
X-Men
I
figured
want to
out
know if Hickman's
what
going to
the
answer.
Sentinel
Can you
program
have
is
more than one
very,
Nimrod?
very
Is a Nimrod
early
considered
on.
to be like a queen
Because
bee
in
of
the
a
many
beehive? Right?
timelines
You can
that
only
the
ever have
X-Men
one
or the
queen. I wonder if that's the
mutants got
case. Like when it
extinct,
comes
it's
to
because the
Nimrod,
Sentinel
there's only
program,
ever one
right?
Nimrod at a time.
they had
I'm
a
curious if
mutant-
that's the case or not. So of course the X-Men
They had a
basically trying to get the
mutant
information they
where
need.
her
Send in
power
Nightcrawler,
is that
because
whenever
Nightcrawler's
she
the best
dies,
bet, right? He can
right?
teleport in, teleport around.
She gets reborn
Humanity won't be be able to
from a
catch up to
different,
him. He can grab the information
timeline,
he needs, and then you can basically
but she
find a way
carries all
for
her
the X-Men,
memories
like
from
where they need to
before,
dock and where they
right?
need to get in, and then in
Like,
turn
she's
they
literally
can
like a
launch
cat
their
with 9
mission. Now,
lives.
the funny thing about this is that the
So
X-Men
on
are
her
still
last
trying to
life,
maintain this idea
right,
that there are innocents
she
here, but
was
they're basically
willing
like
to
contractors,
bend all
government
the
workers,
rules.
different
She's
things
like,
like
you know what?
that.
I'm
And
just
so
gonna spoil
not
the
everybody
story
on this
to the
facility
people
is
that need
guilty.
to
But the
know,
reality
right?
is that
Professor
even if they're not
X,
necessarily
Magneto,
guilty, like they're working
Mr.
alongside the
Sinister,
guilty party,
instead of
and so
just
they're
them
guilty by
fighting each other,
association. So you got
they'll
to
have
do
one
them
thing
away
in common,
anyway.
right?
You know, it's
It's
kind of the
fucking
nature of the
trying to
beast.
thrive
That's the way
as
it
the next
goes. And so
evolution
as a result of this, what
of
you end up
humanity.
having here is you end up having a guy named
Professor X is
Erasmus.
the one that's,
Now
like,
Erasmus
folded,
Mendel is like a new guy here.
where
Like we don't
he's
really
like,
know
you know
anything
what?
about him. Like I mean, he's
If
literally
every
introduced in
outcome of the
Hickman's
movies
House of X
in its
series, and so
history
usually Hickman
always
does things like
ends
this
with
because they
us going
serve a
extinct,
particular purpose. In this instance, like
then all
Erasmus
bets are
basically
off,
looks at
right?
that and
Like,
says
I'm
like
not
they're
gonna be
basically
this
getting
nice
ready to
guy
board here.
anymore,
We have to stop
looking
them from being able to
for
get
lost
information about
souls to
like the
bring them to
mother
my
mold,
school.
right?
No,
Because
no,
the
no,
mother
no,
mold
no,
is
no.
currently
We're
learning.
gonna
It's currently learning
find
all these
these
bits of
mutants,
information and
right?
all these things, so that when
We're gonna
humanity
bring them over to
activates
our
it, it doesn't
island,
do days of future
Krakoa,
past, where it sits around and says humans and mutants.
and
Okay, so mutants
we're
come
gonna
from humans,
ensure whatever
therefore
it
mutants
takes
are human.
for
Hence,
our
all humans and mutants
species
need to be
survive,
subjugated under the power of
right?
the Sentinels because my programming says mutants need to be contained
Like,
and
in
controlled.
some
When mutants
way,
are humans,
Professor
all
X
humans and mutants
already
get contained and
folded
controlled. That instead of
what
having to
Magneto
move to that
always
logical
wanted,
conclusion, it can
right? But at
use
the
what's
same
basically
time,
called
not
nuance.
harm the humans, only
And so it's
those
kind of a
that,
cool
you
little
know,
thing here
threatens
because what ends up happening is
their,
Erasmus basically says like we can't let them win. Do not
extinction,
let the
or,
mutants
yeah,
get
in
all
their
this
existence.
information that they need,
Oh,
and
that's
he basically
right.
blows
The
himself
husband
up. And so what
sacrificed
this seems
himself
to do, or at least he detonates, and with the intention of
because
destroying the X-Men ship.
the
What
X-Men
this
were getting
seems to do
close,
is set the
right?
stage for basically his
They
wife
were
becoming like
about
this
to
new rabid
thwart the Sentinel
anti-mutant
program.
supporter, and really kind of moving
Because for the first
forward
time,
at a
right,
far
they're
more
like,
rapid
oh,
pace, and basically speeding up
what
the
the Master
creation
Mold
of the
program
mother
is, we know
mold.
what
In
the Sentinel
effect,
program is.
what this seems to do is that by the
Let's
X-Men
just
launching their
destroy it
attack
now
and trying to find a
before it
way
even
to
comes to
overtake
life.
and to take out the mother mold, what they've done is sped up their own execution, like their own destruction, by creating a far more rabid enemy than they had before. It's kind of cool, and it's a pretty.
Yeah, thanks. Yes. That's exactly what I want to see. So yeah, chat. 40 seconds of ads, Jesus. Let's just play to the ad, and then let's just skip over to the part where I want you guys to see. This also showcases like one of my favorite scenes with Wolverine as well. With Wolverine and Nightcrawler. This is main universe as well, chat. This is not Ultimate Universe, fan fiction, time travel universe, or whatever. What's the next panel? Oh, this went. Okay. Let's skip this part because the way they explain this is all over the place. Skip this part, skip this part. Skip this part. Here we go.
Jonathan Hickman. This is amazing. Okay. So, man, let me show you something. All right, here's the thing. So this initially picks up with the other side of the mission to the mother mold, right? We talked about the mother mold being the sentinel that would create other master molds, right? It was a way to just exponentially create a huge amount of sentinels in an exceedingly short amount of time.
Yes,
what
from his
this
eyes.
does is where you have the X-Men
visor
launching
that
a
he
mission
has
near the sun
is to,
at
like,
the old
put
Dyson
down
spheres. It
or
was created by
remove the
Tony Stark
visor
during
glass
Hickman's run on Avengers
so
and New
that
Avengers. What
he
you
can
have
shoot the
here is you
lasers out
have
of his
Storm, and you've
visor.
got Magic, and you've got
That's what the
Xavier, and
button
you've got
is,
Magneto,
right?
who are communicating
If he doesn't
with
press
them
the
from
button,
Earth,
he
from
opens
the
his
other
eyes.
side. And that's the big question that's asked here,
optic
because one of the
laser
cool things that goes on
just
is you
stays
actually
there.
see a kind of melding of
Concealed.
minds coming together. Now,
You
this
can
is
still
not
see.
uncommon. What's going on here is they're basically daisy chaining everybody together, right? So you've got Magneto, you've got Beast, you've got Storm, you've got Magic, you've got all these different characters gathered together, and all their minds are going to link telepathically, and they're going to communicate with Jean Grey. And the reason why is because this is an astronomical distance for the most part. I mean, given the entire scope of the universe, it's a step out the front door, but in terms of the distance between the Earth and the Sun, it's a huge amount of distance, especially
What's up,
for
Joey?
characters trying to communicate telepathically.
Yeah.
Remember, when you're talking about
I just
someone
wanna
like
share this
Charles
story with
Xavier,
y'all.
somebody like Emma Frost, and Jean Grey without the Phoenix Force, they're basically Earth-based telepaths, right? They can't really communicate to people on other planets. That's really reserved more for somebody who's in possession of like the Mind Stone from the Infinity Gauntlet or something like
Damn,
that. And so it
Archangel
does
and
take
Husk
all
are
this mental
dead.
energy to be able to pull all this off and to be able to communicate with Jean. And what we end up finding out is that when the bomb was detonated by Gregor, the head of security at the time, that basically it's caused absolute havoc for the X-Men, right? Like they ended up losing Archangel and Husk, right? So both those characters are dead. Like it's crazy to see Archangel just die like that, but it's it gets crazy.
It gets crazy.
Here's the funny thing about
Let's
Wolverine.
put it,
When I
YouTube.
first looked at this, I was like, did Jonathan Hickman really show Wolverine's arm being cut off? Because he has adamantium. If you look close enough, there's a bone, so like his arm's not actually cut off. It's just mangled really bad.
I remember seeing someone comment that he actually does
But
not
basically,
shoot
like
lasers from his
the
eyes.
X-Men team,
From
this
the-
field
from
team,
the laser
has
dimension.
pretty much been decimated.
Right?
And that's kind of a crazy thing because Hickman is sort of
Who
looking at
remembers
this
that
and
video?
saying, okay, how can we make situation dire for this, right? Because if you go and you look at almost anybody's X-Men run outside of Chris Claremont would have done this. This
So
is
it's
exactly
Jean
what Chris
Grey,
Claremont would have done. He would have had the X-Men go
it's
on the ship. He would have
Cyclops,
had the
it's
people on the ship
Mystique,
respond in
it's
kind, and then he
Nightcrawler,
would have
it's
shown the X-Men
Wolverine.
decimated, right? Like
And I
just
forgot
their
who the other
ranks, not
chick
really
here
all of them
is.
being massacred, but certainly all of them being like severely injured or something like that. You don't really see that in modern day. Like it's kind of crazy. You look at certain things and you see it from time to time, but you don't really see a scenario where it's like, okay, so this is basically the last
Wolverine,
stand of the X-Men. You never really
Mystique.
see that. And so it's kind of cool to see Hickman doing this, showing us how dire things really are for the team. But at the end of the day, the mission has to go on. And so when the question is asked of Jean
So yeah,
Grey,
their mission right
I guess
now,
asked
chat,
of all
is
the
to
other
destroy
X-Men
the
through
Mother
Jean
Mold
Grey, who's
program.
being communicated to
Because
by
the Mother Mold program
Professor
leads to the
Xavier
Master
using the minds of
Mold,
the
the
other
Master
X-Men
Mold
on
leads to the
Earth.
Sentinels,
Can the mission
and
go
then the
on?
Sentinels
The
lead to the
response to
extinction of the
Cyclops
mutant
is
kind.
yes. Now,
So
this
this
is
is
where
like their
Jonathan
first
Hickman
time to-
shines
that
when
they
it
got
comes
ahead of the
to
curve.
writing Cyclops. And
Because
this
of
is
the
where
information that
Cyclops
they
fans
got
get their
long
due.
ago.
Let's talk about this for a second. Let's talk
Right.
about Cyclops. Cyclops fans have really just kind of been screwed for like the last
Oh my god, no. Okay, yeah, sure. Let's just skip through this, chat, because
devices that are holding the mother mold in
offense.
place, right? Because the idea is to release those devices and the mother mold will just go crashing down into the sun, and that'll basically be the end of it. And it's pretty cool the way it happens, right? Because then you've got the wife of Gregor, who we talked about in the last video. You got her who's basically freaking out because her husband sacrificed his life. And so when this happens, she's basically told, look, I can't really order you to do anything. I can't really tell you what you can and can't do. But what I can say is if you do nothing, then your husband sacrificed his life for nothing. So do something, because it's the only way to really redeem your husband's sacrifice here. And so that's when this battle is fought on two fronts, because on the surface we would say, okay, it'd be a silly move for her to go after the X-Men ship that's basically attached to the mother mold, mother mold satellite. It would make a whole lot of sense because none of the X-Men are really there. But what it does do is it gives them a place to basically retreat to, and possibly an out or a place to make their last stand. Her response is get rid of it, scuttle the ship. So they're stuck here. There's no way for them to get back, right? And it's kind of cool because remember, Nightcrawler can't teleport that far. Nightcrawler can't teleport from like the Earth to the moon or something like
Yeah.
that. His powers aren't that developed. But within the time frame that it takes for
So, yeah, their
Gregor's
plan
wife, the
is to
scientist, to
eject
basically commune and figure out what it is
the
they want to
mother
do.
mold
2
head.
of these brackets are deactivated. They've
So it
got
goes to
2
the
more
sun.
left. And it's kind of crazy, and it gets super cool because what it does is it switches back over to the ship itself, and then it picks up with Monet St. Croix.
Yeah,
Now, of course,
Jean Grey
we've
is called
explained
Marvel
Monet St.
Girl,
Croix in
chat.
the Generation X video, so I'll link that down in the description.
That's her,
But she's
like,
basically
secret
2 people
identity
in
name,
one.
or that's, like, her
that's
hero
really what
name.
it is with her. But she also does have like that crazy penance look, right? When I think is when she becomes penance. It's her history is so crazy and so murky. The reason why they did what they did with her was because they were trying to find a way to make Generation X relevant going into like everything after issue number 21. And so like it didn't work.
damn.
She was cool for the time, but like nobody cared about Monet St. Croix. The long and short of it is she's exceedingly capable, right? So I mean, she literally puts Jean Grey in the escape pod and then scuttles the escape pod, sends it flying out into space, and basically says like she's going to take everybody else on her own. And of course, she's completely destroyed. This switches over to Mystique, and this blew me away, right? Because Mystique goes into that one section. They chose Mystique
Yeah,
for that area
so,
because she can shapeshift.
they
right?
sent
so she
Jean
can just
Grey
look
back
like
to
one of the
Earth
scientists. The
because
issue
the
is
ship-
as soon as she
the
gets
ship
in,
that they
she's
got
met by the doctor's
destroyed.
wife. And what this chick does is open up one of the airlocks
And
and
then
suck
Mystique
Mystique
died.
out into space, right? So Mystique is gone, like she's dead, and it's just like
she's
dude,
dead.
they're falling, dude, they're dropping like flies, man. Like the X-Men are just dropping like flies, and it's the craziest thing, right? Because like from there, like it's basically Hickman telling us like it's the last stand, right? Because what the scientist ends up doing is she brings Mother Mold online. Now this is a dangerous game because remember, with these Sentinels, they are technically designed to be characters that have an artificial intelligence, right? Now their artificial intelligence can't really deviate past its own programming, which really kind of seems to be a like it doesn't really seem to make any sense, right? It kind of seems to just be in direct contradiction with itself. But it's basically this idea that it can think and function
Don't worry.
within the realm of its programming. The issue with this is
let's
they
keep
don't know
watching. Yeah,
how
we'll do
its
it 10
programming
minutes
is going
reboot,
to
right?
going to like evolve
Let's do
and
another-
grow. Right?
let's
I mean,
reset
like,
the
you're
Earth
talking about a
616
computer system.
again,
So all this
right?
thing needs to do
After
is
that
come
put back
online
together
and in the
recently
span of
from Secret
seconds
Wars.
lose its mind, destroy the entire ship, and then who knows what would happen after that. That's the fear they have. They don't know if it's going to be sane or if it's going to be insane. If it's going to be like I am Mother Mold, I make master molds, and that's it, or if it's going to be like I am Mother Mold, everyone's gonna die. Like we don't know if that's what's gonna happen. We don't know if that's going to be the case or not. And it's a gamble. But the crazy thing about this is that with Mother Mold coming on in 10 seconds, the X-Men have to disengage this last device, right? But the issue is that the open airlock is on the other side, which means they have to find a way to get out there, deactivate it, to shut it down, and then leave. And it all comes down to Wolverine. It's the last stand of Wolverine. And this is the coolest thing ever. Because if there's anything that Jonathan Hickman is good at, it's sending characters out on one hell of a bang. He is amazing at doing that, right? Like he did it during the Fantastic Four. He did it during Avengers and New Avengers. Like he did it during all these characters. Like you guys remember from Avengers, New Avengers when Hyperion and Thor died? Oh, dude, it was the craziest thing ever. It was like, dude, like Hyperion was like, we're gonna die here today, and Thor's like, yes, but if we're gonna die, we're gonna die a warrior's death, you know. And it's like, so good about that, right? Because you end up having this conversation between Wolverine and Nightcrawler, and Wolverine's just kind of like, do you think there's anything for me after this? Like, do you think there's anything in the afterlife waiting for me? It's a vulnerable Wolverine, right? Because the way that Hickman writes it is kind of Wolverine covering it up with, I'm just sort of curious, but he's not. He's kind of like, I'm gonna die here. Like I'm gonna die in this place. There's no real way for me to come back. I'm gonna be stuck out in space. I'm gonna be incinerated by the sun. There's not gonna be any way for me to return from this. So like, do you think there's an afterlife for me? And it's the cool. It's one of the coolest, most touching moments, because Nightcrawler tells him, when you wake from this earthly slumber, my friend, I will be there waiting for you, radiant and with open arms. And it's just like,
and then they teleport outside, and Nightcrawler
teleports
dies.
Wolverine out there, right? Because like Nightcrawler burns up in the sun. He's got to go there to get Wolverine to that location. So Nightcrawler burns up in the sun's heat. Wolverine's skin is literally melting off of his adamantium skeleton, which is going to be the only thing left. And he's just like hacking and slashing away at this thing, manages to destroy it,
so while
and
Wolverine
falls
is
into
getting
the sun.
burnt by
Falls into the sun with the Mother Mold. And like it's one of the coolest things. As that's happening, he's still like slashing away at Mother Mold's face as he crashes down into the sun. It's the most badass thing I've ever seen in my life. Man, this is Jonathan Hickman writing. Man, Jonathan Hickman writing. It's the craziest thing, because from that point, then it picks up on Cyclops trying to make his escape. Cyclops is shot in the back. The nanites end up traveling through his body and into his brain, and it's the craziest thing, because when he's basically saying, when he's talking to the scientist, and he's like capturing me doesn't mean anything. Her response is, we're not capturing anybody today. You guys killed my husband. You're gonna die. And Cyclops gets shot in the face and dies. All the X-Men sent on this mission die. Every single one of them die. It's the craziest thing ever, because now what we get, and this is going to be a sight to behold. Now what we get is the wrath of Charles Xavier and the wrath of Magneto, and I am hyped to see what that looks like. Okay, so you guys are gonna have to bear with me for a second. It might be a little bit echoey in here, and I'll try.
All right, time out. So yeah, everyone that was on that mission, just died. Mystique, Cyclops, Wolverine, Nightcrawler, Archangel, Husk, Jean Grey. So who's left, right? Professor X, Magneto, Emma Frost, Beast, Storm. All those crazy clowns. But then there's a gimmick here. Where is it? Yeah, there's always a gimmick, because comics, right? Here we go. Oh, ads. Yep, awesome. Corn syrup. Why did they take out Nightcrawler? Because Nightcrawler. Bro, it's like, I'm gonna teleport you outside to the sun, and it's your job to get rid of the last attachment to the Mother Mold. The moment he steps outside, dead. Because they're like that close to the sun, dude. Of course it's gonna get burnt. And then Wolverine is like doing the best he can to stay conscious, to stay alive. So, since you've been out of the loop for a while, HD, right? On what are they gonna do this time, right? Let's skip the last ad. Thank you.
It's kind of interesting here, because what ends up happening is you basically have what's called the coming together of the five, and it's a really cool concept,
so
because what this means is there are
Chad,
five
who
mutants
remembers
that have been brought
that
here
one
selectively by Charles
where his
Xavier
powers
himself.
is just
And
straight
the
up
reason is
making
because
golden
they
balls.
serve five particular purposes. The first person here is Fabio Medina. Now, Fabio Medina was a character, or is a character rather, who creates these kind of like golden balls, which nobody ever really seemed to care about. What you end up finding out is they were actually eggs. Now, what Hickman doesn't explain here is, if these eggs are created and if these eggs are planted somewhere, somewhere, will they gestate given enough time, or are they simply unfertilized eggs, right? Will they just sort of wither and die and go away if they're never fertilized at all, or will they just sit there for all time waiting to be fertilized? We're not really given an answer to that question, but it's kind of cool because we don't need one. Instead, we're basically given this scenario to where you have Proteus, the son of Moira McTaggart, who can again manipulate reality in a localized space, right? We've made videos about him, we've talked about him, so you'll find those down in the description. But using the reality warping abilities of Proteus, and then using some of the preserved DNA, which we'll talk about that here in a second, as well as using Elixir, who can basically give life. What this does is it allows them to in turn use the powers of Eva Bell to manipulate time and then speed up the gestation process and essentially create new mutants. Now, this is one of the reasons why reading everything that Hickman does is exceedingly important, because when you look at this, you say, okay, well, where'd they get the DNA from? We got that last little tidbit from the last comic, right? Where like Charles Xavier basically asked Mr. Sinister to create a giant repository of mutant DNA. This is why, so that at a future point in time, he could start resurrecting X-Men. And that's basically what he does. He recreates all the X-Men who died on the facility, on the satellite, during their initial launch. Now, it may seem kind of like a hand-wavy thing and a way to just kind of be like, well, you know, whatever, you know, and just kind of like bring a character back from the dead in a really convenient manner, right? I mean, some people will look at it that way. Hickman is never that way, right? This is designed to introduce a concept. This is designed to introduce a way in which a mutant can return and do it in a fashion to where it'll become exceedingly important later on down the line. Right? So to a degree, it is a bit hand-wavy, but this is also one of those moments where you have to keep this in the back of your head, because if you don't, then you'll basically get lost in the shuffle in however long it takes for Hickman to get around to it during Dawn of X.
And then you have to keep in mind as well that they don't have their memories, and that's where Professor X comes along.
Explanation about Cerebro, and over the years, Cerebro had always been built in Marvel Comics as this device that was developed through a combination of Charles Xavier and Magneto and so on that would allow him to find any mutant around the world.
It's like a memory storage bank
is basically been copying the mental patterns of X-Men all across the entirety of its existence, right? And so what this does is it allows the DNA, as it was kept by Mr. Sinister, to resurrect the
in layman's terms, chat,
X-Men.
this is like putting a SIM card to your brand new phone.
Cerebro allows them to basically reinstall the mind, so to speak, of the person who was created, right? Now, again, this is not Hickman making this up. We saw this happen in the Iron Man comics. You know, so we've seen this happen a multitude of times over the years in Marvel Comics, whereby a person's mind can be more or less backed up. And when that person dies, if they're recreated, their mind can be reinstalled back into their brain.
It again. All right, one more time. The people in the back.
Because what ends up happening is you basically have what's called the coming together of the five. And it's a really cool concept, because what this means is there are 5 mutants that have been brought here selectively by Charles Xavier himself. And the reason is because they serve 5 particular purposes. The first person here is Fabio Medina. Fabio Medina was a character, or is a character rather, who creates these kind of like golden balls, which nobody ever really seemed to care about. What you end up finding out is they were actually eggs. Now, what Hickman doesn't explain here is if these eggs are created and if these eggs are planted somewhere, will they gestate given enough time, or are they simply unfertilized eggs, right? Will they sort
because
of
they're
wither
an
and
island in Krakoa, which is a mystical island.
Will they just sit there for all time waiting to be fertilized? We're not really given an answer to that question, but it's kind of cool because we don't need one. Instead,
so they have like special soil
to where you have Proteus, the son of Moira McTaggart, who can again manipulate reality in a localized space, right? We've made videos about him, we've talked about him, so you'll find those.
So Proteus turned the eggs
using the reality warping abilities
into
of
human
Proteus,
eggs,
and then using some of the preserved DNA, which we'll talk about that here in a second,
then
as well
injected
as
DNA of every mutant,
can basically give life.
And
what this does is it allows them to in turn use the powers of Eva Bell to manipulate time and then speed up the gestation process and essentially create new mutants. Now, this is one of the reasons why reading everything that Hickman does is exceedingly important, because when you look at this, you say, okay, well, where'd they get the DNA from? We got that last little tidbit from the last comic, right? Where like Charles Xavier basically asked Mr. Sinister to create a giant repository of mutant DNA. This is why, so that at a future point in time, he could start resurrecting X-Men, and that's basically what he does. He recreates all the X-Men who died on the facility, on the satellite, during their initial launch. Now, it may seem kind of like a hand-wavy thing and a way to just kind of be like, well, you know, whatever, you know, and just kind of like bring a character back from the dead in a really convenient manner.
Yeah,
right? I mean, some people will look at it that way. Hickman is never that way, right? This is designed to introduce a concept.
That's why he had that stupid helmet on him.
A way in which a mutant can return
and
do it in a fashion to where it'll become exceedingly important later on down the line.
Serves as a memory bank.
So to a degree, it is a bit
mutant
hand
he's
wavy,
ever
but
met.
this is also one of those moments where you have to keep this in the back of your head, because if you don't, then you'll basically get lost in the shuffle in however long it takes for Hickman to get around to it during Dawn of X.
To me,
But it's kind of a cool little
Eggman.
thing, because following that, what we also get is this explanation about Cerebro. And over the years, Cerebro had always been billed in Marvel Comics as this device that was developed through a combination of Charles Xavier and Magneto and so on, that would allow him to find any mutant around the
That's
world.
quite the
what
pull,
Cerebro
yeah.
can actually do is it's
Hey,
basically
you have to give it up,
copying the mental
right?
patterns
It's ridiculous,
of X-Men
but
all across the
at the
entirety
time
of
when
its
this island
existence, right?
existed,
So what this
it gives
does
an
is it
excuse
allows
for the
DNA,
X-Men
as
to
it
just
was kept
die
by Mr.
over and
Sinister,
over again.
to resurrect the
As
physical
long as the
bodies
5
of the
mutants that
X-Men,
were
and
shown
then
before
in turn, the
stays
information stored in
alive,
Cerebro
right? They
allows
stay
them to
together.
basically
They're not allowed to leave.
reinstall the
They're not
mind,
allowed
so
to leave
speak,
for
of the
Krakoa
person
or
who was
whatever.
created, right?
They
Now,
need to
again,
stick
this is not
together.
Hickman making this
So
up.
that
We
when
saw
one
this
of their
happen
own
in the Iron Man
dies, they could
comics.
just
So we've
recreate
seen
them
this
again.
happen a multitude
Over
of
and
times
over.
over the years in Marvel Comics, whereby a person's mind can be more or less backed up. And when that person dies, if they're recreated, their mind can be reinstalled back into their brain, and they'll go back as they normally would, right? They'll go back
And then
completely
they're all back to normal
functional.
now.
And so it's kind of a cool thing, because what you get here is the return of all these X-Men who died, right? You get the return of Wolverine, you get the return of Nightcrawler, of Jean Grey, of Cyclops, all these characters, Monet St. Croix,
And
the
then
whole
they
9
became
yards, all
and
these
then they
characters that
became
died have all
exhibitionists.
basically been brought
Live
back.
happily ever
And so it's
after.
one of these cool things, because Storm basically goes out there and speaks to the people of Krakoa on behalf of Xavier and Magneto and all of them, and says,
And then
like,
they became
these
a
people
cult.
have been recreated, and I know there's some degree of distrust, right? You don't know if it's truly them. You know it's a mutant, but you don't know if it's truly them. So let me verify. And by kind of going through and testing each one, they all pass, in the sense that Cyclops makes reference to, I thought I knew what it meant to be like a strong leader, and then you showed me. That's a reference to when Cyclops battled Storm for leadership of the X-Men, and Storm won, and then Cyclops basically left. So that was back during the old Chris Claremont and Luis and Walter Simonson and Bob
Are they
Layton
clones?
eras of Uncanny X-Men and X
In a
Factor.
way,
In
they
turn,
are.
You basically end up getting, like, you know, Jean Grey, who's tested.
But
You have
not
Monet
really,
St. Croix, who's tested.
because,
She's kind of like, get your hands off of
what do
me.
you call this?
Each one of these mutants
The
are
memories that they've
individually
had
tested. Each one of them are
before
tested
they
in a way
die,
to verify that
Professor
they
X
are
has
who
them in
they,
his
they
helmet.
claim to be. And it's really,
And
it's
then he
really a
just
way for
copy-pasted
Hickman to
his
tell
memories
us this is really them, right?
back
It's not
to
just
them,
like duplicates, or I guess it is to
so
a degree,
that
but they're not like
they figured they
false,
didn't
it's not
die
a
at
false
all.
Cyclops, right? It's not a fake Monet St. Croix
Yeah,
or
it's not a
Jean
fake,
Grey.
it's not
This
a
is actually
cop-out,
them.
it's not
This is
anything.
really and truly
It's actually
them. And so
them.
it's kind of a cool thing, because
that's how
where
they
Xavier
had
would be
the
excited
excuse,
about
right,
this,
that,
and where
hey,
he
if
would
the X-Men
celebrate
die,
this moment, the reality
you
is
know,
that they're
in
all
these given
basically
events,
hinging on a vote from the United Nations to
we
decide
do know
whether or
souls
not
exist in
to see
Marvel.
Krakoa as an actual sovereign nation, right? Like,
Yeah,
is it
it
its own
does.
island, like its own country where only
But you know how the
mutants
X-Men
reside?
are,
Now,
man,
this
they're
is an
weird.
important thing, because it's Magneto basically pulling a bit of history out of Marvel Comics. And the reason why I say
I
that
think
is
that
that
was
if you go back
questioned
and
as
you
well
read
before,
X-Men
right?
Volume...
Where do they still have a soul in them? Well, it's them. What more do you want? They care. They feel. They will represent the X-Men. It's who you knew them from before. What makes a difference, right? So it is very interesting. The OG Souls dies though. It did die, and that's what the kerfuffle is, right? Is that, well, it's not them, but at the same time, it's still them. Like, what more do you want? They're alive. They're here. It's them. It's like you knew them from yet. It's them from earlier, except they're alive, right? So, what's with the complaining? Why are you moaning? It's them. And I don't think anyone outside of the mutant world knows that too. Yeah, I don't think anyone from the Eggman or outside of the Eggman, right? Like Avengers, Earth, whatever. They don't know that because their island is like strictly no mutants allowed, except when you have a flower with you, right? Which is a reference to Marvel Rivals, right? Whenever they had that Krakoa Gala event, where if you're invited, you need to wear this flower around you, right? To allow passage. If not, well, you know, piss off. There's no way for you to get in. And that's what's like the longest, that was like them for like the longest time, right? That was their arc. Is that the X-Men live in an island, you get to call it as one of their own. Great new stuff, technology that the world doesn't want to believe in and all that. But there were some mutants that couldn't get in to the gates of Krakoa. So that was an interesting take as well. I think one of them is Kitty Pryde. So, Ratchet, we went to the topic of Contest of Champions again because we were talking about who would be cool in Marvel Rivals, right? It always comes back to Marvel Rivals as, you know, the first degree. HD was like, oh, look, Omega Sentinel. Who's that? I'll show you who it is. And then that was like one of their latest runs as well. Jonathan Hickman. Yeah, that dude is great. He wrote like one of the best arcs of the Fantastic Four as well, after being crappy for like over a decade. So yeah. Leon Kennedy's coming back to Fortnite. They used him in one of their recent videos. Okay. All right. Okay. Whatever. Yeah, chat. I hope you guys enjoyed that little rodeo. I'm just waiting for I'm just waiting for Ari to come back in Fortnite. All right. Damn! Oh, wow. So, it's been confirmed. Sony is deciding to pull back from releasing PlayStation exclusive games on PC, starting with Ghost of Yotei. Wow. So the last one that got made to PC is Death Stranding 2. I get it as to why Sony starts pulling out of their first-party single-player exclusives to PC. Because with the competition on its way, the GameCube, they don't want the GameCube to be the end-all be-all, right? Sure, Sony still has the exclusivity, play it first on the PlayStation, but it's like, yeah, Death hates the X-Men. Yeah, online games will continue to be released across multiple platforms, you know, like Tokon. And spaces like Ghost of Yotei will stay as PS5 exclusives. So, maybe Intergalactic, Yotei. The God of War remakes! Oh no, Staz. Oh no. Oh, poor Staz. Chow's gonna tell him. Oh no, he has to buy PS5 now. Oh no. That's unfortunate. Keep forgetting that that's an actual entity in Marvel. Yep. Thanos is trying to please Death, but Death is in love with, or Death is like, what do you call this? Aroused? Interested in Deadpool? So yeah, Chad, Ghost of Yotei. What about God of War remakes? I'm sorry. God of War remakes will only be a PlayStation exclusive now. Because it's a single player game. And they don't want their franchise game to be anywhere else. Especially when the GameCube comes out around the same time too. Abstract Cosmic Entity. Oh, dead. Now what are Celestials? Damn. Yubi's gonna be in that Marvel loophole for a while. Is it okay to put ketchup on steak? Not in Italy. Man. Ah, man. Rest in peace, High Guard, right, chat? I can't believe that Jeff Keighley had the audacity to put that as the last main game, and it comes out around March, right? Like 3 months after the show, and expect that people will enjoy that game or play that game when they had literally no videos, no marketing. Well, just one trailer, right? One trailer, no marketing, no here's what you expect on High Guard, on what's about to come out, right? Just nothing. It's gonna come out on this date, and y'all better play it. All right, it's gonna come out on this date exactly, and you start playing it. All right, we're not gonna tell you what it is, and that doesn't work anymore, right? That doesn't work for me anymore, brother. Because in the age of information and digital media, if you want your game to be popular, if you want your game to survive in the long term, you have to show them as much as you can with what your game can offer, so you can sway other people to try out your game, right? Like, they thought one video is enough to entice people to play that game, right? One person making tweets about it, and one video. It lasted longer than Concord? Dude, oh my god. Chat, just get ready to put on your helmets when Steve goes live, right? And he's gonna put Resident Evil 9 on hold. Chat, that's gonna hurt for y'all, right? Y'all want him to see him play RE9? You're not gonna see that for now until Concord, until High Guard dies on March 12th. The game came out, he's choking on those words now. I'm telling you, newbie, if only it was Mega Man that was shown as the last game. If only it was Mega Man, right? As the last game that they showed. Oh yeah, we're not gonna see him play Requiem for a while. But it's Requiem for him. But chat, guess what game is still surviving till this day? That I could just play anytime I want. Guess what game that is, chat? Yeah! Fall Guys, baby! 5.5 years and still kicking. I'm glad Steve doesn't like Fall Guys anymore. It's the reason why it's still alive. Yeah, Mega Man should have been the last thing they showed, right? That could have been such a bigger impact in terms of that game coming back, right? Because it's from Capcom, right? Among Us is still around too. Yeah. Among Us is a different breed though, newbie. Among Us is a different type of breed. But I'm glad that survived. That transcended just being a mobile game, right? With Fall Guys, it was a PlayStation 4 and PC game. And then it was available on other platforms. And then it became available for free. And then it became available on mobile. And it became a sandbox game, right? To ensure the survivability of Fall Guys. And now they're like pulling one of their last trump cards in terms of longevity, which is rank. And people still play rank. However, the problem is... Do I not have any lights here anymore? I do. There we go. The problem is with Fall Guys is that they keep decreasing the player base, right? It started off as 100 in one of the early trailers, and then it went on as 60, and then 40, and now it's 32. So the maximum amount of players in the room got dwindled down. I think with the Vault version or the Quick Match version, it's still 40-60. But you can tell that they're hanging on with their player base as well, right? And even if Fall Guys comes to an end in the long run, they'll always have a place in Fortnite. Because there are also like Fall Guys levels in Fortnite.
But hell, chat, when was the last time you saw someone play Fortnite for Fall Guys? Especially when they don't even make outfits that are, you know, like our Roomy Bean, our Power Rangers Fall Guys, our Back to the Future Fall Guys. Like, they haven't done that at all. But hey, I'm thankful that this game has lasted for so long. Chat, for those of you that don't know, it is, as of right now, as of 2026, my most played game on the PlayStation since PS4. 1,244 hours up in this business. Fortnite's on its way. Tekken 8, no matter how much I despise the game right now, right? I'll make the most of my money. MK11, this is during the pandemic era. Street Fighter 6 on the PS4, Street Fighter 6 on the PS5. Damn, are on the same hours now? I guess? No, that's 1,090. It still goes to Fall Guys. And even in the PS5 version of Fall Guys, I got 220 hours on this. So I have like over 1,500 hours for Fall Guys, chat. Over 1,500 hours. How many hours did it take for me to beat Crash 4 on the PS5? 55 hours, Jesus. And that's everything. Under 6% completion. Goes to I gotta get the platinum for that soon. Rumbleverse. Oh, chat, Rumbleverse. Oh, I was like one trophy away as well. Oh, chat, if you were there during my Rumbleverse streams, you're a real one. Injustice, Dark Souls, Marvel's Avengers, Marvel Spider-Man, Uncharted, The Walking Dead, Dark Souls, Helldivers 2. I gotta play more Helldivers, dude. I got to, but other games, man. What was the last trophy? I think it's something along the lines of win with only bronze items or something. Win with only green book abilities or something like that. Because there's green ability, blue abilities, purple abilities. It's the same rarity tier color as is the same rarity color as Fortnite. But Rumbleverse didn't work, chat, because the cosmetics and the design of that game sucks. Like, it's like cartoonishly muscular, cartoonishly skinny, cartoonishly looking ridiculous to the point where, well, collaborations don't want their outfits to look like that, right? They're wrestlers, they're Power Rangers, they don't want them to look like, you know, over muscular, skinny, or whatever, so they bailed out. Not a lot of collaborations went into Rumbleverse, so guess what happened? It died. You missed the days of peer-to-peer connection, not server? Yeah. Chat, who here will play the Call of Duty BR? Huh? Call of Duty Warzone 2 BR. I know you guys are gonna have a great time with that, and I know you guys are gonna enjoy it. But I wish I could enjoy that as well, but two problems. A, I don't have any space left on my PS5. And two, I can't play first-person shooters. I just can't. I'll watch people play it though, but I can't look at it for too long either. Because when I saw Steve play RE9 first person with Grace, God, it was a bad idea to watch his stream before I went live. Because I was feeling it right here, chat. I was feeling it right here. There's, you know, y'all know that meme of like the headache, the migraine, and then the entire red head, right? The entire red head for me is Filipino Brando. And now it's CJ Styles. Motion sickness, yeah. Even when I played RE6 last Friday with Leon Mercenaries, I even felt it there, dude. I'm like, oof. But it all comes down to like camera adjustments. You need to adjust your camera before you could even play it. But unfortunately, what do you call this? You can't do that with Psychonauts. Which is why I'm sad. Like, I wanna say let's be 30 frames strict. And it's like there's no option for that. The wobble doesn't help, it doesn't. right? People have joked for the longest time. People have joked for the longest time where they said, well, PS5 has no games, right? Lol. PS5 has no games. I'll just wait for the PC to come out. Well, guess what? Y'all did this. You have no one to blame but yourselves. And now they won't make PS5 games anymore. It's going to be available on PC. Single player, at least. Multiplayer, sure, right? Because they want to broaden the player base. Your Tokon, your Helldivers will still exist. But Yote? Nah. I think Steve adjusted the options. But I don't think he adjusted the options that I was comfortable with. Yeah, you want to wait for the PC parts, huh? To go cheaper? Yeah. Yeah, go explain to your chat GPT girlfriend what happened, right? As to why your games like Ghost of Yote, Astrobot, Saros, Wolverine. Oh my god, Wolverine is not gonna be a PC game anymore, chat. Let that sink in. Damn. Wow. I just realized that as well, chat. Woof. Your God of War trilogy remake, Wolverine, Saros, they're not gonna be on PC no more. Wait, no. Square Enix said they don't want to do exclusives anymore. So that no, Final Fantasy VII Part 3 will be available on everything, right? I think that's what their strategy is. But everything else, they're cut off. No deal. It's over. Waza. Yeah. So now there's a reason why, right? There's now a reason why you need to keep your PS5 now instead of like selling it for PC parts. Yeah, will the PC be available for you? The GameCube ain't gonna save you either, dog, because the specs of that thing is PS4 Pro. And the purpose of that is to just play older games with a more convenient PC. Are you gonna be playing the latest games on your GameCube at the mid-lowest specs? Sure. But the purpose of the GameCube is for, you know, like last gen, current gen games that are like, that requires low graphics settings to work. Your Shinobi, Ninja Gaiden, Street Fighter 6, Attack on Titan Collection 2, maybe Fatal Fury, and all that other stuff. But anything that has like Linux, or it opens on another, what do you call this? Another launcher, like Epic Games and whatnot, it won't be on the GameCube. So your 2XKO, your Fortnite, I think your Call of Duty will not be on the GameCube. Which is fine for me, right? If I were to get a GameCube, or Harnetto would just lose his freaking mind and be like, hey, I'm gonna send you a GameCube. This is for you, man. I'm like, wait, what? I'll just play mostly old games / games I could play with you guys online. AKA, Harnetto being the crap out of being Marvel vs. Capcom 2 after Street Fighter 6. Oh, they delayed it, don't worry. They delayed the release of that. But is it gonna be released this year? Not sure. It could be late 2026 at this point, which is the third month of 2027, which is March. So yes, the eventual Spider-Man 3, Astrobot, God of War Trilogy Remake, Wolverine, Saros, Intergalactic, Ghost of Yote will only be PS5 exclusives going forward. Death Stranding 2 is the last straw. Ah! But the multiplayer games available for everyone, which it should. Like Tokon and For Loop and whatever games that are multiplayer. It only lasted for 6 weeks, freaking high guard. And then on the 7th week, it gone da. But don't get it twisted, chat. This is not me celebrating the fact that, oh, these games are exclusive now to PC. You have to... And I hate saying this, right? I hate saying this because it's such a lame excuse. You have to look at it from a business perspective. When they realized that, oh, I'm just gonna wait for the PC version to come out, right? First, it was a meme, right? And then Sony took that personally. Sony took it personally, and they're like, okay, well, phase 1 or plan A is that we'll still get the exclusivity of these PlayStation games, but you're gonna have to wait a year at least for them to come out, right? Or within a year, 7 months to a year, for these single-player game experiences to come out. Ghost of Tsushima, Death Stranding 1, Death Stranding 2, Last of Us 2, Last of Us Remake, Last of Us Remake 2, whatever, blah 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 blah. You just wait for the PC, right? And then, I guess, as I don't want to say this is what triggered it, right? There's just an assumption, but when, you know, the threat of GameCube, even though it may not run PS5 games, but the threat of GameCube coming out soon, and people could mod it and just have fun with it or whatever, they decided, okay, we now have competition. We have one competition leaving, and one other competition joining in, right? Microsoft Xbox is on their way out, but Steam is on their way in to the console wars as the PC console device that's a PC. They're like, you know what? You guys may have more games on Steam, but we're gonna keep the big boys on PlayStation. Nobody knew what AI would do to the industry. You're right. That started like what, almost 3 years? Chad, did you know that AI is almost 3 years ago now, right? Remember those cringy Will Smith spaghetti that just looks horrible, and now it just got better and better, and that's what caused the storage or the RAM to be more hella expensive because people are idiots. And instead of letting AI die the same year it came out, they kept using it, and they're like, okay, you know what? This is the hand that you've been dealt with, and I'm gonna deal with it. We have no one to blame but ourselves, chat. Because we could have just moved on from the AI arc, right? But people took advantage of that, made apps out of it, made their game easier out of it, and all that fun stuff. And they're like, okay, you know what? Since you don't want to, y'all don't want to, what do you call this? Y'all don't want to move on from AI. Here's what you get. And if you start complaining now, just remember, you have been warned. You were warned. Wow, what is Tekken tweeting, dude? Merch. Chat, I don't know where my Tekken 8 shirt is. I might have lost it somewhere in my drawer at the bottom of it. Bodybuilding contest and it's Frankenstein. That's funny. You know what, chat? Since we're in a yapping mood right now, I don't want to play Street Fighter yet, but since we're in a yapping mood right now, let's go watch this Alex gameplay trailer. I already know mostly of what this character is, and we're gonna look at it again when we do the character tutorial when it comes out. But after seeing this dude in action and what he's capable of, like his entire gimmick is now a stance character, which is very Tekken-esque, which is an unfair comparison. I really do hope this is the character that will stick with Staz, right? Because newbie, we gotta get the Street Fighter, man. We gotta get the Street Fighter. We have to pull him in. And then Staz gonna pick Alex. I'm gonna pick Zangief. And it's just gonna be no bread, no water, just meat. Let's watch this video.
Okay.
Control the space within launch attacks to the worst. Moving attacks to close the gap quickly. While up close is an array of options for power stances to break down your opponent's defenses. So the weakness that he has, that I heard from Max, while you're in stance, I don't think he can cancel out of drive impact. A slashing elbow attack is easy to move. Don't be shy with it. Yeah, you're safe on block. Why the arc and reach combos with medium attack, make sure to give him a business with it. There's a power stance for some nasty attack routes, very Tekken-esque. And then Flash Up's a heavy version, right? So this is the move that you want to do on punish counter. Spin him right round, leave him off his face, for power bump, or for big stomp for some wicked damage. Jesus, folding the pretzel. It's still your turn, so please get the fear in him. But it's DS susceptible. But it doesn't do a proper combo there, right? You have to cancel to level 2. Whoever duking out with is gonna have a hell of a time hitting back if they block the attack. Plus, you can shift into power stance when it hits. So more mix-ups. Aerial knee smash. Is this his dive kick? The knee, guys, immunity to jumping. Immunity to jumping attacks. So that's your anti-air. Jesus. Full invul as well. So heavy attacks can nail standing opponents. Which is a fair trade, yeah. It's slow, but it can stand standing opponents. Like a pretzel. Enjoy your flight! Power bomb, his signature move. So it's a command grab. I'm a knock on and command grab. Get a range, heavy version is fast. Medium splits the difference. Wait, what? Light version has killer range, so like SPD Zangief. While heavy version is fast. I don't feel Geef's heavy version of SPD is fast, chat. And then medium splits the difference. There's no difference in the damage, you just use the force in each situation. That's cool. So this is the part where you learn when to backdash with Alex, huh? Power drop. You got that side switch. Get a handle with this, and you're gonna go places. If you grab an opponent from behind, continue to hold forward and show him how it's done with Hyper Bomb. That way you can throw him any direction you like. Yeah, if you do that move, chat, over here. Oh no. If you do the other move after that, like a Snapdragon Suplex, it leads to the one-winged angel. And that's the only way that can lead to it, right? If you do this move first. It can't be done by anything else. It's like a target combo super. Oh god, Prowler stance, here we go. Let's talk about hunting with Prowler stance. You'll go into a low profile stance with a truckload of options. So, dash into light, back dash, dive kick, What else? Slashing elbow. Air step, we saw that already. And you can control the distance as well, because why not? So you can bait out DPs. Bye! Go for a palm jab. Cancel other attacks. Drops his heavy lariat, which helped absorb Revolt's attack. Jesus. And you can cancel the throw, hyper takedown. So that's your way to stop DI, Chad. That's an anti-DI check. Standing heavy kick, Jesus. And it comes to power stance too.
Oh, man.
Fighting. Keep pressuring them, right? Keep pressuring them until they do a command grab. Jesus. Yeah, you can't block while in that stance. I know with the business wise can counter get too predictable. That's fair. So that's the downside. You can't block during that. Raging Spear. For addressing attack position. Oh gosh, speaking Chinese, Japanese chat. I'm scared. What am I trying to hit ya? Throw ya? That's what I gotta do against Code. So fold them in half and they can regret messing with me. Good in combos when you get the chance. Yep. Sledge cross hammer. So this is the lariat. Yeah, it goes to projectile. I can't believe they added that here. This heavy duty lance got invisibility on it, and the dash goes to projectiles, giving you a 159 and 2/3% chance of dealing unheard of pain into their whole existence. Bro's got that Steiner man on him. Senior Joe! The numbers don't lie. And they spell disaster for you. Sacrifice. I can't believe they added that in. 159 and 2/3 chance. Jesus. I guess that's what Joe was talking about. So wait. If this hits an airborne opponent, it'll smack them against the wall. Do what you're gonna do after that. Just so you know, Overdrive Flash Chop works real well with this attack. Give it a shot sometimes. So they need to be grounded if you're gonna use this move. Got it. Omega Wing Buster, here we go, man. When you want to finish things with a bang, this follows up from Overdrive Power Drop. It's your best bet. Ain't no one getting up from this one. But that's like the only way, right? It's not just the best way, it's the only way, I would assume. After this Overdrive attack. Yeah, this one over here. Over the limit! Ugh. Look, chat, a Final Fantasy VII reference. A Final Fantasy VII reference. The One-Winged Angel. Ugh. Just bend your back while doing right, don't you? The Final Prison. That is messed up. Why would you call it that? Huh? Why would you call his sus move the Final Prison? Huh? Why you gotta do it like that, huh? So this is the normal version that doesn't KO. I think. Yeah. So that one doesn't KO. This one is the CA that doesn't KO. Shh, girl, just don't fight it. Chun-Li, just let it happen. Alright? Chun-Li, I know it hurts, I know it does, but just tap out. Okay, Chun? The harder you fight, the more difficult this is gonna be for both of us. Okay? Just let it happen. Just go to sleep.
Can I take a screenshot now? No worry. I'll use this as a thumbnail chat when Alex comes out. A headlock takedown. Imagine doing this to poor Lily. Imagine doing this to poor Lily. Oh my god, that child is gonna die. Bruv. No yeet, right? Like, Lily's gonna get Guntered, chat. Is that gonna be a pretty sight? Like, Alex, come on, man. Go easy on the 19-year-old, alright? She just barely started being a street fighter. And he just stood there after that. After they fall down to the ground. What is chat? Chat, do you see Chun-Li's face? I think it's just the shadow messing around. But from the looks of it, you can change the animation. I think it's very dependent. Yeah, do you guys see Chun-Li's face? Oh my god, work in progress. No, Joey, I think the way it works is if you do a Super 3 that doesn't KO, they're gonna tap out. Right? They're gonna tap out and then it does a headlock takedown. If it's a Super 3 version that KOs the opponent, it's the one that we saw from the trailer, right? Where they just pass out. That's why there was a KO animation there in that trailer. And then the other two versions are CA. Is you know, the opponent tapping out and then gets slammed after. And then the CA that KOs is just I'm not gonna let go. Right? You're gonna need 20 referees behind me to let go of this chokehold. Yeah, the Ryu trailer was a leg lock because that is normal Super 3 that KOs, that knocks out the opponent. The one that we saw here, or the ones that we've been seeing in footages, they didn't get KO'd. Right? Like if you look at the other people's footage on YouTube, when the level 7 CPU does a combo into level 3 Super, you know, the first one is they tap out and then they get body slam, which is the Super 3 that doesn't KO. And then the CA is the one that a sleeper into a headlock takedown, which doesn't KO. And then the one that we saw here is I'm gonna choke you so hard with my thick arms and then put my legs wrapped around you from the back to make sure that you're not going anywhere. Chun-Li, what did they do to you? Chun-Li's lower face is just gone after that, chat. That's how strong Alex is. Leg lock, power slam, headlock takedown, and then transmission. Yeah. So he has 4 different animations on his Super 3. 2 of them are normal and 2 of them are critical. 2 of them doesn't KO and then 2 of them KOs. And then Max said it himself as well when they were looking at the footage, when he was looking at his phone footage. He always sees a new animation he hasn't seen before, which I think he was referencing the level 3 supers. And when he said to the Capcom USA guys that Alex was like the most expensive character these guys ever made, and they're like, "You're not wrong." Like Alex is like the just ultimate wrestler dude, and they gave him a lot of pizzazz, which turned out great. Look at him just standing there, chat. After choking the life out of you, right? After choking the life out of you, like let's see that one more time, chat. Let's see this super one. Let's stop resisting. So headlock takedown. Stop resisting. Stop resisting. Just let it happen, Chun-Li. Just let it happen. And then she died. Like, chat, come on. That is the look of running out of oxygen. And you're gonna see how purple her head is after it. Yeah, we watched the interview. It's a little underwhelming. For God's sakes, Vince, he has 4 different supers. What do you want? And then we're gonna watch it all again. This is the one that you're looking for, right? This type of super where it has an impact at the end. Yeah, that's what you're looking for, right?
But that only applies if it doesn't KO the opponent. This one is a critical art that doesn't KO the opponent. Because it just takes them down, right? Because they're not done yet. And then this is the one that is a critical art that KOs, where I'm just gonna squeeze the life out of you with my thick arms. And I know Shuckle somewhere out there is willing to risk it. Chad, the first thing I'm gonna do once I buy Alex on March 17th is do all these supers to Lily for research purposes. The bell is sick as well, right? A nice little nod. Like whenever there's like the wrestling crowd booing at him when you get a perfect, and the bell ring at the end as well when you get the KO on his level 3, it is a nice nod. Damn, what did Lily do? I don't know. Exist? Just kidding. It's just funny to see it, right? It gives me vibes of the Dudley Boys putting Mae Young with a neck brace through a table. Y'all remember that, right? Mae Young was in a neck brace, a table was set up on the entrance stage of the ring, and then they gave him a table power slam to Mae Young, and then while they panned on poor Mae Young with a neck brace unconscious, Bubba Ray Dudley is just... he just had the 1,000-yard stare. he just had that 1,000-yard stare that doesn't give a damn about what he just did. Putting an 80-year-old lady through a table. I think that's a way to see that without any copyrights. That's gonna tear less. Hang on, let me find that. Now that we mentioned that, let me find that. Hang on, let me go to full screen so that the surprise is not spoiled. You'll see, chat. Give us a sec. Yeah, Mae Young. I could look at the what do you call this? It's really dissociated while doing that. Hang on, chat. Give me a sec. I gotta find this. Is it this one? I gotta go through the ads as well. It's gonna be worth it, chat. I swear. It's like, it's in a compilation of like Try Not to Laugh. And I need to find it. Nope, that ain't it. That ain't it. I'll find this, chat. Nope, this is not it either. I don't think this is it because we did this online. Oh God, please tell me it's still in the what do you call this? In the playlist. My God, Chad, I gotta find this. Is it not here? Hang on. Is it this one? Oh, God. Oh, come on, dude. No, I already watched this, so that narrows it down. Because the original video, chat, the original video got taken down. What's up, Lord? Hope you're doing well. Because the original video got taken down, but the people that reacted to it is still there. What's up, Bam? Hope we're doing well. Okay, we got more people here now. I just need to find this stupid video. Is it this one? I hope it's this one. Oh, this is a different setup though. How are you guys doing today, Lord and Bam? Hope you guys are doing well. Thank you guys so much for being here. Welcome, welcome. Oh, please let this be it. Yes, this is it. There we go. Okay. I found it. Jesus, it took a while, but we did it. Okay, yeah, here we go. Just finished work. Oh man, you're about to see something magical, Bam. We were just talking about this because of the Alex Super in Street Fighter 6, and it led us to this conversation right here.
Sensational.
Be a problem.
Equal rights, equal fights.
Equal rights, equal fights.
That was such a classic moment, bro.
Right through the table. 80-year-old lady through a table. Just had to stare on him. He just had that stare on him as well.
That was very toxic, bro. She already had a neck brace on.
Legit how Alex stares at you after choking you out, right? Just a 1,000-yard stare that just looks dissociated. Like, he just doesn't care, man. He's just on demon time. Oh my god. Equal rights, equal fights. Yep, that's what Street Fighter is. That's what every fighting game is, chat. Equal rights, equal fights. So before y'all start complaining about, oh, why you always keep bullying my favorite character? Because they step into the ring and you know they're gonna get punched in the face. That's how it works. You're right. That orgasmic trance. I hope someone would make memes of this, right? Of like after hitting a CA on someone, they just have this 1,000-yard stare of not giving a damn. Chat, for those of you that don't know, they kept putting Mae Young through a table. That's why like she was already in a neck brace, because for like a number of weeks they just keep putting her through a table. Because you know they're bad guys on TV. Oh my god. Yeah. Boom. I need as an emote, chat. I'm gonna need as an emote. Alright, chat. We've been yapping for almost 3 hours now. And we'll play the Street Fighter 3 games on the Anniversary Collection. Yes, I know, the Anniversary Collection sucks because Digital Eclipse, but it was the only way, one of the only ways actually, to play Street Fighter 3 on the PlayStation. So I got that on lockdown, and it's for the legacy. We're not playing online with this at all, so whatever. You know, extra delay frames and all that. Not the best version of Third Strike. I'm fine with that, as long as we get to play it. Are we gonna fight Gil today, chat? Maybe we'll save that for tomorrow. Depends on how long we're gonna go today. That's why today and tomorrow are Alex streams. But we just yap today, chat. Man, I'm trying to steal Max's flow bar for bar. I can't believe it. Alright, chat. You play that version at your local Monday and the arrangement with Akuma was rough? Jesus. Yeah, it is not recommended. But I think I'll just abuse if it's in this one, London. I think I'll just abuse like the shortcut inputs if there is one. If not, then whatever. We'll just figure this out as we go along. Besides, that's a charged character, right? That was a charged character. I think he has some 720 motions as well. They tried to make grappling characters as the new hip of like replacing Ryu, and then it didn't work. So whatever. All right, chat. Let me just go take a break, and then when we come back, we'll now play the video games. Thank you guys so much for yapping around here with me. Really do appreciate it, and I'll be right back. Chat, I'm back. I'm about to eat corn the long way. Who wants to see me eat this, huh? Who wants to see me eat corn? God. Behold! Corn! It's not so different at all! Is it, Steve? Neighbors just gave me like an entirety of corn. And I'm a corn guy. Need fiber, I guess. More fiber than before. Go Zio. Let me just finish this chat and then we'll play video games. I just hope that it gets stuck in between my teeth. That'd be a shame. Steve was supposed to stream tonight as well. Steve was supposed to stream tonight for his beloved Concord. I mean, High Guard. Because that game's gonna die in 1 week. All those years, all those money, all that talent, wasted. Like, let's not blame it. Let's not blame it to the people, like, under, that doesn't have a decision to make for this game flopping. Is the idea the higher execs still think that live service games, whether they're free or not, are still the way to go. I mean, I get it, Marvel Rivals happened and it worked. That's because they're backed up by Marvel. At this point, chat, I guess it's now confirmed that your success will only measure up if you use either an IP that people love or you made it cool enough for people to check it out. Is it because the expectations as well? Like, Ratchet, help me out here. The reason why they're shutting it down is because not enough people are playing it, right? Translation, they're not giving money to this game. My boy Jeff Keighley played that game for 10 hours straight. Only for it to flop. I shouldn't be laughing at that, but you know. I think it's along the lines of because not enough people played it. Well, I think that's what they said. But in translation, not a lot of money. Should have been a VR. What was it originally, London? I wasn't paying attention when Steve was playing it. Is it just like a Raider game or something? Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all, especially with Arc Raiders coming out as well. Ooh. So yeah, chat, this was news as well. This just became news on event hubs, but it's not news to me at all because when one of those interviews said that Street Fighter only has like a low number on their staff team, chat, the people that made Street Fighter 6 are the same people that made Monster Hunter before that. They're the same people that are making Monster Hunter now, and that's where most of the team went, right? That's why you're not getting a lot of costumes in Street Fighter, because they still see that as a niche fighting game, that cosmetics are not a requirement in Street Fighter, compared to Monster Hunter, where your outfit, your gear, your weapons. It gives you stat boosts, buffs, debuffs, advantages against certain enemy types and all that. That's where they went. That's why there's not a lot of outfits in Street Fighter 6. Eating corn right now, chat. Leave me alone. And I think there's only like 10 people, 10, 20 people, I would assume, that are working they're working on Street Fighter. I would say there are 10, 20 people working on Street Fighter directly. And then I would say they have like 20 QA testers for each of the characters that gets made. It goes through first phase of QA testing. They write down the bugs, see what the problem is, what's broken, what doesn't work, and then it goes through another editing phase again, goes through second phase of QA testing until it's ready to go, and all that fun stuff. Chat, you may think that QA testing in fighting games is fun. No, it's not. Shouts to Romanova. She used to be one of the QA testers for NRS. She worked on Injustice 2 and MK11. Chat, if you see that intro with Cassie Cage of her with the Starbucks cup, that's Romanova's idea. So anyway, her legacy is there. Also Dragunov player. When you're QA testing a fighting game character, it's not about playing the game all day as that character. No. It's about testing each button in each part of the stage and make sure that they work. And then you realize there's 6, 12, 18. Let's say there are 25 normals, right? There are 25 normals, 3 different interactions on hit, on block, and whiff, and the specials as well, right? To make sure that when I throw a Hadouken on this stage against Chun-Li, the game won't crash, or it won't, become an unblockable move. On hit, on block, drive parry, drive impact, invincible super, and on whiff, right? To make sure that everything works. And you'd be like, why not just, make that work on coding? That's not the point, brother. The point is to make sure that the character doesn't destroy the servers of the game or the quality of the game. And they can still overlook a lot of stuff because London, let's say there are 20-30 people right now in QA for Street Fighter 6. You pair that up against the thousands of people playing online, where any weird interaction that they overlook becomes a viral clip on social. Yeah. London, Rashid glitch. Remember that? Rashid level 2 glitch. The Rashid glitch, the level 2 glitch, remember that? And then they had to hot fix that. That was overlooked. They were still able to hot fix that, which is good. Shout out to them. And after that, I think there was a transition where majority of the Capcom stuff have moved on to other games, right? I think they moved on now to Another Monster Hunter. QA testing Resident Evil 9. All that stuff. You may be thinking, but Capcom's a big company. I'm sure they can fix it immediately, right? Because they're a billion-dollar company. And then you realize that Capcom is not just making Street Fighter anymore. There are games out there called Pragmata, RE9, Monster Hunter Worlds, that Monster Hunter game on the Nintendo Switch, Mega Man Dual Override, Okami, the sequel, and a lot of other unannounced games that they're working in the background. Yeah, good for Capcom, right? That there's always work for them, and the fruit of their labor pays off. Like, bro, less than a week, 5 million copies for RE9. They can't stop waiting. They just can't. And then my idiot brain went to more fighting games? Because where's that money gonna go, huh? Where's that money gonna go, huh? Yeah, exactly. It might go to Resident Evil, right, for DLC and such. But how many DLC contests can you make for RE9 before they call it wraps? There's gonna be, I'm assuming there's gonna be like a Grace Must Die mode, where you have to survive the hospital mansion again. Sorry, the hospital mansion again to leave. Mercenaries with Leon. There could be a big DLC as well, right? As big as the end of Zoe. Like, this is a theory right now, chat. Minor spoilers, but a theory. What if there's a DLC mode where there's the story that didn't happen and you get to play as one of the characters? Huh? Capcom has never been more back, dude. We thought... You know what it is, London? I'm gonna say it right now, because I'm an elitist. You know what it is, London? It's because Mega Man is coming back. And now all the spotlight now belongs to Devil May Cry, right? When's DMC6? When's that gonna come out, huh? When are we gonna see a teenager of Nero's kid fighting peoples, right? And then Nero's gonna be that father figure this time around. And then the story is to rescue Dante and Virgil from hell, because they've been stuck there forever, right? Yeah, it's far out, unfortunately. You're not gonna see that game in like 3 to 17 years. Because Capcom has a lot going on right now, dude. They have games already planned out for this year, next year, and maybe a year after that, if Okami will come out in 2028. DMC Segs, just like Street Fighter Segs, right? Man, shouts to the people that made RE9 as well, right? Very polished. I'm sure there were some... Chat, were there... You know what, I can't ask that from you guys as well. I was about to ask if there were some known bugs in RE9, and you might say something that might be spoilery, so I'll just zip. New RPG announcement from Bandai tomorrow too. Forspoken RPG. Clearly they've learned their lesson, right? Forspoken DLC featuring Reina from the Tekken series. What's up, Tanuki? Hope you're doing well. Ultima's on that BS once again, chat. So for those of you that don't know, Ultima Shadow X is known for misleading tweets that are just lighthearted jokes. I think at one point when Ultima made a tweet about something, he got like suspended because someone was like, "Hey, we didn't make that statement," and they got him, and then he got his account back later. Jeff Keighley issued a statement to IGN regarding High Guard shutting down. This is one of the darkest moments in the history of gaming and for myself as well. The Game Awards might be cancelled as it's clear to me you all couldn't appreciate the true genius of High Guard. Oh god. Resident Evil skins are coming back next update? Oh, they better, dude. I have waited for so long. Anything else on socials? Damn! Jason Schreier confirms Marvel's Wolverine will be a true PlayStation exclusive. It will not be releasing on PC or any other platform. Damn. So I guess GTA 6 will not come out on PC until there's a proper online mode, huh? Man, if Steve finds out about this news after going through the trials and tribulations of High Guard dying, we them console boys, right? We them elitist console boys. Yeah, Sony said buy our games, man. You know what it is, London? They kept the social media people kept joking on Sony on being like, well, PS5 has no games. We'll just wait for PC. PS5 has no games, lol. And look what you did. Look what you did. Sony didn't do this, you did. And they said, alright, bet. So guess what? Ghost of Yotei, Spider-Man 3, Saros, Wolverine, Baldhead Chick Intergalactic, and the God of War remakes, PlayStation exclusive. Now we got all the games, right? Now we got all the games that we're known for. Hold that. The fans said, make single player games great again. Alright, bet. We're about to be console elitists once again, because y'all keep making the same joke for the past 5 years. PS5 has no games? Yeah, well, guess what, bozo? And now y'all be like, well, that's fine. We don't want them anyways. Sure you do. Sure you do. Again, while segregating games or making them exclusives, it hinders the experience, right, for a lot of people. It is a business decision, right? Because GameCube is on its way. Nintendo's doing their own thing, which has worked for the longest time. So they're like, hey, Nintendo's doing their own exclusives. Why don't we do it again now, huh? But don't worry, games like For Loop, Marathon, Tokon, they'll still be available for PC players. When it comes to online multiplayer games, PC will still be a part of it, because again, brought in the audience. But when it comes to single player games, right? Yeah, that's a PS exclusive now. I think Death Stranding 2 gets the last piece of the cheesecake. Yeah, Nintendo has the IPs for it 100%. And now that Sony and Marvel are buddy-buddy, you know, with 3 games that are confirmed that are gonna exist. Well, I don't want to say that to Spider-Man 3 just yet, but Wolverine and Tokon being confirmed that they're gonna exist this year, the same month or a month after, right? They're like, hey, thanks for spending $100 on Tokon. Now we're gonna ask you to spend maybe $100 more for Wolverine, including the DLC. I really do hope, man. Sony really said, or I guess Sony gets the final word, right? When the Insomniac stuff got leaked, Sony's like, yeah, oh yeah, well, you know what? They gave them the Aladdin treatment, you know, the dictator, the Aladdin. It's like, no more Spider-Man 2 DLC for you. No more Venom spin-off episode DLC. No more, you know, Venom versus Carnage or whatever you want to call it. None of that. They said. You don't want to leak our stuff? Here's the price you pay. Now no one gets to have any fun. We're just gonna move on to Wolverine. How about that? Oh, you want Spider-Man DLC 2? Huh? Well, too bad. The only 2 you're gonna get is too bad. Ah. Yeah, Spider-Man not having DLC, it really sucked. Yeah, people are gonna be upset at first. People are gonna be upset at first that games are only exclusive to PlayStation now, right? Only the PC people will be upset by this. But to the people that bought PlayStation 5 and had to suffer through the jokes of PlayStation 5 has no games, they felt vindicated now. And guess what game as well is gonna be on PlayStation 5 first? If it comes out. GTA 6. The PS5 Pro is gonna skyrocket in sales. Dude, was that true, by the way, chat? Was it true that when RE9 Requiem came out, people are like, I need to buy a PS5 Pro. I need to buy a PS5 Pro right now. I know it's on PC, I know it's on Steam, but it's having RTX issues right now. I want a PS5 Pro. Huh? Huh? Is a PS5 Pro good? Huh? Huh? Where is it? Can I buy one? Video games. What's that, GGB? Video games. Did you hear the news, GGB? That single-player PlayStation games will only be PlayStation exclusive going forward, made by Sony. Multiplayer will still be available for PC though, but your Ghost of Yotei, Astrobot, Wolverine, God of War Remake, Spider-Man 3, Intergalactic will now be PlayStation exclusive. They can now flex on only on PlayStation once again. Man, if you see that, I'm sure that GTA 6 will be on the latest Xbox, right? Xbox Series S, right? Right? Did they confirm that already? Yeah, GGB, after 6 years of the internet pointing at them and laughing at them that said PlayStation 5 has no games, this is their solution. Yeah, well, guess what? You crossed the line. Y'all want to keep making jokes that PS5 has no games? Well, guess what? All these favorite single-player games that you can't wait to play on your PC, barred. The last PlayStation game you're gonna get is Death Stranding 2, barred. But anything else, like a remake, well, anything else that's... I guess Metal Gear will still be on PC, right? That's the dev's decision, not Sony. Also, don't worry, chat. Final Fantasy VII Part 3 Remake will not be PS exclusive. They already said that. They don't want to do exclusive anymore. They're gonna make that available for everybody. It could be still a play it first on PlayStation, but we'll see. AAA! I'm just waiting for what Team Asobi's making right now, right? Because they just wrapped up with Astrobot, and I refuse to believe that they're making another Astro game. You know, Astro's Playroom on the PS6. I refuse to believe that, right? Have them make the next Ape Escape game. Come on! They're already teasing an Astrobot. They did a good job with it. Yeah, Astro Ring. Astro Kart. Astro Ring, Astro Kart, Astro Guys, right? Where you get to dress up as your favorite Astrobot character and then you do a Fall Guys level of obstacle course. Yeah, sure. I'm just waiting for the Astrobot sidekick to be damn. I'm just waiting for the Astrobot sidekick to be in Fortnite. Dude, pop off for Astro Kart? Bro, these bots are going crazy. That is twice in a row now. Sarahbot working overtime on the spot. Sheesh. Dude, pop up for Astro Kart. For the longest time, I've wanted a PlayStation Battle Royale version of Astrobot. Right? Where you get to play as these cute little chibi bots, but your movement is so limited and all that, and you're just popping up all around. Like that could work, right? But again, they don't want to. We don't want a live service games anymore. Just as call cord and fine card. That they don't want to do live service anymore. They've been moving on from that. Pretty much, right? Pretty much, right? GGB. Like, oh, bro, like the people that are in Team Asobi, some of them worked for Ape Escape before. It's right there, man. That's why they did a good job with that Ape Escape level. The music, the mechanics, the cue when you catch an ape, it spins around, right? The signature look of Ape Escape that had its own charm. You'll play as Soul Astrobot all day. Yeah. Soul Astrobot, Kazuya Astrobot, Heihachi, Kai, the RE crew as well, Ryu, Ken, the Uncharted crew, the God of War crew, the Loco Roco crew, the Horizon crew, like bro, Jin Sakai, Atsu. We ran out of ideas at 3, like Crash and Spyro, bro. I still can't believe they cancelled Crash 5. I still can't believe they cancelled it. You know, it's gonna be Crash, Coco, and Spyro all together. Also, they're like a Microsoft property now, right? Activision. Yeah. Modern gaming is dumb. Yeah. Gacha games. Live service games and all that. Like we can't hate on it either, because there are other live service games out there that became successful, like your Marvel Rivals. But I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong on this one, chat. I feel like Fortnite is the catalyst of free-to-play live service game, and it worked for them because they're Fortnite, right? That we can have any IP in the world because we own this little engine called Unreal Engine, right? That, hey, we're gonna give you Unreal Engine to make your game, but in return, whatever you got going on there, we likes it and we wants it, and we're gonna get it. No one does it for the love of the game anymore. Other games tried before it. Fortnite is a double-edged sword, a blessing and a curse. Yeah, I just didn't know what other games are out there before Fortnite that became a free-to-play live service. Maybe it was just going over my head right now because I can't remember anything. Fighting games with Killer Instinct, sure, right? Killer Instinct was the first fighting game that did the model of free-to-play fighting game. And you have the option to buy the whole thing later. You get Jago, and they get to play the other games as well, or play other characters as well, right? And then they have evolved through that as well, where Jago is the free character you'll get first. Orchid, you get her in playing Shadow Lords single player mode, and then you get a rotating character as well. Yeah, I think Fortnite is like what, 2017? Yeah, Granblue did the same thing, and they're thriving, right? It may not be popular here around these neck of the woods, but there's a lot of people still playing Granblue out there, right? And in London, and then 2XKO happened. And then 2XKO happened. Okay. Imagine if next year they said, oh, thank you guys so much for supporting 2XKO for almost 10 years of it, but it's gonna shut down on December 2027. I think we're gonna see a generational crash out from Steve. That all his favorite games are dying out, and that Fall Guys is still standing. Torex Guard, yeah. Because I really can't think of anything where, oh, you get to play this shooter for free, and if you want other things, if you want the cool stuff, right, you have to pay for it. Counter-Strike? Yeah, Counter-Strike. Yeah, okay. Counter-Strike, League of Legends, World of Warcraft. There we go. Okay, there we go. They did it as well. But they're not... Well, those are not shooters. Those are like top-down strategy games. Counter-Strike, Valorant. Valorant? When did Valorant came out? I'm pretty sure it came out during the Panorama. Counter-Strike, sure, it's like in the mid-2000s. Like the Counter-Strike versus the terrorists and all that. Our internet cafe back in the day was just filled with people playing Counter-Strike. Whenever I would like print something for our school project, like documents, after writing it down on the Microsoft Word 2000, and would print it out, we would, what do you call this? We would just see a lot of students just play Counter-Strike. Oh, that bad product article? Can you link that, GGB? I want to read that for a bit. It's funny, I was gonna play Alex today, right? I was like, we just went from one conversation to another, and I'm like, I don't want to play just yet, not when we're on a roll right now with the talkie talks. But yeah, chat, overall, this is not me being a cancel elitist, but this is just me saying that, you know, Sony grew a backbone, right? To trust their product once again, that that make PlayStation exclusives, because that's the identity of a PlayStation 5, right? Because, you know, ever since the PS5 came out, it's like we have pointed and laughed at them saying that they have no games, and then they got sick of it. They got sick of the memes. Because they can do it now, right? They can do it now, where you just release where you release a new game on its first year. Oh, is it Modern Fighting Games article, GGB? Where Turks KO is bad, Tekken is bad, Street Fighter 6 is being carried by Japan, but when you get into it competitively, it's also rock, paper, scissors. Is that what it is? Modern fighting games are trash right now, except Fatal Fury, but y'all don't want to play that game. By the way, chat, I made a new emote. Summarize in 5 seconds. Yeah, right, pretty much. It's like, you guys want to play Fatal Fury? Or you guys keep praising Fatal Fury, but y'all don't want to play it. I'm like, what the hell? And if your reason is like, well, because there's not a lot of people playing online, I'm like, then go add the number then. Go join in the number. And if you're afraid of losing, then just play with people, right? I'm sure there's a Fatal Fury community out there that will help out and that will reach out and help for you. It's debatable if that's a good product too. Really? The game is $40 right now and it includes everything. Yeah, just go get it, GGB, and then I'll read it. Yeah, modern fighting games are bad. Don't play it. Proceeds to play Tekken 8. Proceeds to play Street Fighter 6. I'm like, excuse me? Are you a hypocrite that just clickbaits people so you can get your payout? Excuse me? I mean, if you're having a hard time playing modern games, guess what? Go buy the collections then. Marvel vs. Capcom Collection, Capcom Fighting Collection 2, and Fighting Collection 1. Play the old MK games, right? MKX, MK11, KOF 15. And if you're sick of those AAA platformer games, go play the anime games, right? Undernight Ingert, Blaze Blue, Guilty Gear. Sheesh. Let me call him for the oh god. GG wants to be on the call. Okay, give me a sec. I don't think we'll be playing Street Fighter right now. GGB wants in. I'll be on my Discord, GGB. I'll be in the lobby. Make sure that you're, well, you know, let me just do it on my end as well, like increase your volume. But make sure that you're speaking up properly on the microphone. Not like last time where I have to bump you up. Yeah, 1v1 he said. Yo, come see me outside. 1v1 me right now on CVS 2. Then you pick Sagat and Blanca. I'm like, god damn it. Let me lower the background music more than before. No Zio. Chad, did anyone give Staz? Yeah, I could look at it here. Yeah, I would say that as well, London. Like, do not give in to people saying, don't play this game, don't play that game. Just enjoy playing the game. Oh, right, Google. Okay. Alright, let's read this together as a family chat. I wish I could... Hang on, I think I could put this on my screen. You have to play the game yourself over to judge it. That is a lost art, Joey. That is the lost art of gamers' opinion today, where people just love to have opinions on the great internet for engagement bait and whatnot, and they'll be like, "Well, have you played the game before?" And they're like, "I don't need to play the game to form my opinion." And I'm like, "Oh my god, you're part of the problem." Oops. You're part of the problem. Okay, Stan doesn't have Grace yet. How dare he? Let's go to the main cam again, chat. Boom. And then let's read this again as a family. This is a lot, so bear with me, chat. We bear bears. Let me drink water and then we'll read this. Fighting games in 2026 are floundering, with everything not called Street Fighter 6 relegated to the trash bin of history. The worst and most likely outcome is that other studios look at this and think Street Fighter 6 is the destiny of the genre and try to mimic its game design to regain some relevance. This will predictably fail, and the genre's future will ultimately be at the mercy of Street Fighter 7. So this is true, chat. This first paragraph already is true, where because Street Fighter 6 is doing so well, it hurts other studios out there that are trying to get better, to be almost at the same level as Street Fighter 6, right? Because when Street Fighter 6 came out in 2023, it was not a fighting game product. It was a video game product for everyone to enjoy. You're not an online warrior, you have World Tour. You just want to play the game casually, you have Battle Hub. If you've played enough of Street Fighter 6 that you're ready to tackle against the best of the best, rank mode, you know, fighting ground, right? So all that, so they created this formula now, right? And it all started when Nakayama-san and Matsumoto-san, they learned from their mistakes. They learned from the mistakes of Street Fighter 5, right? Because when that game came out at launch, it was barely a video game, right? It was barely a fighting game as well. No arcade mode, no nothing. It's just survival versus an online. I'm like, wait, what? They don't have 16 characters, and the roster for that 16 characters are booty butt cheeks. Booty butt cheeks, booty. I present another path forward, one that allowed the genre to generally evolve into something greater rather than follow its current path of devolution into mediocrity and irrelevance. This vision is born from the following observations, which I will argue for. Fighting games are currently reaching roughly only 1/10 of their potential audience. True. Changing the core game mechanics will have almost no effect on the genre reaching its potential. Also true, unfortunately. Are you trying to call me right now? Okay, I'll call you. DGB. There. There are multiple other dimensions the genre can and must evolve along in order to reach this audience. I'm curious to what where this is gonna go. Scroll down, chat. Chat, this is not a read-along session, just reading. Can we change it to just reading? Does that work? Okay, it doesn't work. We'll just go just chatting then.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Can you put your volume up? Or I might have to do it on my end.
Is this better?
Okay, I'll just lower the background music on my end then.
Yeah, it might just be me speaking because I'm on
There
my
we go.
phone and at work, so
Oh,
can't be
what's up,
extremely
dude?
loud.
How you doing, dude? Hope you're doing
So
well.
yeah,
You wanna get
yeah.
your 2 cents out for this
Hello,
one?
hello, L chat. Let's see. So I can stay for a bit as you read along, and I'll chime in when I can. And if I get too busy with work, then it is what it is. I just go on mute. But what I'll say about the article without spoiling it
Mm-hmm.
is that um, my main issue with it is that um, it um, it reads when it says like fighting games have a product design problem. It's like it's speaking for the entire landscape of fighting games, which I guess that would consist of Street Fighter 6, Tekken, um,
Mm-hmm.
2XKO, Fatal Fury, all of the
So that's the
basically
flaw
the
of this
modern
article,
stuff.
that they think they're speaking for all
And
fighting games.
it feel yeah, but it you could I could say that it doesn't really go into that sort of detail on like what is the success and failures of each game and you know, as like someone who has touched each game and played all of the modes within them.
Mm-hmm.
And so it more so, it's not so much that the article writer approaches it from just the aspect of like, here's as like someone who is, as I was saying before, the creator of this article, Wheatbix, I believe was his name.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Let me just make sure I got that right. Yeah, six Wheatbix. They they already admitted that as the creator of the Waifu Wiki, the main strategy informational website for Tekken right now, they admitted that this is more so looked at from the aspect of Tekken 8, and even though it's coincidence that 2XKO just failed recently, that wasn't the like crux of them making this article. They were already writing it months ago. Well,
Ah,
so just to wrap up my
yeah,
little
this was
spiel
last month,
there,
right?
is that yeah, this was released in the middle of February, pretty much like a week or a couple of days after 2XKO laid
Ooh,
off
interesting.
all those people.
After the
But
layoff, sheesh.
as far as yeah, and so it will immediately the article will be immediately taken under that context because of just the timing. But I guess I say sticking to the issue that I have, it's more so where the conversation will go based off of this article. Since I'm already not ready to hear about how 2XKO is going to be or was the downfall of fighting games for the next 10 years.
Oh God.
But for this article to come out immediately after and be the crux of will probably be the crux of a lot of videos going forward because it does have enough solid information, but just not enough compared to what I would say with other video game or movies or media reviews would do. It just comes off as like it still comes off too much. It's like the FGC waxing poetic or standing on high of their opinion of what makes fighting games sell without actually even touching the single player content that is supposed to catch that mass market. So, and then that will be immediately true for the FGC itself, still being in that same position. Like, why is everyone commenting on the content of fighting games when you still only when normally you only comment on the competitive or the competitive nature or the rank grind? You can't say fighting games are a bad product when you don't even look at the entire product
So I
and
have
the
a
state.
question. I have a question then. Do you think that the
Hmm.
fate of fighting games rest on the success of how big of a success Twix KO will be? That hey, if Twix KO bombed, no other companies outside of the usual ones, Bamco, Capcom, NRS, is not gonna try, or Arxis is ever gonna try to get their hands into the fighting game genre again.
That is, well, I think people will continue, like companies will continue to make fighting games. I do kind of wonder how much of a good business decision it is compared to focusing on other genres since they are a niche.
Yeah,
But you
especially
could
if it's
ask that
other
same
genres,
question.
right, that already made more success.
Hmm.
And then you just leave it to
Yeah.
Capcom, Bamco, Arxis, NRS to make the fighting games, right?
Yeah, why would you intentionally make a beat 'em up or a racing game or try and get into the uh, TCG market or shmups
Yeah.
when those are niche? Like, why do those genres continue to get games? That's kind of like asking the same sort of question. That's a bit too big to answer. Aside from just either being okay with the amount of people that you're marketing to, knowing that it's smaller and that the profit will be either maybe like the profit will be smaller, but the critical reception or like the goodwill you build from um, the goodwill you build as a company for continuing to keep this sort of genre alive, maybe that's a good enough reason to go on, despite and not just have everything be the end reason of more money equals more good.
Yeah.
Greed is good.
It's like when you make a fighting game, you don't break even or make profit out of it. So they just, just gonna make something else that we're known for, right? Like, why are we gonna make something a fighting game that is not easy to do? That's not gonna be for everyone. We could just do something else, right? Easier to play, more fun.
Yeah,
A lot more people will engage to it rather than grinding their teeth 5 days a week to try and play this game, and they're just gonna end up losing online. Yeah.
hmm
This over
the other
here.
avenue could be there could.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that, and then another avenue of it could be talking about what is the value of a video game in the first place as an artistic product, as like a experience that helps
Oh
people
God, yeah.
learn or get better with their like mental mechanical skills and things like that that could easily take it to a different direction that I
The
don't have
men
time to
Yeah, yeah.
address right now.
The mental stack, like let's say, with RE9, it's just survive, shoot, that's it, right? And with fighting games, it's just you just have to beat this guy, no problem. But the more you learn about this game, it's like the more the mental stack increases to the point where you couldn't keep up anymore, right? And you just go back to other genres because
Yeah,
it's a bit simple. There's only like one or two layers of it, right? Offense and defense. And I'm like, okay, I'll just get
yeah.
rewarded by this instead of, getting obliterated online against other people that has more time with this game.
And then in both of those examples, there is a level of mechanical or like a depth, like a sort of time and learning and experience that you can build within paying attention to the systems or the getting better at the controls or noticing like the nuances of the physics, gravity of the attacks and movement that you can make in the game, how you want to phrase it as far as getting good at the game. Um, you could do that, or you could just lower easy mode and
This is why
get
modern controls
enough
exist in
of an
Street Fighter
experience
6.
there.
This is why modern controls exist in Street Fighter 6 and they kept updating it over the years, right? Because they don't want to scare away the players that are on modern to pick classic instead, which is, going to be an execution challenge, which is another layer of like mental stack for them. Like they just want something that works when they play, right? Like once they get their fundamentals down, their anti-air, hit confirm and all that, they don't want to deal with, getting carpal tunnel. Like we just want something that works.
Yeah, I don't want to get carpal tunnel either. So, if I'm definitely thinking nowadays, if I ever was really focused on getting good at Tekken, which was my main game for the audience at home there, um, that was more so just because like I had friends who were more FGC minded, as I've always been more like one foot in, one foot out, and just kind of noticed that my friends and people like they cared about the whole scene of keeping up with players and really keeping up with the tournament scene as if it were a traditional sport. Meanwhile, I'm just like, I like the game, I like Tekken, I like Street Fighter, yada yada, and I like being good in my own right and just understanding the mechanics and just like as I would in like a with a platformer or a shooter where even if I'm not good at those games at a speed running level, at least I know the controls on command and know what everything is meant to do, and I can beat the game A to Z without dying.
Yeah.
So yeah, just well, I guess to say the point there is just that um, I feel like that there's a value to be had in having just that general amount of skill at a video game that I do wish a lot more people had with fighting games instead of immediately um, wanting to push away, feeling like they're too difficult. There's like a difference in being like good at them versus just being adept at them. Just
Yeah,
like being
Granblue
good
did
at the game
modded
itself
controls
versus being.
before Street Fighter 6. Yeah.
Mhm. And then with regarding modern controls, I mean, you can still be pretty good at a level of Street Fighter in understanding the space in between attacks and the timing and
Neutral,
the
anti-air.
timing of attacks.
Like, if you
Hmm.
know neutral, anti-air, and reacting to drive impact, that's an easy way to master rank nowadays.
And I guess there could be something different said about what Street Fighter 6 is compared to every other Street Fighter, but maybe this article will get more into that. So
Yeah.
let's get
I'm
back
like
to
silently
that.
reading this right now. I'm stuck at Tekken Tag Tournament 2 was the harbinger of this squeeze, being one of the biggest flops of the genre to date. As a Tekken fan, it hurts because I was excited about this, but when I heard about the reception from other people about this, they're like,
Hmm.
what do you mean I have to learn two characters when one is already difficult? And how many characters I have to fight against? I have to learn what they do, right? Because, what? Around almost 50 at the time, before the other characters came out, right? Like your Ancient Ogre, Angel, Unknown, Dr. Bosco, Sebastian. Like around the time when when Tekken Tag 2 came out first, it was what? Prototype Jack, Forest Law, Tiger Jackson,
Yeah, I think it's kind of unfortunate that
Michelle,
that
Combo.
became the. It's unfortunate that that became the prominent reason that that Tag 2 failed in like the same way that um well Tekken 4 I guess I have to
It's like it's a curse, right, GGB? That
discard.
the, the even number Tekkens are cursed. Except for Tekken 2.
Except Tekken 2.
Yeah, like 4, 6, Tag 2, and 8 are all cursed right now.
Yeah, I have to discard my point on that. But as far as I guess Tekken Tag 2 goes, it could have been more of a case of just bad timing, saturation in the market, Capcom releasing too many other games around that time because Street Fighter 4
There were 3
so-called
games.
revitalized the market.
There were 3 fighting games from Capcom. And they just revived Third Strike Online as well, right? So if you want to get technical, it's like 4.
And then I've also heard recently another take on the Tag 2 situation where, okay, it didn't even have a story mode. So that could have been, and then maybe it was too similar in gameplay to Tekken 6. So there could have been people that just felt like, well, I already have Tekken 6 on the same system. Why do I need another Tekken?
Yeah, pretty much. That's around the time when there's no cross-platform yet, right? You could buy one and then play with everyone else. So right now I'm in the article where the series of fighting games that came out after were apparently dead on arrival. VF5, King of Fighters
Hmm.
14, Marvel Infinite, DOA 6, Street Fighter 5. And I'm like, you're not wrong, but at the same time, they tried to keep the genre alive by like releasing sequels, just just to let them know that it's still there, it's still going. But the quality of it, well, yeah, some of them have redeeming qualities, right? Like let's say Marvel's Capcom Infinite, great gameplay and online. Street Fighter 5, it got better in the long run. But it's just one of those things where everything has to be perfect
or else everything has to be great, because the span of a casual player's attention is just gonna be a month or a week, and if it's not good at the first week they bought it, they're just gonna move on to the next game, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. And now this PS4 era that they're basically talking about, it's kind of funny to group Virtua Fighter 5 and
Yeah,
then jump 4 years
PS4
ahead
era.
to KOF. But yeah, this is more so the PS4 era because I want to address the PS3 era a bit and just at least say out loud how there was that issue where we had the PS2 era with plenty of games that had enough single player or just, content and modes overall with like story and a full roster and what have you, and basically not having to wait for updates to flesh out the game.
Yeah.
So that PS2 era to then go into the PS3 era where it felt like every game, a lot of games got downsized, possibly for the sake of online, but more so for the sake of HD gaming cost and the development budget, like the development time it took to even figure out how to make games for the PS3. That would have been more likely
It
the
got more
reason that
expensive. Yeah,
games, yeah, and that would have
unfortunately.
been more likely the reason why um, games. I just remember at that time reading a lot of reviews of fighting games that came out, and there was just complaints that all this is arcade, this is ranked arcade, maybe not even, well, arcade maybe they still had Andes, but this is just arcade ranked online, maybe some trials, boom, that's all you got
Yeah,
compared
like
to
that is just
stuff
so
like,
sad,
yeah,
dude. That they think that they're focusing on the longevity of a fighting game instead of like focusing on what's gonna pull the players in to play more of this game, right? That's why story
it's like they
mode is
themselves
so.
forgot.
That's why it's so important to have a single player mode in a fighting game. That's why MK9, in its revival in 2011, it became such a success, right? Sure, the story mode can be mediocre at best for us MK fans, right? But for the new blood that wants to get into fighting games, it's like, oh my god, this character's so cool. Oh my god, Raiden's an idiot, right? I'm not gonna pick him. And then it's just gonna burn that fandom of you being an MK fan and you get to play the game online, right? Or look forward to
Well,
more
hey,
MK games in the future.
yeah, and MK got to be exempt from that anyway as a outlier, being an American product that was consistent. If anything, it was more consistent in the PS2 era as far as like experimenting and having a wide variety of things for a player to do. And
Yeah,
then
DNF Duel.
even Deception had online.
Mm.
And so then, yeah, look at DNF Duel. But yeah, that's looking at DNF Duel is a bit too late to go from there because this is already after that PS3, PS4 divide where the games downsized and then have had to rebuild themselves back up without really looking at or building upon that sort of wide variety of content that they had in the PS2 era. So now it's just like now we have to. It feels like they're kind of pigeonholed or forced into leaning on like, well, games already cost so much as it is, and people always want new characters, but new characters cost a lot to make. So
Yeah.
all we can really
Have you
do
seen that
as
idiot?
like new
Have you seen
content.
that stupid tweet? I'm pretty sure you have, right? Where, why are we
Oh
only
no,
making 4 characters per year when there should be more? I'm like, do you have any idea how expensive it is to
they
make
don't.
a character at this point? It's not just copy paste from the previous title, right? Like
Really,
it's not
tens of
just,
thousands.
yeah, it's not just, oh, let's just copy what this guy did and move it to the new one. Like they still have to start from scratch. They still have to do their research. They still have to do everything, right? Like 3D modeling, concept art, gameplay archetype, QA testing, design the character in different versions and all that. Like it's still a lot of work to make a new character, even with Street Fighter 6, but it's World Tour mode. Someone even mentioned, why not just, just release the characters and then World Tour mode later? Like that's not the point, bozo. The point is, not everyone's gonna play online, and some of them just want to check out, the single player stuff. Don't
Yeah,
underestimate
and
the
why
people.
would you ask them to do Street Fighter 5 again?
Yeah, why ask him to do
That's
Street Fighter
literally
5
what
again?
that was the problem with Street Fighter 5. Yeah,
Which is so ridiculous. Also, MKX, Dragon Ball Fighters, MK11, they all became success. And then Tekken 7 was like the comeback story, right? That defied all odds,
comeback
where,
story in terms of gameplay, but
in terms of
you
gameplay.
know,
Yeah.
story
Everything
a
else,
bad story mode and no time attack, no time attack, no survival. Tekken Bowling, which is offline only in the online era,
because
and
yeah, because they were
um,
focusing on it being an online game at first, right? But I feel like esports in a way helped out big time in terms of a game's performance, because the gameplay itself was engaging. Not perfect, but it did save the franchise itself, right? Where actually playing defensive small Tekken, it got hyped. Like you didn't know that one tournament where it was a Dragunov versus a Fang. It ended in a timeout and the crowd went wild.
mhm.
Like that was fun. So yeah, Tekken 7 is a notable exception. It went from now that was like the part where it was Michael Murray and Harada-san, right? They begged to make one more Tekken game. That's why
Yeah.
they did Kazuya vs Heihachi to close out as like like a way to close it out, right? Sure, they were like planning out for Tekken 8 as well, but it could have been this would have never come to light on what happens when after Jin wakes up in a coma. But yeah, it went from like what was the highest sale? Like 10 million? They made it 10 million, right?
Yeah, there's a bit of unfortunately it's um a bit of overhyping the sales of Tekken 7 because it went on discount a lot in those later years. A lot of those extra millions of sales were years after the fact when the game would have been on discount already and some of the DLC would have been on discount already. So it's not the same as like Tekken 3 immediately if that even happened, like Tekken 3 like immediately becoming a phenomenon in the way that it did. So there's a bit of weirdness in having those two amounts of sales being considered parallel, and then there's also a bit of an issue with what was I going to say about um Tekken 7 being such a big like esports success
Yeah, they give it
when
esports success.
I, I-
Wait,
yeah, and I
I
think
want to
about
ask you
it how
something,
like well,
GGB, because I didn't play
mhm,
this game.
mhm.
Uh, was Soul Calibur 6 good in terms of gameplay?
Yes, it's basically right behind the heights of Soul Calibur 2, and then you basically choose between Soul Calibur 1 or 6.
So why did it not do well? Even though they added 2B and
It did
everything,
not
like
do
after
well.
2 seasons, it was just done.
So that's so that was more of a case of it sold fine, but not selling expectations, which you've probably heard a couple of
Oh,
times in like
the
video game marketing.
segregation, huh? Is like, why
Well,
play Soul
I'm not sure
Calibur
about
when
that.
Tekken 7 exists? Like, I can only commit to one
No,
fighting
not
game.
that.
Not that?
No, not that. It was more so just that there was internal expectation for the studio of how much a Soul Calibur game could sell, and it
Damn.
didn't meet that numbering. So
No,
the
okay, it's
director
coming
of
back to me
the
now.
game,
That's why Okubo
mhm,
risked his career, right? He betted on it. And when it didn't do well,
yeah,
he
and
left the
then
company.
left. Yeah, so even though it got even with um, two, like 2 seasons of DLC, that combined with the initial sales wasn't enough to meet the internal expectations. So that
Mm.
was then considered a failure. Even though it sold like a couple of million, however much it sold, to say that it wasn't like a complete flop. And that's why so many people are still clamoring for Soul Calibur 7 without the realization that that game could be another 7 years away for all we know, because there's no one in charge to make it. And so that's what that is there. But since you mentioned Soul Calibur, yeah, they always got to stay a bit also off on the sidelines as well with Mortal Kombat, as far as continuously having some form of
Netcode didn't help either,
content
that's
that
right. Bamco netcode
uh,
sucks back then, yeah.
yeah, I wanted to get I was going to bring that up, but but not as much, because I'm just trying to look at it more so in the aspect of a fighting game that has enough content to stand on its own, that you don't have to care about whether it's good as an esports product, or if, like, yeah, the net code matters, and of course, it matters to me and it matters to people more so as esports and like the competitive scene is becomes relevant. But I think that there's kind of a bit of, but focusing too much on that is how you get Street Fighter 5 situation in the first place, where you think, okay, just because Street Fighter or Tekken has enough, the gameplay is solid enough, that's all you need to be a good product. So that's just what I'm trying to say a little bit more towards the side of the game still needs to have enough for you to do aside
So
from that. And mhm,
yeah, but the casuals want stuff to do outside of fighting game, find people online. That's why we switch to other games.
yeah,
So many in the FGC are cynical about the broader gaming market, or just people in general. No team, no excuses. So people are not ready for that, right? Like, if you cannot blame your teammates, just blame the controller, blame the matchup, blame the netcode, right? Because you'd rather just blame almost everything but yourself and your incapability of
uh,
winning.
I'll
RNG, too
I'll
brutal
let
for
you read
ego.
over. Yeah, read
Yeah.
over this first.
No RNG, too brutal for the ego. Yeah, people rely on mix-ups in order to win matches, you know, as a large player. Yeah. Also in Street Fighter 6 as well, right? The strike throw game. What am I gonna do in Wake Up? Am I gonna do a strike? Am I gonna do a throw? Am I gonna shimmy? Am I gonna dash back? So they do rely on that as well, and hopefully they get right almost every time. Fighting games are just like artists and rated shooters, all doomed genres. Oh man, it's already a niche genre as it is, right? That is so difficult to bring people in to play more fighting games, and then they realize the mental set that it takes compared to other genres out there, and they're like, you know what? I'll just do my farming games. You know, I'll stick to farming games, basic shooter games, and all that, because I could just play 1 hour of this and I'll be satisfied. People are brain
Keep
rotted
reading.
and need instant gratification, so hard games can't be popular anymore. I'm gonna blame
Deadlock.
like the current gen brain, the
Deadlock.
TikTok brain. Yeah,
Deadlock.
deadlock. The only hard games for any audience
Do
now
you know
are
what? No,
those
hold on,
with
hold on.
established
Wait, wait,
technical
wait, wait,
potential.
wait, 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 wait. Do you know about Deadlock?
I've heard about it. It's like what do you call this? Like you destroy like towers or something in a 6v6 fight or something.
And it's an extremely difficult yet extremely popular game.
Yeah, it's like I watched someone playing that the other day, and even they were like too overwhelmed. I'm like, bro, why is there so many paragraphs everywhere? I just want to do stuff.
Yeah, and it's still doing like gangbusters in like numbers anyway. So
The only hard games with any audience now are those established legacies like Counter Strike. Not wrong, it's impossible to compete with established players. They can convince them to play anything not called Street Fighter. Oof. I wanna stay here for a bit. That statement. It's impossible to compete with established players. You can't convince anyone to play anything not called Street Fighter. That comes down to marketing as well, and how well the company has faith on their game. Because we have seen, you know, VTubers and pro players collab together, right? And that draws an audience that, hey, what is the biggest viewership base right now that we can easily tap into that people like today? VTubers. Oh, let's get VTubers to work with, you know, Mago, Tokido, Daigo, Fudo, and everyone is like, oh, it's gonna do great. And it did, right? Whether or not they still play the game anymore, it created, because the VTubers are so popular, they're like, or it's popular with the viewership, the viewers will be like, man, if this VTuber said this game is cool, I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna check it out. Maybe she'll play with me
yeah,
online, right? And then that didn't happen
yeah,
at
to
all.
comment on that,
And they still, what do you
but
call
still,
this?
at least it pierced the veil. It quote unquote pierced the veil. It got through the perception that fighting games are difficult well enough to that
That one
people,
hits
as I was
hard
saying before, that
with Fatal Fury,
yeah,
right? Des?
you could are with any fighting game still. But yeah, at least with Street Fighter 6, it still got through that perception that fighting games are too difficult for people to even try to be decent at in their own right.
Mm-hmm.
So that yeah, that's just more towards what I was saying. Even though yeah, you were talking about like motor controls helps with that.
Yeah,
But
mono controls.
what I was trying to argue, what I was trying to argue more for, or to just state more, is that like
Yeah,
fight there's a proficiency. You don't need just motor controls for that. You can learn parts of the game that don't require like one frame links, or being able to hit confirm into super. Like you can still get decent enough at a fighting game without those strategies and have fun with it.
yeah,
That's all.
Yeah, and a part of me still like wanted for other companies out there to like champion their game and get these famous people to play in their Twitch Rivals tournament, or have big names to play this game just so they could get more sales and everything and all that. But they didn't do that because fighting games is not easy. It's not for everyone, unfortunately, right?
Well,
As
stuff like this did happen with there were at least I remember there was this one AT&T event for Street Fighter 5, but it's not
yeah,
like
yeah, the
because
AT&T
fighting
events.
games are still
Tyler
fighting
wanted to
games
make
are
it
still
to
considered.
master with Ken using modern, and refusing to fight female characters in a set. Remember that?
Well, so no, I'm kind of glad I don't. But as far as like Street Fighter 5 goes, it's still, or like Street Fighter goes in general, it's still a brand that is recognized by people, and more people many more people recognize what Street Fighter is and will be willing to play it than people are. Maybe this isn't the direct comparison, but like people will still recognize and buy and pick up Street Fighter without being good at it, and they'll just button mash, and there's
Especially when
still
it's on
just that
sale.
prevailing thought. Yeah, especially on sale. And then there's still that prevailing thought that, well, most
I guess you
people
could say
who,
that I guess you could say the other fighting game that does that as well is Mortal Kombat. But Mortal Kombat is in a weird spot right now where Warner Brothers doesn't like them. That they're just frozen
mm,
right now, right? Because I remember,
and then
the
they always have
AT&T
the smallest
event.
player base.
Yeah, it's like it also MK being banned in Japan. It kind of hurts the player base as well because that's where most people play competitive video games that are really good, right? Not just fighters. No, because I remember the Shiva incident of someone crying because they kept getting Shiva stomped. I'm like, yeah, this is gonna discourage someone for sure to not play this game anymore, no matter how much money you're willing to like put out there.
Yeah, but in a way, it doesn't make sense that like okay, that have so many more potential players, but they are not getting engaged with the gameplay, or there's not being a scene built around a sizable competitive scene being built around it that's at least as big as something like Smash Brothers. It's like there you just have so many more players, but they're all just many more casual players who will only pick up the game for story mode. Maybe if they even go online at all. Like there's actually
There you go,
you
GGB.
can check this
I made
right.
it. I made it to here. Deadlock is unapologetically difficult, combining the strategic complexity of MOBAs with the execution demands of precision movement shooters. It's a completely new IP and an arguably completely new genre. While still in alpha, it has more players than every fighting game combined. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I was bringing it up. That uh, uh, the reason why I didn't want to comment on all that stuff before those examples that they brought up is because they were just mentioned as those straw man, those sorts of like, oh, this is the reason, therefore nothing can be done about it. That's what all of that stuff was being listed off before, so I felt like it wasn't very fair for me to comment on that stuff.
This is talking about chess, why it's popular, because it's freaking chess, dude. It's very accessible to anywhere. You can play against anyone with endless amounts of strategies.
Yeah, now this is one of the weird parts that I'm like, what are you, where are you even going with this? There are a couple of cases like that in this article. Go on.
Okay, still considered to put an angle. This 10 times figure is mod is often considered striking legend. Most people don't have the temperament to play fighting games. They aren't for everyone, but over the 8 billion people on this planet, you have to do with all of them. Even if only 1,000 people to have this temperament, that's not even people you could be appealing to. The goal is not appealing to everyone. It's product market fit. Hmm. Yeah, Chad. It's
So do
hard.
you want?
It's hard to convince people to play. No, it's hard to convince people to get into fighting games. It's more difficult to get people to stick to fighting games because once they're out of that honeymoon phase, what happens? It's up to you now whether or not they're gonna commit to this to get to this game, right? If you want to keep going, or you're like, okay, you know what, this is too time consuming, and I'm just gonna do little to no progress at all. And if I do one day of fighting games after a busy day and I lost points more than winning, what the hell, right? Like, alright, just do something else. That's not even video games, right? Like, alright, just do something productive. Like, this is just gonna make me not want to
Yeah, there's
play
something
fighting
to be said
games.
about how, yeah, there's something to be said with like fighting games, how you, because there's so much to look out for in the moment, and like they are, it's not like they're not intensive to be good at a certain point. I'm just saying, what I was saying before is just that like there are certain aspects that you can start off with and be self-sufficient at those and maybe just stick to those, and that could be good enough to say like, well, yeah, I'm at least playing the game within the rules, and I'm not just flailing the entire time, but then to be like actually focused and make sure to, like, I guess, win all your matches online or something like that. That asks a bit more, and that asks a bit more of you that I'm not saying like everybody has to go for, because that is just
Yeah.
performing optimally the entire time is frustrating.
Yeah, that's why it's so exhausting as well. That whenever something like an update would come out, a new character or anything, people always lean on the negative side of it, right? That, oh, this move's gonna be busted, or why did you give this character this patch update? You're not listening to the community, and that's why people are so cautious as well into joining into the communities of fighting games, because not only are they just super negative every time, but also when you take that brave step to make an opinion about something where I think this game is fine. I think this game is not bad, right? I think the character I'm playing, sure, they
It's
have
like,
their
no,
strengths.
how dare you not
But yeah, how
understand the
dare you, right? How
nuances
dare
of
you have opinions? The hell?
5 to 20 years of Street Fighter and not
You're
knowing that this
carried.
was the legacy and this is the way that the character played in multiple games and they should always play that way and blah, blah, blah.
You're carried. How dare you, right? Why are you making opinions when you're not even part of the FGC for over 5 years? Get out of here. It's like,
You
bro,
need to win.
like
You,
why,
you
why,
must
why
defeat
are we?
Daigo to stand a
Yeah, why are
chance.
we alienating people in our community, right? And they're wondering why we're not so popular. Because you kept pushing people away, man, with your trash takes, thinking that your opinion is a fact. I'm like, what? Can you just not be
Also,
happy about the positive things of these people that would like to say? If they think Xiaoyu is fun, then let them enjoy it, right? That, yeah, Xiaoyu's fun, right? She's cute. She does big
no,
damage and all
delete
that.
Xiaoyu from the
But when
game.
fighting,
Delete it from the
yeah, delete
game.
Xiaoyu, right? But when fighting a Xiaoyu, oh my god, let me pull all my hair out. But yeah, just don't. That's what I want to say with this one, right? With fighting games, we'll get back. This FGC so negative. This is why sometimes you have to. Also, you know the difference between criticizing and being negative, right? Like being negative means you just don't like everything except what you like, what keeps you winning, right? With criticism is you can still form your opinion that you're not just being a fanboy, that hey, there's nothing wrong with this game, right? Taking it season 2, it's fine. Like what is people complaining about? I get more wins than losses.
You can
Like no.
observe that there are issues with the game without saying that the people that enjoy it are stupid and dumb.
Yeah, gatekeeping people in fighting games is just stupid. Because guess what? If you say that to them, right? That, oh, don't play this game because you suck at it and your opinion doesn't matter. They're gonna tell that to other people. They're like, hey, I'm thinking about picking up Tekken 8. Then don't do it. Like the people in Tekken 8 are just, you know, mouth breathers. It's like, don't play that. Just play this game with me instead. You know, Farmer
And there are
Simulator,
many
Assassin
reasons to
6.
enjoy fighting games. And there are many reasons to like fighting games in terms of aesthetic and lore and characters that don't require you to just be at the top level on rank.
Yeah. That's why people make like artwork of it, right? Like, oh, I don't play Tekken anymore, but I'll still make artwork of Reina and whatever because I still enjoy it. I just can't play it because
And nobody plays Darkstalkers,
nobody
so
Dark
yeah.
Stalkers. So yeah. All right, let me read this one. It says it's from Steve Jobs. Customers don't form their opinion on quality from marketing. They form their opinions on quality from their own experience with the products of the services. One can spend enormous amounts of money on quality marketing, and yet if your product don't live up to it, customers will not keep that opinion for long in their minds. Now again, quality isn't just the product or the service, it's having the right product, you know, knowing where the market's going and having the most innovative products. It's just as much a part of a quality as the quality of the construction of the product when you have it. Tell that to High Guard. Hey, just kidding. They're not the anyways. That game, High Guard, had no marketing at all. It's just one trailer and the Game Awards. Sure, a lot of eyes were on there, but people are gonna forget that eventually. I even forgot that. Oh, wait, High Guard is gonna come out, you know, at the end of January. Why did no one tell me this? I was like, oh my god. If only they
Yeah, I
made
wanna.
consistent videos, right?
It's
StarCraft.
that could be a case of
I guess I could just skip this.
oversaturation. like
Criticism,
with this
criticism.
quote was saying, yeah, like oversaturation, like there are many reasons that a product could live or die outside of the marketing. And so this is like this quote from Steve Jobs. This feels more like something to think about long term there for me to come up with an immediate opinion on, because there's many factors to consider outside of what he just said.
Always been trying that in a direction has had a noticeable impact on commercial success. Ooh. This is interesting, right? Like, no matter how many times you change the game or balance it out, right? That's not gonna be marketable. That's not gonna be something that people will be like, oh my god, there's cooldowns on assists. I'm gonna get this game right now. I'm like, yep.
Yeah, that's definitely goes back to, I guess this is the point where I'll mention something that Max of the Million has started to say,
Nice.
or at least I'll say I noticed he started to say last year, which was something that I off of something that I brought up actually. He would say that fighting games don't sell on gameplay, and that's something that should kind of hit hard for me as far as my
It
sort
has to
of
be sold on
relationship
how cool the
with the
game looks visually. Like, sure, there's gonna be like a 10
yeah
second animation of a super that's just dragging and annoying, but seeing that for the first time could get someone to play that fighting game. You know, case in point, fatalities in Mortal Kombat. You're like, oh my god, this is
yep
disgusting. I want to do that to someone, or I want to win using that. So
yep and
it
that
needs to have that
goes back to
casual
what I was saying.
novelty.
Yeah, and how there are many reasons. Like I like the characters, the character design, new character design, the story mode. That goes back to what I was saying about there being many reasons that people will buy a fighting game before getting good at them. And there's still the issue that a lot of people will the quote unquote issue that a lot of people will never engage with these systems that you just mentioned about, like imprint, reduced input buffer, six-way tag mix-ups, that stuff that was just in the article. People won't even get to the point of understanding the rules of the game
Before
beyond
they
button
dip out.
mashing or figuring out one combo. So like what's the point of stripping what was the point of, again, like Street Fighter 5 and that era of gaming, or anything, or even anything now, what's the point of stripping away what makes the gameplay unique and deep if people aren't even judging the book by its cover?
Yeah, because again, we're now in an era
I mean,
where
I'm sorry,
we're,
people
we're,
are
we're
judging
now
the book
we're
by
now
its
in
cover.
TikTok
They're
brain
not
era,
actually getting into it.
where if you don't impress me in the first 5 minutes of this game, I'm
Maybe
gonna
we
play
always
something
were.
else. I'm like, oh
But
my
maybe we
god.
always were, because, like I'm saying, Street Fighter 5, Street Fighter 4, you still have the same sort of issue with like Street Fighter 4, where it's not like everyone, the majority of people who touched that game were godlike. It's more like, okay, you had a resurgence with the
Just do a
FGC,
jump in, normal
and then it
cancel,
was
and just
still,
beat. Good.
yeah, but then you still had the issue was like, okay, the FGC is still niche in comparison to the majority of people who buy fighting games in the first place. So you still have to have reasons for them to play the game
So
aside
I wanna
from
read this
the
out
good
loud.
gameplay.
So I want to read this out loud because it got my attention. For many in the FGC, this trend is a waking nightmare. This game all suck. The games all suck. The genre is ruined. I'm sympathetic to the criticism, but it's a little histrionic. These critics worry about a problem that developers are all too eager to solve. As with old-fashioned trends, this one will pass. Eventually, the games will be too simple, and there'll be a hunger to put the complexity back in. The player design space is left for it. This trend is predictable as it is, as none of the upcoming titles, Tokyo Turks KO, will be relevant outside of the current FGC niche. That is interesting. Now, this is to say that the core game mechanics don't matter. They matter a great deal. Games need depth to keep players around past the 100th hour. But that is worth nothing if nobody ever gets that 100th hour in the first place. If you can't even get people in
Yep,
the door, the quality of the food is irrelevant. Yep.
yep,
Like, you need something.
yep.
That's why single players are
That's
important,
basically
chat.
that's basically what
That's
I
why
was
single
saying.
players are
That's
important.
basically what I was saying. Yep, go on.
You need something. The marketing pitch of every fighting game since the end of the arcade era, we've changed the game to appeal to you. Now please come play, right? Like simplifying it or making it easier.
Hold on, whoa, because now that's why I'm like,
That's where that's
okay,
like they're
wait.
just lying through their teeth. Huh?
No, I'm saying that, like, as far as the person saying that this is what the marketing is saying, I'm like, I mean, I know on the fighting game side, you'll hear about something like Street Fighter 5 saying that, oh yeah, we've simplified things for more players. But I'm just thinking like, well, 20 okay, 25 years, so going back to like 20 So going back to the 2000s, basically. I'm
Yeah,
like,
it's a blessing and a
does
curse, it
that
says here.
that's that. But we're talking about going back to that era of the early 2000s. Then what about Mortal Kombat and Soul Calibur at that time being complete products, and then Street Fighter, even though well Street Fighter that would have been around the Street Fighter 3 era where they were made. Street Fighter 3 was made by a different dev team that was trying to do different things, and that is different from what the Street Fighter Alpha devs were doing with making multiple modes that were building off of itself. And then that kind of line of, it's not even like that line for the Street Fighter Alpha series stopped. It was more like they just kept refining on those modes and stuff
They
through
just keep
different
changing
ports
the, yeah,
up until
they
the
just keep,
up
by
until the
staying the same, they
PSP
keep changing
era.
it.
But they changed the content and the mode around it, and that
Mhm.
just kept going on until um mid 2010s or like the late
You-
20s.
I'm
I
kind of
mean,
surprised Alpha
like
3 was not on the list.
basically, well, that's going to be another problem as far as like not analyzing the games that had single player content. But I was just trying to wrap up the point in saying that
I guess so,
Capcom
yeah.
shelved the entire fighting game. Capcom shelved the entire fighting game division anyway. So it's like it doesn't. I guess you could say in a way it doesn't matter. It's not like, oh yeah, the games were. It's not like fighting games have done nothing for casuals since like 2001. It's just that they got shelved for different reasons. So
We're
yeah,
already at
it's
the
just
point of
like
people asking for the
yeah,
hard stuff back. Also, in the 25 years, some of the companies legit were just making games for the legacy players. City of the Unks. King of Fighters around that time had mad content too, like challenges to KOFs 11 that should unlock more characters and stuff. Yeah, I think that's like one thing that's missing as well, right? Incentives. Because again, I guess you can't do that anymore in the future or in fighting games today. Where, what do you mean I have to unlock stuff to get more characters, right? Why not just have all of them available? That example is like from the WWE 2K games where you have to play in order to unlock wrestlers. If you put that on fighting games, oh boy, people are gonna be like, can we just pay for them? Can we just do a shortcut on how to get them? I'm like, how did you guys survive during the Smash Ultimate era when there's just only 8
yeah.
characters at the start?
I think I just wrap up what I was saying there, and I'll just say that to say that fighting games weren't trying at all in the past 25 years, I feel like that's a bit that's too reductive. Now, I'm just saying that what I would say is that there were more that that reductive argument would make sense for the PS3 era. So if you want to say like 15 years, yeah. But no, it, to say 25 years discredits too much of the PS2 era. So, yeah,
That's
that's all.
so fun,
There
right?
was
This.
plenty of variety.
What are fighting games lacking as products? This is the burning question. Crossplay, yeah. Like we're now in an era where I don't know why, right? I don't know why the collections, the Capcom collections, or whatever collections that's gonna come after that, it still doesn't have crossplay, right? It did kind of have
I have no
crossplay with
idea.
the Mortal Kombat collection, but when I tried to like play it with someone on PC, I couldn't see the lobby at all. So I don't know why that's acting
I
weird.
didn't
But the
even
collections not
know.
having crossplay, weird.
I'm surprised the Legacy Collection had that because even MK1 and 11, I think they took forever. They were dragging their heels and that sort of thing. So
Yeah. Functional anti-cheat. Oh
certainly,
man, if only in Tekken, right? Instead of, because right now, chat, in Tekken
yeah,
8 is when we want someone to like be penalized, we have to clip it, we have to save it, we have to make a Twitter account, we have to put the video there, we have to put hashtag T8_report, and then hopefully in the sea of other degenerate things that they post under that hashtag that they see it and they actually take action to it, right? Like,
and
oh,
then we have to wait
bro.
for someone to wait for someone to manually add them to a spreadsheet to have them removed when it's like all of this could be solved if you just let the person who one and done's lose points or let the other person gain points.
Or
Then
that
boom, you
feature in
wouldn't have
Killer
impacted
Instinct where,
regardless.
hey, you one and done someone or you rage quitted someone, we're gonna send you to jail, right? We're gonna put you in
Yeah,
jail mode where you need to play 30 games, you have to finish them before you come back to rank online. Like, why not bring that back?
yeah,
Like, that was such
yeah.
an innovative thing
And
when they did that during the Spinal update,
Sure, in the beginning it was a bit buggy. I think Max went to jail for that, but that is something that they are not doing yet, right? Like, is it not that? Is it that difficult to do? Where, oh, are you one of the cheaters here? We're gonna look into this. We're gonna look at your records, your performances, and within 24
Now,
hours, it will
actually,
determine
Harada,
whether you'll be in jail or not. Like, my God. So go ahead.
yeah, no, actually, Harada did say something about like the actual what they're legally allowed to do. I'm not with this subject
Oh, I
directly,
think I
but
remember, like the IP address legalization and all that.
there's something about with like the actual licensing agreement that you'll see when the game boots up for the first time to say which kind of designates what you cannot do with a product and saying like well you can't restrict players from playing the game in such a way maybe in that same sort of way that KI
They
did
mentioned it once,
where
London.
they would have to rewrite the entire licensing agreement of the game and that could take money and red tape and what have
Jesus.
you to
I would have.
it's basically just a sort of thing where they should have
It's just
thought of
legal
this.
issues then.
They should have known about this before making Tekken 8. And they
Man,
should have from
I
Tekken
hope
7.
that in the future sequels, that they consider that, right? That's part of the agreement that no one's gonna read because they just want to play immediately when they show that to you when booting up the game for the first time. I hope that
Nobody reads the manual.
that gets added in the future, right? Or in a way, like it gets like your matchmaking gets manipulated, right? Is that also illegal? That hey, if you
I
keep
mean,
one and dunning
programs.
someone, you're gonna keep going up against someone that's stronger than you, right? Keep stronger and stronger and stronger, even though you're in the same rank. But hey, you chose this, right?
Well, even though like programs and apps, they have like new licensing and what have you agreements
Yeah,
that
they
they'll
could do
just
that, right?
say
They could
like
update it.
we'll send you an email to let you know that this has changed and if you're going to keep using the product, you acknowledge that this agreement exists and that things have changed. But I think video games, I don't know, like video games could have
Yeah,
different
uh,
standards where they only do it, they don't have that sort of update.
yeah. KI was so ahead of its time, dude. I wish it would bring the jail system back, right? Like, hey, you're in jail now, and if you want to rank up again, or if you want to do well
Going to baby
again,
jail.
you're gonna fight against other jailed people, and you have to play 30 games, right? You could rematch them. I guess rematching is like a scumbag thing to do, so it could still be 2 out of 3, unfortunately, or 3 out of 5 to make it more games with less people, because they could just be like, hey, you send them a message on PlayStation, be like, hey, I'm in jail, I'll play again. Hey, you get me this games, and I'll be out, and I'll hook you up, I'll send you money. So it's
They don't
those
make that
exploits
sort of
like
thing.
that.
They don't, but they don't make this sort of. You don't. They send you to gay baby jail. You don't know you're there.
Yeah.
That's how KI
Oh
works.
yeah, right. Just make it anonymous. That's a good one as well.
It
Like
was
you,
a back end system that they had. Not like you actually know. They wouldn't tell
I
you
guess
that
I
you're
guess that's
being
a good thing as
penalized
well,
if you
right?
do it.
That if the jail system exists, you'll be known as anonymous, so that you cannot be like, oh, this person is in jail as well. Haha.
Well, no, it's not. It's not that it's anonymous. It's more so that in like the queue, the normal queue, you don't know who you're going to get matched
You're gonna
up
get matched
with,
up against
and
with
then
as a
and
matchmaker.
this
You don't have to win.
and
You just have
then
to play it. Like you have to serve time. You don't have to win. You just have to get out of
yeah,
there.
but they won't tell you what you're in or not. You'll have to maybe notice the quality of like the connections or like the or that you're playing against more rage critters yourself. But like most, since we're
Imagine
talking about the
fighting with
people that
more
don't
rage
give a
quitters,
damn,
right?
they won't know.
Imagine fighting with more
If
rage
you're also a
quitters.
rage quitter,
That's just
if you're
gonna
also a
rage
rage
quitter
quitter,
versus
then you
rage
don't
quitter.
care or know. Yeah, then you don't care or
Jesus.
know. You're just doing your thing,
You know
thinking that
what?
it's fun.
To the people that run the set in rank, that just means one less problem for them, right? Hey, if they're
People
just
that
gonna
run the
keep
set
rage
are my
quitting
goats.
in jail ocean, that's fine by us. Cause guess what? We don't get to play against those people ever again.
You
Matchmaking
think you're stuck
system.
in here with? You think I'm stuck in here with you? You're stuck in here with me.
Yeah, right. That Watchman. I'm locked here with you. You're locked in here with me. We talked about that last Monday as well. Rank systems that are
All
accurate to
right, go
player's
on.
skill and not easily gained. Oh god, the prowess system in Tekken just shoot my foot right now.
Is that easy? Well, I mean, that's more so back to the cheating issue.
The cheating
So,
issue.
yeah, yeah,
Practice modes that make
well,
it
oh
easy
yeah,
to
I didn't
test,
actually, yeah,
and get
I
repetitive
didn't
details
mention
for
that.
core
Yeah,
game mechanics.
the huge amount of people that are cheating and have like specific sophisticated programs because Tekken has a lack of anti-cheat and they have their own Discord and stuff and just
So with this last
that's all I
bullet
wanted to say
point,
about it.
yeah, with this last bullet point, it exists in Street Fighter. It's called V Rivals, where you fight the AI. That's like that you can specify what character you want to fight or what rank, right? Because it's not about
A
winning.
very recent system though.
Yeah, it's not about winning against the AI. It's about one, building your muscle memory, and two, if you're having a hard time against a certain matchup, you get to experiment, right? Your reactions to be like, okay, when fighting this character, I have to do this, do that. Because when I
Do you
play,
think that
when I fight
solve
different characters,
hashtag ranked anxiety?
yeah, it also can help rank anxiety as well from a lot of people. Where I don't want to fight against people online and risk my rank, right? I just want to get good at the game and just fight people that are or fight online, even though it's not against people. Because at the end of the day, you're still learning. You're creating new habits for yourself. Of like, okay, when this guy jumps, I'm just gonna practice to do the DP motion until I get it right. Sure, training mode exists, but
Well,
that's
I guess that
very
shouldn't.
very, what do you call this? Like complicated at times as well. They don't know how to set that up at times, or how they set it up could be unrealistic in an actual match. So they want to
Yeah,
experiment in an
that's
actual
gonna come
match.
up later on.
So table
That
stakes for
idea is
better
gonna
video
come up later
games,
on as
they jam
well.
in the last 25 years. Require for infinite features your price, $0 price tag for fighting games. But it's so bad that there are making $1 million bills being left on the floor for anyone can see. I want to see answers amount to make it so I can actually play the game. And I was like, dumb, make it easy. Yeah, eventually these people that are like having constructive feedback, it all boils down to the complaining being, make this game easier for me so I can win more, so I can, run my gimmicks
No, that's not.
and all
Hold
that.
on,
Is
hold
that not what
on.
it
That's
means?
not what it meant. That's not.
When I'm fighting
That's not
games,
what it
it's like
meant.
dumb,
It's
making it easier for
talking
me.
about like though. It's about having all of those features. All of those features that were listed above
Making it easier for
means that you
people.
just have a game that works. You just have a game that literally
I
works
really have
in the
wasted
way
your
that you
time
would
when
think
something
is like.
sad.
Oh,
Back.
I think I'm about to get a phone call. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, chat. Let's speed run through this because it's like it's getting weird now. So why do people play fighting games, right? Because you want that validation that you're a good gamer by yourself, right? That you're not being carried by shooters or a team or what other sport, right? Because in training mode or in fighting games, it's only you and your character, right? It's an extension of yourself. That you cannot rely on this or that. You could rely on simpler controls and whatnot. But it's that feeling of like, hey, this is my character, this is my spirit animal. I'm gonna play as this character, and me and this character are gonna ride and die together, right, in rank. If we win, it's hype as hell. If we lose, it's salty as hell. So I feel like that's why people play fighting games, because the satisfaction of winning by yourself against something that's so challenging or stronger than you is that adrenaline. It's that dopamine of that hit. That, hey, I won against a hard matchup. That was I'll give credit to myself for that one, right? That's why when casual people win fighting games online at the start, they get so excited. They're like, I won! Hang on, I'm about to sneeze. Oh god. Alright, I'm back. If you were so this is from Combo Feed. If you were to actually think about it, these characters are just functions. Oh god, the functions quote. Oh god. Functions. This is sort of answer that only someone way too deep into sauce can give. Yeah, this is a bad answer, it feels like. Because you cannot just ask someone who is in too deep into fighting games as to why they play fighting games. You have to ask like the casual people as well as to why they play fighting games. They might give you a basic answer, like because it's fun, it's cool, I like when I win and all that. But it's that extra challenge. Here's my initial answer. A fighting game makes you feel like the main character in an action movie. There we go. So it was close enough to what I said, right?
Because it feels like when you play as that character in a fighting game, it feels like you're the main character of your story, right? That you have grew up watching action films, that you have grew up watching, you're Bruce Lee and you get to be martial law, right? And when you win, it's like the spirit of martial law carries on within me, right? Or because of their fight style. Like chat, a reason why I picked Lars and Elisa in Tekken 8, right, to this day, after playing them for so long since Tekken 6, is because they were the main characters in Tekken 6. They're the main characters in the secondary campaign, no matter how trashy it was. And I carried on with those characters throughout T7, T8, because in my eyes, they're still the main characters that got me back into Tekken. So that's like my reason. So this one, they did nail it in the head, right? So
I'm back.
so I could just skip through this. I'm now in the question of why people play fighting games, and the answer is to make you feel like a main character. And I explained that
So yeah, that now we've just brought up two different issues that I have. The first is that they brought up the freaking combo fiend quote
the Magneto
unironically,
functions, yeah.
which I'm like, I feel like they don't even know the context of how that was a BS excuse to appease. Um, that was just making the best of a bad situation because of the whole thing with X-Men and the Sony rights and all that. It was marketing drivel to appease shareholders. To hear it in an article like this and have it be like, oh yeah, let's talk about it seriously though. I'm like, that's already going to be bad because we're engaging in a bad faith statement in good faith. And so even though it is true that people will play like fighting games for just like they'll eventually get down to the move set. Yeah, like I can just
I
get to
like
the
the
end. It's
answer
saying
that
like
they
this
said
is the
here.
sort of
Actually, the
like
answer
this is
that
the
they
sort
said
of
here.
answer
It
that
makes you feel like a main character in a martial arts movie, or you're the main character in your own story, right? Which is a good
and that's my
answer.
second issue.
What is that?
That's
Okay,
my second
okay.
issue
Before you say anything, this
actually.
is my reason why, right?
Go
This
on,
is
go on.
why I have stuck around with Lars and Elisa, right, in Tekken for the longest time. Because Tekken 6 is what got me back to the Tekken series and started playing it at a deeper level, right? And what do you call this? They were my characters in T6 because I played scenario campaign, right? As bad as that is,
Yep.
and
Yeah.
I was able to,
Your words, not mine.
be invested in their story and all that, and it makes me feel like the main character because I picked this character because they were the hero character at the time, right? There wasn't Jin, it wasn't
Yep.
Kazuya, I was in Heihachi. I was like,
Makes
I
sense.
had that mentality of, okay, I've carried these characters over now, right? In 6, in Tag 2, in 7, even when Lars was hella low tier, and even in 8, right? Where he's now a problem in the
Pretty
game.
solid reason actually.
So
Go on.
I did not, I didn't be like, oh, Lars is low tier now, let me pick someone else. Although I'll admit, I did jump to Paul, to Julia, when I got bored of playing Lars, but I never, like, committed to them properly
W
or played them
Julia.
online. I tried Julia, but her, like, what do you call this? The down forward, down forward gimmick, it's like, oh my god, blisters, my controller's gonna break.
Get good. Anyway.
So, that's why I've stuck around with them, right? And I was lucky that the characters that I've chosen are important in the main story, even if they're just side characters. Because guess what? That's a guaranteed spot for them in the main roster. Because there are some people out
I
there
mean they
that
were
are
important.
so unfortunate that their
Hmm.
characters would not make it, right? Like Steve with Marduk,
Yep.
Baekdu-san, uh, or other characters are changing for
Bruce.
the worse, like Lily and Brian. They're not the same anymore. So I just got lucky on
Rip
that part,
Bruce.
right? Even
Hmm.
when I
I
get
mean, I mean,
crucified.
you got really lucky to have an entire story mode, like single player content based around your new characters to push them up, as opposed to characters in Tekken 7 who is like you barely get Josie, Katarina, Gigas, you barely
Yeah,
get story mode content to flesh you out so that people will be interested in you
it's just two
from like a character
cutscenes.
standpoint.
It's just two
So
cutscenes.
yeah, Tekken
Two.
7 characters got shafted.
Yeah, that's unfortunate,
And
right?
Even Tekken 6 to an extent, because like Leo, I'm like, how involved was Leo
Well,
in the story?
and
Like
and
even
well, okay, they got added more in their tag two cutscenes, right? It might have been irrelevant for
but
some of them.
even then that's still just like one cutscene, which they were more joking than not, and it's still just that sort of thing where compared to Tekken 4 and 5, where all of the characters all of the characters
Yeah, we're
got
still
a
waiting for that.
story mode.
We're still waiting for that meetup, right, between Leo and Steve, because their mom was like
Yeah, and that should have
the
happened
link
in Tekken 6.
in Tekken 8. Weren't they like on the same side as well when they're about to do Tekken Force? Like you couldn't give us that? Like that
I
scar, Steve, where did you get it from? Oh, I was in the lab. I was being an experiment. There was a doctor there that took care of me. And she looks just like you. And that could have been it, right? That could have been something. Anything. But they did
look,
nothing!
this is how poorly the story is going. Anna and Steve don't have any dialogue.
Yeah, they don't have a special intro dialogue. It's just whatever.
The attention is not in the right place. That's all I'll say.
It is so
But
unfortunate.
what more to you were saying about the reasons that you play that you kept up with. Continue your point, basically.
So I'm now at the archetype narratives of the genre. The rival schools to martial arts or
No,
clans
well,
clash
I
over
was saying,
territories
yeah,
to
I
its
was saying
journey.
to
Like the hero of the tournament. So,
all right,
and then the themes
go
as
on.
well.
Got another call.
Okay, the themes as well is discipline and self-mastery, taking over raw strength, the body as a weapon, lineage and loyalty. I hate rich people. It's still the funniest line, right? It's such for someone that likes money or doesn't want to be broke. It's like I hate rich people, but when he becomes one, it's like that's air. That's just that's just water under the bridge. Corruption of power, following the wrong path leads to moral compromise. The last thing might sound really worded. It's my power cross, but it makes me slow. Well, apparently similar to with great powers and ability. From the spirit of comics, this focus on the path cultivated on journey self-mastery. The protagonist discovers. Oh, this is when them discovering this is them discovering a top tier character, right? Like for example, I'll play Marissa because she's a really good character, right? She does the fight style of Pancration, which is as all this time, but you're not winning as much with her. And then you start picking up Akuma, and then he's better. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna pick Akuma then. I'm just gonna pick Ryu then. Like, why do I keep picking Marissa? Like, if I could just pick other characters that are just way easier, that has projectiles, and that could just give me more wins. So I think that's what this point is right now, right? Brazilian kid from Street Fighter 4, correct? Yeah. It's like, why do I need to
I'm
learn
back
fundamentals when I could just pick the easiest character? We're in the topic of power corrupts character, and my example was like, I'll play Marissa or Manon in Street Fighter 6, but you're not winning as much with them, so you're like, okay, let me try the characters. And they discovered Akuma, Bison, Ryu, and I'm like, why am I gonna go back to Manon and Marissa when those characters are better?
Wait, but no, this is talking about it in more so that
The moral side,
story and that sort of that yeah more. So why are we talking about the
the
like
morality.
gameplay part?
No, I think
But
it's
why are we
like the
talking about the
Brazilian
gameplay
can
part
Street
now?
Fighter 5 Street Fighter 6. Scorpion options need to both exist and powerful, to provide the contrast of to the good play styles, right? For all its fault, it's the one thing modern Street Fighter Modern does as well. That was the magic mark of that all coincidence. So I think what I got from
Well,
this,
actually, there is something that I can say there about it because we're talking about like bad strategy that works until it doesn't. Then yeah, that could say something to the issue of how gameplay has been homogenized and how now in
is
the
that what they call him
exact
with Eddie?
way that
Eddie,
with
Lydia.
Eddie.
No. Someone in the chat
Uh,
says, is that what Eddie Gordo is? Where they don't want to learn their character anymore and they just want to win easy mode. Eddie, Clive, Lydia, King.
That's more so that's I guess a coincidence, or how would I phrase it? It's basically, well, yeah, of course, going back to Tekken 3 with Eddie, it's like, okay, his play style is seems his fighting style seems inherently weird, and then that's reflected into the gameplay. And then because you don't see people breakdancing as often as you see people throwing punches and trying to punch somebody's midsection or trying to do a shin kick or something, it just inherently seems weirder or is more difficult to deal with that sort of fighting style, whether you were in person or in the video game. So that's why people have more trouble with that sort of. It is an unorthodox play style. I mean, an unorthodox fighting style that you then have to visually recognize a bunch of aspects of. So it's just like there's just multiple factors to where it's like, yeah, this is weird to fight against. what I was going to say was that okay, that sort of character can be weird to fight against, but then as soon as you start getting to the point where you understand frame data or the range of moves and you like the strategy behind the game, you could then realize that, oh wait, actually he's pretty low tier, he's pretty easy to deal with once you know that you just block something and then you punish it with this
I'll
sort
just
of
pick top
options
tier
instead of
instead.
mashing. Yeah, even that will work. Yeah, that will work easily, but
It still
well,
takes
even
time.
even if you pick top tier, but if you pick top tier, maybe you don't even understand why a character
Why
is
can't they
top
so
tier,
good?
and that kind of, and then that kind of goes back to, I guess that kind of goes back to what I was saying about how, about you can enjoy a fighting game at a certain level without understanding why the tournament side of things are good. You can understand just that you can acknowledge that block punishing and whiff punishing and those sorts of things are good without having to get into like knowing the frame data of a lot of situations. And so then going to this example with the morality of like easy strategy, okay, you could have your strategy that's more on the easy side and that's more on the adept side, but as long as that sort of like Brazilian game strategy isn't actually optimal, then you just have a game that everyone can enjoy at different levels.
So,
And a game that's funny.
so now we're like in the goal now of how to make. Let's use our understanding of these ideas and themes and combine it with our understanding of the genre's history to realize its future. So, arcade into the
Good luck.
digital realm. So this one is they already did this, but they're not perfect, right? That you still need a medium to fight people instead of just running up to them and be like, "Hey, you want to fight? Yeah, sure. Let's just fist bump in the middle of nowhere and let's do a versus match." Instead, you know, in Battle Hub, in Tekken Lounge, you still need an arcade machine to do that. And they did mention that the closest that got to do it was Dragon Ball Fighters, but they went backwards with that, right? Because you're just in an open area, you're just fighting people, and you're like, "Hey, you wanna fight me?" It's like, "Okay, sure." And like in the center of the field, right? Where you're just, oh, someone's over there waiting. I want to fight that guy, right? Instead of just waiting for someone's turn to be done or waiting in the arcades. I get it. You're trying to replicate the arcade experience, but I think it's just better where you just remove the arcade machine part and just, you know, just do your thing. That's how like I TLDR this because it's getting late over here.
Yeah, I was
Okay, we're just
going
gonna
to
play
wait
see online
to the
friends, do
end.
everything. Play sets, go to the story mode, use trading mode. Oh yeah, that's right. There's also, what do you call this? What do you call this? You can work together with other people to fight like a big boss, right? Like in Dragon Ball Fighters.
Okay, another phone call. Go on.
Hang on, chat. So that's what I got out of this, right? Number one is make the online mode better. And then they're talking about clans and factions and whatever. You don't have to be relegated to just one group, but you could just be available for as many people as possible. So what your big idea is to put Discord in the game? Yes, you're putting the function that Discord currently serves. So what are they trying to say with this one? Public clans. Playing Magneto, Tetris, could play the character with the same function. Clan battle system. Oh, like a factions war, like an MKX. A story mode that cultivates an appreciation for games dead. You can finish a story mode by just smashing the whole game. So, oh. I wonder if that's something that people should do, or a game should do, is you're doing a story mode, but the AI gets more difficult to the point where it's Tekken Tag 2 difficulty of hardest, where you have to do punishes now, you have to do small Tekken instead of face rolling buttons, where it actually learns, or it actually teaches you how to play the game, right? Instead of mashing your way to victory. I mean, in a way, Street Fighter 6 does this with World Tour, They teach you how to do anti-airs. They teach you how to do drive reversal, drive impact, throw brakes and all. But it's done in a way where, oh, I've learned this, and then 5 minutes later, they forget about it. So I don't know about that one. Heavily front-loaded difficulty. Yeah, that's what they're trying to say in this one. Is that the story mode needs to have its challenge. Free-to-play won't work on fighting games, at least for now. Free-to-play business model, you're selling cosmetics, but you can't go right out of the gate. Massive cash flows. It has to build up slowly. Yep. Paid DLC characters. Single-player modes that amplify the fighting game and that are fun in their own right. What's a good example of a single-player fighting game that's fun, where you could actually learn something? I don't want to put World Tour as an example, because I want it to be a grind, but still rewarding. I guess you could say V Rivals again, chat, right? V Rivals in Street Fighter 6, where you can keep grinding in V Rivals to fight the same person over and over again, and your reward... Yeah, KI Shadow is a good one as well, where your reward is... If you keep fighting the master rank version of Ed or Akuma, your reward is, I know how to fight this character now, so if a player does this to me online, I know how to stop it. Ultimate Edition, Definitive Edition, Originals Edition. Paradox Choices, Immortal Sins, and Sales. Yeah, I don't like this as well. Right? I know Tekken 8 does this. Yeah, third goal is all about single player modes and how to amplify them in their own right. Yeah, where Tekken Force is just a beat 'em up with a Tekken skin, unfortunately. World is just an open world RPG with Street Fighter skins and mostly meaningless fighting game interludes. Damn. Chronicles of the Sword is just Fire Emblem with a Soul Calibur skin and meaningless. Damn. This guy's like, I hate all these single player modes and I hate you too.
I'm back. So this is, I guess, where I'll cut in. Now that you're finally talking about the content outside of the
fighting games,
fighting that gets people in, and so I already wanted to only briefly touch upon the goals, the other 2 points anyway. But yeah, translate the arcade into a digital realm. It's hard for me to really have like a huge point to say about that, because it's that sort of thing of the figuring out, did people care about the social aspect of the games more than anything else?
That's why
Probably
it says.
so.
That's why it says in the
So,
article about Dragon Ball Fighters make it almost perfect, because there's this giant arena with people waiting, instead of like, you know, going to an arcade, wait for someone's turn to end, or nervous that you might fight someone that's like stronger than you. We could just stand there and let everything else get decided.
Or maybe you don't vibe with that entire environment at all, of like trying to walk up to people to directly challenge them, or like you just want the ranked queue, you know, like for arguing for the many people who don't want to go in the lobbies in the first place. They just want a queue and get like fed people at their skill level, and they don't want to have to engage with like the whole part of like having to schedule a date to play against someone. So I can't really say anything conclusive on that.
And then the second goal is
there should be options for both.
And the second mode is like single player or story mode, make it more in depth. Where I mentioned about if a single player mode is challenging, it could learn someone how to actually play the game, like Tekken Tag 2 AI difficulty levels. But at the same time, if they find the cheese where the AI doesn't know how to respond to that, it could just be meaningless as well.
Now that is an absolute failure of fighting games, as far
as
the
story mode
that we've gone from.
But it needs lore, though. It needs to have that, you know. It needs to have that single player content for the casuals.
Yeah, but this will tie into the third goal as well, because
single player modes that amplify fighting games that are fun in their own right. KI Shadow Lords.
Yeah.
For me, it's KI Shadow Lords and Street Fighter V Rivals.
Yeah, I'll address my points with both of those at once. So yeah, like a story mode that, you know, as I said, to get into the game's depth. Yeah, the problem is that we went from arcade era of cheating AI that literally twisted the mechanics of the game, while also input reading you to make sure that, oh well, if you don't, to just say that whatever button that you press is wrong automatically, instead of being like, you know, a God of War or like a third person action game, or like other
dojo training in KI was enemies. Godlike.
Yeah, so you could actually fight against enemies that did like strategies that was just, okay, here's a couple of routines of like things that they'll do. like attack patterns that they'll constantly do. You know, like
Combo
you would
breaker
see against like
mode.
a boss.
Combo breaker mode, dojo mode. Where, hey, here's a mode. If you're having a hard time finding this character, we'll teach you how to do it. You can set the settings up for being slow, or it pauses first, and then you can go to like proper difficulty, right? Where there's no visual guide, no nothing. It's just an actual match. It's just you and your reactions to see if you can guess it correctly.
Well, that's an example for a training mode, but what I'm talking about is like just a normal game where like that's why I'm comparing it
A
to like
single
God
player
of War,
mode.
where you don't have to, yeah, you don't have to lab God of War. You just play the game. You just go through like the campaign, and then you progressively fight more difficult
Did you know?
enemies and bosses. That
I want to show this to you now. Did you know that in V Rivals mode, there's also objectives for each character when you tried out that mode? Like, for example, go through fireballs using Chun-Li's lightning leg super, right? Because it goes through it. Or do this, do that as objectives in order to train yourself to be better. V Rivals does that, right? Where it learns how to properly use the character. So in a way, you want to play the game right now, even though it's AI, but at the same time, it's still gonna help you learn better. You just need to like commit to it, to go training first, instead of jumping head straight online and be like, I want to fight people and be rewarded immediately. I don't want to do training for
yeah,
2 hours, but it's martial arts,
yeah, but
dog.
objectives and training and learning directly is nice. But what I mean is that World Tour should have done that. Though all those MOOCs that you should have gone through, they should have been more solid and being like enemies with traditional patterns and weaknesses where okay, yeah, they'll do the same
Yeah,
stuff
I'm firing
over
up
and
Street
over,
Fighter
but
to show you what they look like. Where it's not just, oh, land Kikoken 5 times. Like, no. Like, it's actually going to tell you that, hey, this move can go through
now if you're
this,
talking
or
about an enemy where it's like, oh, they're only weak to Kikoken, they take like 5 times more damage to this, and you have to figure out when's the right time, the best time to do that move,
oh
as
my god, there's an
opposed to
update, that's right. There's like a maintenance update for Street Fighter 6.
because what World Tour did is like instead of having character weaknesses, they had like timing weaknesses to say like, oh, this, you need to interrupt the enemies with any
Sandbox
move at
mode.
this specific point in time.
I don't think this article knew about the existence of V Rivals. I'm gonna say right now.
Well, yeah,
Did they mention
maybe
it? I
not.
don't think they mentioned it
But
before. They keep mentioning
but
World
again,
Tour.
what I'm saying, but again, yeah, maybe not. But what I'm still saying there is that like the issue is that the story mode, the part of the game that people got into in the first place, if people aren't going into the Battle Hub period, which this is something I wanted to tell you to look at before, you need to see, since you're on PlayStation, you can see the percentage of players that complete one ranked on that complete one online match period, and you'll see how low that is compared to people that play the game at all. You should definitely look at that, and it's like
Let's go look at that.
30%
Yeah.
or 40% at
Let's go
best.
look at that. Let's go to
Yeah, tell me
trophies.
what tell me what the percent is.
Let's find this trophy. Oh my god, that's right. They're like proper dialogues. Bro, okay. 40% entered the Battle Hub. 15% did a match in Battle Hub. There's always time for training. 6% went for 30 battles in Battle Hub. Jungle Side
Oh,
Surprise.
hey, that's enough though, because you said 15% for one match.
In PlayStation, on PlayStation.
Yeah, 15%
But
on
doesn't
like for
narrow it
in
down either.
PlayStation, and then 30%, and then but yeah, that's still 30% of like people who go into Battle Hub, period. So you're losing. So you have 6% of your entire player base who only experience the most outside of that, and that's well. As for what they did, is another
And
story.
only
Whether they play
44% players.
versus offline,
And only
and
44%
so they're not seeing V
players.
rivals.
And only 44%
So like my
players.
point was that Mhm.
Went through the training with Luke in World Tour.
Yeah, and so my example was that people aren't seeing V rivals in the first place.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter
because
if they
like
didn't
there,
see, if they
look at
didn't
this.
see a part of the game that, yeah.
Look at the big screen right now. This is what Street
Well,
Fighter 6 looks like at almost 2 a.m. in my end. There's just a lot of people here right now just fighting the V rivals. They're like, I don't want to fight against people online. I don't want to get smothered in the cabinets. Like, look at the cabinets. Only one that I could see that is occupied. You know where they are?
Yeah, I
They're
see it.
here.
Well, luckily
They're here.
luckily that does say that it is a good option. It's good that it exists. It's not like it's completely useless. What I'm just saying is that the player base has already dropped off so much because the story mode didn't even engage
Current
them
challenges.
enough
How do I look up?
to.
How do I look that up? Current challenges. Overall stats. Rewards. Is it rewards? Oh my god.
So for
Sim
a
stickers. There we
successful
go.
Super 6,
I think it's this one. Yeah. Drink levels, aerial special moves, anti-airs with special moves, self-boosting, countering with invisible attacks, combos, command throws, combos from Super Art level 3, passing through projectiles, right? Those are the Jamie projectiles.
that's actually a carryover from the extreme battle mode that started this stuff anyway with the objective based.
Yeah, that's like a gimmick.
That was a good thing. Even though
Break
it's like a
defense
gimmick,
using
still
Super
like,
Art
okay,
level
this-
2. So when you're like want to learn a new character and all that, this is like your homework. Command throws, command throws, command throws. Why is there 3 of them? Armor, countering invisible attacks, punishes, anti-airs with special moves, punishes, combos. So yeah, I mean you just get a measly
So yeah, you got
sticker
the
about it.
people,
But after finishing
the
this,
people that want to do the homework, that gave them something to do, but you've already lost all of the people who just wanted this to be like a cool, fun, casual product that they could have then progressed into wanting to take the game seriously. You've already lost all of those people because V Rivals didn't exist until a couple of years after the game came out, and then people wouldn't, unless they were putting
but
that
at least
into
the people,
marketing.
at least the people that bought the game now, unfortunately those that bought it first, are taking advantage of it. And by the looks
Yeah,
of
I'm
these
just
guys,
saying
by the
that-
looks of these guys, they look like default outfits, right? So they're like, hey, I didn't play World Tour a lot. I just want to get better at the game, and here they are. You have people as well with proper customizations. They're like, okay, I played this game before, but I actually want to get good with new characters. It's unfortunate there's not 500 people in this V Rivals machine, but that just goes to show that, you know, this is a useful mode. This is like the perfect bridge between people that wants to play the game but don't want to play rank.
Yeah, I'm not saying I wasn't saying like it's useless or anything. I'm just saying that a lot of people didn't even get a chance to see it because they played a single player mode that told them nothing about playing the game. So all they did was like button mash, or it didn't even nudge them towards the point of taking
Do I
the game
still
seriously
see?
when it could have.
Do I still see Punk's name here, or did he update that to Takido? Let me double check, because he got dipped.
Where's Washiga?
Let's talk to Eternity. Let's see if Punk is still
Where's
here.
Washiga?
Unfortunately. Yeah. For those who don't know, chat, I voted for Hinao doing Capcom Cup 12. I could have picked Blast, Lashar, Xiaohai, Mena RD, Kawano, but Also, I don't think you were here when I mentioned this earlier or before. Kawano's YouTube channel is popping, dude. Even though it's only an audience for Japan, and he only does Street Fighter's content, he gets regular 200k viewerships, which is more than max nowadays.
What's new about that? I already know Japan is carrying the game.
Japan is, they're worshiping Street Fighter as a religion, and they always just customization. Soul Calibur did it, Tekken did it. Less costumes for the characters. It's just less enticement to keep playing, because you don't want to look at your character the same thing over and over again. And you realize that the people that are making costumes went to Monster Hunter, because Monster Hunter just make more bucks, more players than Street Fighter.
Well, yeah, that goes back to what we were both saying about just introducing the game for people to, introducing the aspects of the game that people care about outside of sweating it ranked.
Just hit your own starting points, virtual spaces, your own era, to capture
The arcade social environment, not its physical ones. Story modes and the tech is a pander. Single player modes that amplify rather than distract. There are surely other angles I've been considered. What I most want to get across is this. Until fighting games developers start thinking about their games as products that are competing in a broader gaming market, understand that in this context they have fallen way behind. Nothing's going to change, but if they overcome this, they won't be fighting for scraps over the tiny pie that is growing at GC. They'll be growing the pie for the biggest slices for themselves. And that's why right now Street Fighter is cannibalizing everybody in terms of the fighting games. Because why play other games when Street Fighter 6 exists, right? More player base, popular, all of that, even though it's not a perfect product. Street Fighter is the answer because the marketing for Street Fighter with other people, celebrities, VTubers, whatnot, it works. That's what MK did, but because it gets discontinued after almost 2 years, it just gets thrown into the wayside, right? That, oh, we're not supporting this game anymore, so why still support it? Why only
I guess
pander
another way
to
you could look at it is that if we're talking
let's
about
say
the difference between Street Fighter 6 and other games, is that I mean it's still if we're talking about the drop off in players compared to just picking up the game for World Tour and not going into Battle Hub and all of that, and then after the fact you have players in Japan showcasing what is here and getting like resurgence of like sales and stuff through that, then it's still to think of like even if Street Fighter 6 isn't necessarily an amazing super complete product, or like this single player or like this World Tour mode wasn't engaging for people to get into the game by itself, then it will go back around to the fact that fighting games don't need to sacrifice what they are to get people to play them. If somebody now there's an issue of having to have somebody after the fact come behind them and show them, oh hey look, the game was good all along for this reason, this reason, this reason, that goes back to there being a marketing issue. But like that doesn't mean that the game I guess it's like maybe the game wasn't so bad after all.
yeah,
Just
right.
have to be better at showing like the aspects of the game that people can enjoy, that's not just sweating out on ranked.
Well, it is unfortunate, right, that right now the fighting game genre is still in that niche era, right? And that thinking that, oh, let's do I don't know, let's do stuff here and there. Let's make single player
No auto
fun.
combo will save fighting games.
No auto combos will save fighting games.
No, I'm saying there's not a one button special move that's going to completely save fighting games. It'll help, but that's not going to be the end all
That's not
be
gonna
all.
do
When
anything,
people
huh?
people aren't getting invested in the gameplay in the first place. They're playing fighting games for other reasons.
It's a tool, yeah, but also what do you call this? Um, it can exist. It just needs to be optional. KI with KI did this. Street Fighter is doing this. It doesn't have to be a feature or something that has to be there, like Dragon Ball Fighters and Tokon. That's just my 2 cents, right? It could still be there. Special style Tekken, right? It could still be there, but you have to outgrow that. You can't just rely on it.
Heck, you don't even have to outgrow it. Like I was saying again, like you can have like modern controls is the good example of a system where okay, it's not as good and competitive, so you don't mess up, so you don't piss off that part of the player base. You introduced a way for people to engage with your fighting game without focusing on the high execution
Oh, that's how you do a
parts
DP.
that take a lot of practice and muscle memory. You can just play the game within modern mode. You can play the game within modern mode and actually be playing the game for real, whether that's just in your own right, or the you're actually engaging with the rules of the game, or you can take that to a competitive level to an extent. To an extent that's valuable as well. So it's still like modern control allows you to do all of them as opposed to Tekken special style, which barely covers one aspect. So that's like there is a way, it's like there is a better way to offer something for everyone, and it's not about like going so far in one direction that it's just for this side. It's like okay, you could go on and have that saying that if you try and please everyone, you'll please no one, but that's not the same thing as having saying that like variety and options for everyone is a bad thing. You can have like AI that is either brain dead or it's like it'll have a routine strategy that you can break down like a single player boss, or you can have your difficult SNK input reading AI all at the same time. You can have all those at the same time, and those cater to different um
A lot of
cater
people.
to different
Yeah, cater to a lot of
players.
people. That's gonna try and start them on their journey in fighting games. Yeah.
So you can cast a wide net with like not cast a wide net, you can have different types of bait if we even need to trick people into playing fighting games,
And they're
which
playing
I
fighting
don't think
games.
I don't think you need to trick people into enjoying a fighting game that's fun.
Yeah, GGB.
Fighting games can
This
be
this has
fun.
been an interesting read,
Yeah.
right? To the point where we're
Yeah.
now we took 2 hours of that time to just read it and get your thoughts out. But yeah, dude, thanks for sharing it.
Yeah.
I
Yep.
don't
If
want to keep
anything,
you
that
running
last
longer,
part,
dude. But yeah,
fighting games gotta be fun. That's all. And
fighting games
I
are
gotta go
fun,
to
chat.
lunch.
Just be welcoming to everyone. All right, just don't,
Mhm. And I'm going to welcome myself to some lunch.
All right, dude. Enjoy your lunch, man. All right, man. Have a good
Thank
one.
you for having me.
Yeah, thanks for being here, dude. We always appreciate it.
Mhm.
Alright, check. Are they Street Fighter now? That went on for a while. I had to like mute the music or something just so I could hear what he was saying. So the audio was a bit low. Okay. Is there not an option for... There we go. Alright, chat. Now we can play the game. Shout out to GGB for sharing that article. Right? Yap session defeated. Yeah! We did it. But here we are, chat. I was like labbing Alex for a bit. Let's just get on with this. You're still gonna play after all that? Oh yeah, you best believe it, man. Let me get some of these Alex playthroughs out of the way first. It did say Alex in the stream title, so you best believe I'm gonna keep going. New generation. Oh my god, what the... border off. Okay, this is all good. You're just shining main today? Let me play the goddamn game. There we go. Hyper bomb, stun gun, headbutt. Let's see if we can land a hyper bomb. Who am I, Max? Where I just do nothing but yapping? Okay. You can't escape. At the gym right now. Good luck. Hey, man. Enjoy gym. Hey, you ruined my perfect. How dare you? Dear win pose. The hell? What's the dive? Is it down heavy punch? Yeah! There it is. And that's the anti-air, right? Oh, I almost got you. You best believe it. Oh my god. What the? Oh, right. Let's save it for the next round. There we go. Ugh! 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 You have to do a proper 360 motion with this one. No shortcuts. You're tough, but you can't outlast the best. Elena, girl, get up. What was that pose? Hey, man. I tried to parry. What's my throw here? Like, both punches? Yeah, it's both punches. Got it. I'm like, what's my throw? My normal throw. You can't escape. Oh my god. Hey, man. Ah! Oh god. Let's just go to the next round. You can see Oro's testicle in one frame, chat. Stop jumping, please. That doesn't work. Sheesh. At ease, loser. I wonder who's gonna make that reference in World Tour. Just stay down. Don't try to stand up. You look pale. Sean! Okay. The basketball. Oh no. What the? Come on! Come on, I know you want to jump. Like that. Oh. Bro, just let it happen. I want to do that command grab, come on. Ah, man. Yay. Okay. God damn it. What the? I'll use it. Oh, I'll use it. Boot! Didn't work. Boot! Boot! I tried to do the anti-air, damn it. Come on, man. My first parry ever! Damn it! I didn't low forward. I didn't block the low forward. Let's do a different super. God. Dude, what is this? What is this move supposed to be? Thank you, finally. At ease, loser. Try parry. Huh? Huh? Whoa, okay, that did a lot of damage. What the? Ugh! Double stun. I always give my all no matter who I face. Necro, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, come on. Whew. Bro, what is this? What is the purpose of this move? He gets hit by it. Is it just a mobility move? Oh, Jesus. What the heck? Nice parry. Dang it! It's fine for my life. Oh. Oh, so that's what back heavy punch is. Oh my god. I'm getting outplayed here. Bro. I'm getting outplayed here, dude. By this fake Dawson wannabe. You're going down. Oh my god. I just want to know what your anti-air is, dog. God. Hey, I want to do a command grab. Come here. Bro. There we go! Christ! I'm not giving that anti-air. I said give me that anti-air. Here, keep jumping. You gotta be kidding me. Come on. Dude, that was supposed to be anti-air. There we go. Bluffing will get you nowhere against me. Talks cheap. Hi, Dylan. Hope you're doing well. This problem character. Already. Not being given a chance here. Oh, God. Wow. Woo! Come back! Yoon. I want to do the anti-air again. Jump. Damn it! Jesus. Oh my God, no way. Get out of here, that's not safe. You arrogant imbecile, you slacked off right at the end. Ryu. There we go, Mr. Shoto, man. You guys get a special dialogue or something? Oh my God. No. Get out of there! Oh my God. Isn't that like unblockable or something as well? I'm like, get out of there! God, I want to do the anti-air, but it sucks. God damn it. Can't jump right now. God! Wow, is that Chip? Or did I press a button? Yeah, it's Chip. Let's try Boomerang Raid. Trying to catch the anti-air, man. Really? Wow. Just don't care, huh? Whoa! I did a command grab, sir! Bro, that's standing. Okay, I gotta stop pressing that start button.
You lose. Round 2, fight.
I'm sorry, do you not have that move, Alex? You don't. Got it. Bro, give me a break. There we go. So sick. Bro, now's your chance to win. You gotta be kidding me. He had to delay that. Ah. I think we'll just use Boomerang Raid for a bit. Ow! God! Oh my god. I pressed L2 like Street Fighter 3rd Strike or Street Fighter 6. You don't want to do the command grab, Alex? That's fine. You want to get input read by this guy? Huh? Sure. It's like the moment you press a button, that's where they release the Hadouken. I tried the anti-air! You gotta be kidding me. You want my quarters, chat? They want it all. You like the Sage Street Fighter 3 series? They're good, right? They're gorgeous. Oh my god! There we go, something, anything. Really? Let me guess, if I do... Okay. Jesus. Hyper Bomb! Bro, regular throw, not back heavy punch. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus Christ on the cross. Of course, of course. I'm always gonna have to fight a Denjin Hadouken in a round, huh? Bro, are you kidding me? Don't jump. Don't jump. Oh, come on! God, your anti-air sucks, Alex. Overhead. Jeez! Bro! Ah. It tilted you as well? Yeah. It's like they're just holding it. I'm like, bro, get it over with. And it's also unblockable if you just do nothing. Jump. Damn it. My God. Jesus. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Why does it have to be the touchpad as the pause menu? Huh? Or the button? Bro. Alex, you could do better than that, man. Oh my God. Do the super, Alex! I'm begging you! Oh my God, this move sucks! Dude, why is my normal throw just being heavy? Good call. Okay, that move sucks. I'm just gonna go back to stun gun. Stun gun headbutt. Alright. Come on. We got this. You gotta jump at the start? See, the thing is, if I do the move there, it won't reach him anyways. His jump needs to be point blank. It won't work. It won't work like that. Dude, let me do my... The more I press a button? Really? Okay.
You lose. Round 2. Fight.
You gonna jump? Of course you are. Down! Piss off. Prick.
You win. Final round. Fight.
Oh my God. No, my anti-air! Normal! That would have been sick, chat. That would have been sick. The DP anti-air. I'm glad that in Street Fighter 6, that will have invincibility. So is the boss, huh? Akuma? Gil, okay. Oh yeah, we're not gonna win this at all. It's gonna be forever. Jesus, right, Alex?
I am your god. Round 2. Fight.
Why does his jump feel so short? Sick. Ah, come on. Pyrokinesis, right? This character in Street Fighter 5 was a sauce god. I barely made a dent against this guy, dude. And you tell me I have to fight this guy 3 times in 3 different games? I tried to do... That did not reach for some reason. I tried, chat. Jump. Dang it. Never like fighting Gil? Yeah, I'm about to learn that firsthand. You know what it is? It reminds me of Liza P all over again. You have to parry everything. It's the only way to win. Do the super, Alex! Stop doing slash! Oh, I'm on hyper bomb. That's right. God, okay. I'm like, do the super. That's right, I'm in hyper bomb. Oh, God. I'm just waiting for this guy to jump, and if I can catch him, that'll be awesome. There we go. Okay, that didn't work. Alright, now you want to jump? Bro. It's gonna take a while, chat. Shut up. That's a 2-hitter. Jump. I'm waiting for it. Dang it! That's 1. Oh, Jesus. Jesus, come on. Get away from me. That works, I guess. That would have been that sucked. That would have won the game for me. Wow, all 3 lows? If I would have not missed that machine gun headbutt, that would have been in the game. But whatever. Damn it. Oh, Jesus. Where's my command grab, Alex? Where's my command grab? Bro, give me a break. And you're gonna jump when I do the input, huh? Now when I start doing the input, you're gonna jump? Let's see how it is. I wanna try something. Dude, Alex! Bro. Jesus. Jesus. Didn't work. I thought we were gonna jump. Imagine reading the AI. Right? Imagine. Come on! Leave me alone! What a parry. Do the super! I'm like, if you missed that, Alex, we're not gonna be friends anymore. What the heck? My God. Come here! Come on! Jesus! Do a jump, please. I'm ready. Phew. What kind of jump is that, though? There we go. Come here! No! That was your shot, Alex, and you ruined it. Oh my God. Look at this input reading AI. Look at this input reading AI. Like, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna crouch overhead? Are you gonna jump anti-air? Are you just gonna stay there? Cryokinesis. Ugh. You gotta be kidding me. Wow. Try to do a command grab, it says no. Dude, really? You have a juggle like that? God. No anti-air for me, because screw you, that's why. No command grab, that's cool. You have no health, man. Just accept it. Idiot, 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 idiot. My God. My God. My God! No way! No! No! Come on! I was trying to do the super! Man! Get this guy out though, chat. And Gil. Oh, I have that move, that's right. Not safe though. Jump for me. I said jump for me. My god, not that fast though. Didn't work. It'll never work. Damn it. It's all meteor building, chat. It's all just as planned. You gotta be kidding me, bro! Oh my god. It does, Ratchet, but let me try and do this the right way first. Before I just scum it out. You gotta be kidding me. No down heavy punch, Tony? I tried to block it. You gotta be kidding me, bro. Ah, man. Getting close, chat. At the end, he's just like, oh, you're gonna do a slow move? I'm gonna do lights. I'm not gonna give you a chance to breathe. Alex, anti-air sucks. I'm gonna tell you that right now. The anti-air is a slow, heavy, crouching heavy punch, and a grab that doesn't even work half the time. There's a bad round. Holy crap, dude. That was the cross-up I've ever seen one. Overhead. Because why not, right? You gotta be kidding me! You gotta be kidding me. Leave me alone. Wow, that hit! Y'all saw that hurt box? Okay, whatever. I don't know how to anti-air that, because his anti-air sucks. Bro, his damage is immaculate. God damn it, dude! He's like, whenever you're about to get close, he's just gonna jab at you or do a command grab. God, I've given you almost $4 of my money, cabinet. Can you give me a break here? For God's sakes. Yeah, that hit you and not me, right? Or that hit me and not you. Finally, Jesus. Was there phase 2? That was just the beginning. Resurrection. Support the super arts. Now what? Are you going to hunt him down? Go if you feel you must. Chase him and see the world for yourself. Tom, please, you've said enough. It's over for you. Please sleep. Why so angry though? Benny! Welcome back, Alex. My students are back at last. So, okay, Tom. Is there gonna be a reference to Tom in World Tour? You know, Tom, all that is all over. I have another jury in front of me. I feel the greatest fighters around the world is still waiting my challenge. I will face them. Has a New York accent, chat. Thank you for playing. Thank you for giving us $3.75. Well, $4. Wow, no credits. We're just gonna hide the people that made this game. Alright, Chad, that is Street Fighter 3 New Generation. I think I'll just do the other 3 tomorrow. Now that we've yapped enough today, we'll just, you know, do the rest tomorrow. Oh god, more copyright issues. What are you copywriting me? What are you copywriting me this time? Oh, okay. Let's just wrap it up, chat, with one game or one win with Blitz. Just one game, chat, I swear. Oh god, it's Brando. That's that's Yuki Ubari. Anyone here wearing the Grace outfit? Or is that hype over? Damn, I'm the only Grace? Okay. Yeah. Relax, relax. Wanna go, bro? Prick. So I think it is? It is. And you better gun. Damn it! One win, chat, and then I'll wrap it up. Okay. March 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. A good shotgun? Okay, that's fine. Whatever. No way! There's a gold thing here. Is that a shotgun? No, it's not. It's false what it is. Oh, this is a wind weapon. Is someone there? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Ah. Just wanted to do one game, chat. 43 wings to advance? Screw you. Alright, chat. Who should we raid? Red Gambit, No Pants, Tendo. Playing Tekken until you lose. So they're playing Tekken anymore, huh? We want your feedback. We are aware that there's a power hour on a Sunday. No. No. Alright, chat. For those that have stuck around for more than 6 hours now, we've been doing long streams, chat. What the hell? Thank you guys so much for tuning to the stream. We'll do appreciate it. I work tomorrow to play the rest of the Street Fighter 3 games with Alex, Second Impact, Third Strike, Capcom Fighting Collection, Capcom Fighting Evolution, and yeah, chat. Appreciate you guys being here as always. Let's send a raid to Kenny's kid, right? Been a while since they've been streaming. I think it's Kayla. Yeah, it's Kayla. Maybe doing the Pokemon stuff. You guys want to talk about Pokemon stuff? That's coming, you know, the Southeast Asia one. Alright, chat. Thank you guys for tuning into the stream. Thank you guys so much for tuning into the stream. I don't know why I keep rushing that. Thank you guys so much for tuning into the stream. I really do appreciate it. And I'll see you guys tomorrow with more Street Fighter stuff. We just yapped for too long, chat. I do apologize. But hey, it is what it is, right? Y'all better take care and stay safe. And you have a great one, alright? Bye-bye.